Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1471 of the War News Stream. And tonight we have more big news to cover in the Middle East and also Europe. We have seen that U.S.-backed ground forces are deploying to the Iranian border as we speak, and it appears to be a large deployment. We're also seeing NATO's declared an alert for Iranian missile strikes coming very soon, and also the B-2 stealth bombers, the Flying Doritos, are striking Iran once again, and apparently they're using some deep bunker-busting munitions this time, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to cover the past 24 hours of news from around the world, but particularly from the ongoing war within the Middle East, as significant actions and developments have continued to transpire inside of the region. Currently, U.S.-backed Kurdish forces within northern Iraq are beginning to mobilize near to the area of the Iranian-Iraqi border in what appears to be an open preparation for an armed ground invasion inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This came after information emerged today that the United States of America directly threatened their Kurdish allies within northern Iraq and stated that they're either with the Iranians or the United States and they need to pick their side. After that, we were able to hear that they began to deploy their forces towards the area of the Iranian border and are preparing for some form of a larger ground offensive into the country. Meanwhile, we have also seen that NATO air defenses have been put on high alert, and currently NATO's Air Command has put out a missile alert for the entirety of NATO's airspace within the area of Europe, as it has stated that there is a significant risk and chance that the Islamic Republic of Iran may start to conduct larger missile and drone attacks against the areas of the Central and Balkan regions of NATO and also against the Anatolian Peninsula in Turkey. Further than that, we've also heard that the United States Central Command has reported that as of today, they have been able to claim that 90% of all Iranian ballistic missile launchers have been destroyed, but it appears that the situation is still quite strenuous, and being able to get the same sort of efficiency and numbers of the destruction of drone-based launchers throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran. Currently, multiple Gulf state allies are still sending out warnings that they are running dangerously low on missile-based ground-based interceptors. And due to the incoming Iranian drone fire, which appears to have not necessarily slowed as much as the missile fire, they are still running out of missile-based air defense interceptors within the area of the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, and others. Outside of that, the United States was able to continue successful carrier operations today on board the USS Gerald R. Ford and the USS Abraham Lincoln. And it appears that the U.S. nuclear attack submarine has stricken such a great deal of fear into the remnants of the Iranian Navy that were currently finding themselves around the area of Sri Lanka that a Iranian auxiliary vessel that was supposed to support the Dena, which was just sunk yesterday, has actually surrendered itself to Sri Lankan authorities today, sailing into the port of Colombo within the nation of Sri Lanka and surrendering the entire crew and the vessel to the Sri Lankan government. We understand that at the moment they are currently being processed within Sri Lanka under the confines of international law, but showing that the United States has been able to get an indirect loss of an Iranian vessel, as this vessel has surrendered and will no longer be operational or operating in the capacity of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy. Outside of that, the USS Mahon, an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, has continued to conduct significant missile attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we've also seen that other major airstrikes have been conducted throughout the day, but most importantly, within the area of the city of Tehran. Currently, we are still hearing that the Iranian government has made it incredibly clear that they are ready to be invaded, while the United States and the Israelis have confirmed that around 3,000 members of the Iranian Armed Forces, the IRGC, and the Iranian government have been killed so far in the war, with only about 6 U.S. soldiers killed on the opposite side of the conflict amongst the entirety of the coalition. We have not heard of any Israeli armed forces or soldiers that have been killed at this point. We have also been able to hear of another significant development, as the Islamic Republic of Iran also fired a drone into Azerbaijan, with it directly impacting the territory. Azerbaijan has now declared that they will be closing the southern airspace of their country for a whopping 12 hours as a result of that attack. We've also seen that there has been damage to some larger tankers within the area near to the city of Basra and Kuwait, and we also were able to get video evidence of that today. Visible damage has also appeared near to the area of the U.S. airbase at Al Salim inside of the area of the Kingdom of Kuwait, and we've also been able to confirm that it appears that some sort of a manned aircraft went down over Basra today, which is believed to have been a possible U.S. aircraft. Currently, Central Command's area of responsibility has not spoken at all about the possibility of the loss of an aircraft over the area, but the Basra police and the local authorities did state that they would be conducting a manhunt to find the pilot and then bring him back safely, while we're also hearing that pro-Iranian militia groups within the area have also put out an order to find the pilot and try and kill him, meaning that there's currently a hunt on the ground for this pilot and his whereabouts at the moment. We have not been able to hear if he has been killed or if he's been recovered alive by the Iraqi police or by the United States Special Recovery Forces. We've also been able to hear that the Houthis appear to be preparing to join the conflict, as we were able to hear that al-Houthi, daddy of all the Houthis, has declared that he will be conducting launches on commercial shipping within the area of the southern Red Sea here incredibly soon, meaning that not only will we see a closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but we will also largely see a closure of the Suez Canal as well if the Houthis conduct an attack at some time here in the near future. We have also been able to hear in other interesting developments that an Indian Su-30SM actually disappeared today near to the Pakistani border under suspicious circumstances. It's unknown at the moment exactly what happened to the aircraft, but with the high tensions within the area, one can only assume what actually happened. We've also been able to see that within the United States of America, the President of the United States is now stating that Cuba is going to fall incredibly soon as well, possibly even suggesting that the United States is about to conduct a war on Cuba, while at the same time we're now conducting a nearly week-long war. It's a 6-day-long war as of right now against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which has now included largely the entirety of the Middle East. We've also been able to hear inside of the U.S. government over the course of the day that Lucas drones are in fact reverse engineered from Shahed 136s, which we generally knew. We also were able to hear that the FBI appeared to have been hacked, and we also have been able to hear that the president is now insisting that he needs to be the one to pick the new leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, or largely the new dictator to lead the Iranian regime. And we've also been able to hear within Hungary that the Hungarian police have actually stopped and held hostage 7 Ukrainian citizens who were involved in a financial transfer from Austria, where Ukraine had actually withdrawn around $80 million in gold and hard currency and were transporting it from Austria and back into Ukraine. Hungarian authorities stopped the convoy and arrested everyone in it and is currently holding the Ukrainians hostage. We've now heard that Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, is directly threatening armed action against the state of Ukraine if Ukraine does not reopen the Druzhba pipeline, meaning that the Hungarians are starting to operate a little bit uncouth, and we need to go and smack Orban across, maybe the upside and teach him that that's not the way you treat allies. While all that's that's going on, the Ukrainians, as dutiful and allies they have been, have actually offered to provide drone defenses and drone support to the United States of America, considering that we're now seeing that the United States and multiple Middle Eastern allies are generally being overwhelmed by the onslaught of Iranian drones and will not be able to keep up this rate of air defense fire for a long period of time. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians have also been able to inflict significant casualties onto the Russian Federation's armed forces over the course of the day. But before we move on into any of that news, starting with our largest stories first and moving on to our smaller ones throughout the night, we actually have breaking news that has just come out as we were going live on air. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we are currently getting breaking news this early in the stream. Right now, we are seeing that Tehran is currently being absolutely devastated as we speak, and it looks like U.S. airstrikes have ramped up dramatically in the capital city of Iran. We're also being told from eyewitnesses they believe that they spotted B-2 bombers, these stealth bombers, in the area. Of course, it's hard to see those, especially at night, because they are generally, for the most part, largely invisible, and also they fly at a pretty decently high altitude. So they're saying that they've seen B-2s. We are seeing a very large bombing campaigns being conducted in Tehran right now. We're also getting some video out of Tehran as well, and it does appear to be a heavy bomber. It does appear to be the case because the strikes are massive. So it could be possibly the B-2s, actually. It looks like the Flying Doritos are now hitting the capital city. So let's see here. We had also been told the other day that apparently the B-2s would be stationed at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean and also at an RAF base as well. So apparently they will be making multiple appearances, but let's take a look at the video and see how large the strikes are.
And here's one of our first of 3 clips that we have of the aerial bombardments that are happening live right now on Tehran. We can see multiple explosions had already occurred as smoke is rising from the impact sites, and we can see even more bombs landing into the central area of Tehran, most likely targeting other governmental headquarters at this moment.
Also, the report claimed that some of these strikes right here, apparently with the B-2s, if this is indeed the B-2 strikes, they've struck somewhere. We just don't know exactly where the B-2s have struck. This could be it that we're looking at right here. But apparently they have now been loaded with bunker-busting munitions from the reports we've recently gotten. So it sounds like they're trying to hit probably underground complexes. We did see that Parchin, which is a missile facility right outside of Tehran, got hit hard earlier, very hard, and there was massive secondary explosions at that facility. So I don't know what they're hitting right here in the center of Tehran, but I think they're trying to go for stuff underground.
I think that they may be trying to go for underground or protected bunker facilities throughout Tehran, which may be a high likelihood, as we are currently not hearing the sound of any sort of a whizzing or high-pitched jet motor or some form of a rocket motor that's currently flying over the city, which would highly suggest that this attack would have been conducted with the TLAM Tomahawk cruise missiles instead of laser-guided bombs, which generally create absolutely no sound unless you're incredibly close to the site of impact, and it appears that that's largely the case here, suggesting that this may be a direct overhead bombing operation that's being conducted on precision targets on the ground, which we can see in this clip right here as well. We hear the rumbling of the explosions in the distance. Then it starts to go silent once again as the smoke is rising from the impact sites.
Also notice, like, almost a complete lack of air defense. Like, I don't hear anything in the background. I don't hear gush guns, AA guns. I don't hear missile-based air defenses. I don't hear anything. So the odds are they probably don't even have a target to lock onto. If it is the B-2 bomber, they will not be able to detect that in order to fire something at it. So that could explain it.
The gush guns could fire without a radar lock because those are generally fired by ground operators that never even have operational radars to use the guns. But we're not seeing any sort of defenses, really, for that matter, anywhere at all, but we can hear other massive explosions.
I'm not even sure if they'd be able to see the B-2. Like, the B-2 flying at its altitude where it would drop bombs, and also just the shape, and also, obviously, it's dark outside. You can barely see anything that high up. They would probably have a hard time spotting it, to be honest.
Well, it doesn't really matter if they spot it because usually these air defense guns do what's called a spray and pray, which is where they just fire at a singular spot in the sky and they hope that something passes through that area and gets hit by the rounds. So they don't have to necessarily see anything, but it is interesting to note that they're not firing whatsoever, even in the midst of being bombed. Usually in prior times, like the 12-Day War, whenever they were getting bombed, primarily by the Israelis, which basically were the only people who were bombing Iran during that time, except for us during Midnight Hammer, and we never directly bombed Tehran, we saw that a large amount of ground air defense batteries would fire off thousands of rounds per minute from multiple different guns based throughout the city with absolutely no clue what was even hitting them. So it is a little bit odd to see the air defenses are perfectly quiet in the midst of a bombardment, and we also have the stir clip of the strikes that are currently happening right here as well. And we see further bomb impacts in the city. We'll probably hear the echoes of the explosions soon. And it appears they're actually cutting those out in this clip. As you can see the sharp cut right about here. Yeah, right there. And it appears they're actually editing out the shockwave or the sound of the explosion in the distance.
That is wild right there. I wonder if for the people that are left living in Tehran, I wonder what the situation is on the ground for the civilians, because these are very large impacts. And of course, Tehran is densely populated. We did hear that 100,000 people fled Tehran during the first 2 or 3 days of the war. We're now well past that. So it could be more people are fleeing. It could be perhaps that maybe people are trying to dodge the bombs that are dropping possibly. But it seems like it could be possibly very chaotic in the capital city.
It certainly does appear that it could be chaotic. That appears to be the case without question at this point, that it is quite a chaotic situation directly around the central Iranian government for those who are left alive, and also for those citizens who find themselves still stuck within the capital of the nation. Moving us on out of that for a brief moment, we are going to be moving into our news, our actual news that we've had laid out for the night beyond our breaking news. A huge shout out to Enforcer Matt for getting that for us to cover live on air as it was happening. But moving us on over and into our major news, we are going to be heading into northern Iraq, as we were able to hear that earlier today the United States apparently gave a threat to our Kurdish allies within the northern part of Iraq. According to a Washington Post report, the President of the United States told Kurdish leaders that they must choose between the United States and Iran. That sounds kind of badass, but that's kind of like ignoring the fact that they were like a heavily aligned U.S. ally, so it's not like picking Iran was ever in the question. But apparently we gave them the option to pick Iran, which would have never been picked, and that was how we started to largely, I guess, prod the Kurds into conducting or preparing to conduct a ground invasion into Iran. Afterwards, we then started to see that a larger amount of equipment was on the move within the ground. We were able to see that on transports right here. We believe that these are Kurdish transports, which are starting to move a larger amount of armored Humvees, which appear to have the B kits on them. It doesn't appear that any of them have been equipped with heavy machine guns. They'll most likely be equipped with that closer to the actual front line itself, where they will start their advance into Iran. And we can also see a further amount of mine-resistant vehicles like the Buffaloes and others, which are also being transported on the back of these vehicles.
It is interesting. A lot of that is very American looking, except for a couple of those that aren't. But it's like, I wonder how much of this stuff right here, probably not the Humvees, but I'm sure there's been stuff that's probably been airdropped to the Kurds. Because we did hear that the U.S. was planning on dropping a whole bunch of weaponry to the Kurds. That way they'd be better armed to go in. But I wonder how much have they really received?
Airdropping, you say? That's a really interesting thing that you brought up, airdropping.
Yes.
Because we actually have video of that.
Indeed.
And
Sadly, we can't show the whole video of that, though, but we can show at least a picture of it.
Well, I mean, we can at least show enough of it to prove to everyone that it did happen. But of course, we won't be able to show all of it to y'all because sadly, it is copyrighted footage. But we'll be able to at least give y'all a little bit of a glimpse at it. But moving on from that clip of the armored movements that we're currently seeing that are starting to go towards the border, we did get to see this video here of an airdrop that did occur. And I'll just have to skip forward to the middle part of the video. Y'all can actually see that it's a low altitude airdrops, most likely by C-130 Hercules, based off of the shape of the vertical stabilizer, and we can see that some vehicles appear to have successfully dropped down onto the soil within northern Iraq, as this is attempting to give the Kurds a little bit of additional support and equipment for them to be able to conduct a ground offensive into Iran. Apparently, we are also assuming that at this moment, the Kurds will be conducting some sort of an attack into northern Iran, or more so western Iran, at some point within the future. It appears that this is a larger hope by the United States, that due to the beginning of a Kurdish ground invasion into the country, they not only will be able to take on and largely defeat the Iranian military, but they also will be able to then fight and take out the IRGC, or the Besieged Internal Security Forces, enough so that the Iranian people would be able to rise up and then start an overthrow of the Iranian government. Which I have to say, not to not to say, things aren't really making sense, but then the President of the United States also stated this today, which doesn't really make a lot of sense to me at all. But the President stated that he needs to be personally involved in choosing Iran's next leader. So apparently, while the Iranian people are supposed to rise up and take control of their government, it's actually going to be the President of the United States who's taking control of the government, and the people are going to have absolutely no say, and he's just going to be the one to go and just pick the new leader. And also, we're apparently counting on the Kurds to lay down their lives in larger numbers and to fight the entirety of the Iranian military and basically all of the police forces in the country simultaneously, so that way the Iranian people can then rise up, so that way everyone who has actually spilled a huge amount of blood at that point inside of Iran and also the Kurds can then just see that the president steps in and starts to pick the new leader of Iran on his own without any input from anyone else. That's apparently the ongoing sort of a strategy that we have right now, and I gotta be entirely honest with y'all, I don't really know if that one's going to be working. For one, the Kurds are a pretty strong ally of the United States, but opening up the beginning of an offensive by threatening a hardline ally in the region that they better do something or else, because if they don't do something right now, we're going to treat them like an enemy, there probably isn't going to be inspiring a lot of morale within those ground troops of the Kurdish armed forces. Then secondly, the world motivation would the Iranian people have to then start rising up against the government and still see that a lot of them die, so that way they successfully put enough pressure on the Iranian government to overthrow it, so that way at the end of it all, they can all be treated like it didn't matter and none of their sacrifices counted, and then just let the president go and pick whoever's going to be the new leader of Iran, which apparently still is going to be picked from the current Islamic regime's man pool of possible candidates. I don't really understand what the general strategy is, at least at the moment in this, but that is what we're hearing right now. We've also been able to hear in some positive news, however, that the pressure is being alleviated, at least from direct missile threats from missile forces, as we were able to hear that U.S. CENTCOM had reported that they had sunk 30 Iranian vessels, and the ballistic missile attacks by Iran had decreased by 90% since the first day of the war, according to a statement that was made to Reuters. It does appear that at least in that regard, the missile threat is not that significant. However, we have been able to hear that the drone threat is still posing an imminent threat to not only U.S. forces within the region, but also Gulf state allies as well, meaning that we are still seeing that while the missile forces, and specifically the transporter-Ranctor launchers, have been taken out quite quickly, mostly all within the first week, drone forces are still causing a bit of a significant issue for U.S. forces within the region. And not only that, the remaining amount of missile forces and drone forces that Iran has that could launch attacks has posed such a significant threat that NATO has actually increased its air alert today and has put out the following statement. This was put out by Colonel Martin L. O'Donnell of the Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Powers of Europe. But before we get on into that news, I really do want to circle back really quickly into that news that we're getting out of northern Iraq, as we are starting to hear that U.S.-backed Kurdish forces are deploying towards the Iranian border, and a lot of people are wondering whether or not a Kurdish invasion would succeed in its goals. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so when we say it's a lot of forces heading toward the Iranian border, it's actually quite a lot. We saw the video there showing some of the convoys heading toward the border, but the Kurds are moving in. And we heard from the president today, he said if the Kurds want to invade Iran, that would be lovely. I think that was somewhat of his wordage right there. Don't quote me on that, but it was somewhat to that effect. So the Kurdish invasion seems to be likely in the cards, and also the deployment also seems to suggest that as well. The U.S. is claiming that it is for defensive reasons only, but there's talk of invasion, so I don't know about that. So will the invasion succeed if it's pulled off? 47% said the Kurds might destabilize Iran some, but it probably won't mean a takeover. 21% said yes, the Kurds will take Iran over, and 21% said no, the Kurds will likely not succeed. So if you know anything about the history of the U.S. and Kurdish relations, the Kurds have been unfortunately screwed over quite a bit by our country, the United States. Unfortunately, I don't know why that is, but the Kurds usually get the short end of the stick for some reason. But the good news is, though, they are likely getting paid handsomely for pulling this off. I would imagine they're probably getting some of that black budget money to a certain degree, and also they're getting a hell of a lot of weapons as well. So that will allow them to protect themselves in the future, and also they will probably get rich off of this to a certain degree or another. So when it comes to the invasion succeeding, I'll be perfectly honest, I don't think the Kurds alone are going to pull that off. They're not going to take over Iran. That would be highly unrealistic. I think the objective here, or at least the realistic objective, would be that the Kurds can destabilize the IRGC and force the IRGC to redeploy forces from Tehran and the major population centers to the border to try to defend against the Kurdish invasion. That's probably the most likely answer here, which would be of assistance, but it wouldn't mean a takeover of Iran. So it'll be helpful. I'm with the 46%, but it won't be a takeover. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it'd be helpful, but currently with the aims or the objective that we would see, it would not be successful by the given objectives that we would understand it to be surrounding right now. The Kurdish forces do not have the manpower, the firepower, nor the capability to not only conduct a ground invasion against the Iranian armed forces in a conventional capacity, but then also somehow get around them and pass through their lines, maintain operational supply lines to keep themselves rearmed and fully operational, and then also conduct hybrid attacks against IRGC and besieged forces nationwide to be able to see that a complete internal security force power vacuum is created to where the Iranian people could then rise up and try and overthrow the government or put enough pressure on the Iranian government that they relent to the U.S. demands. That's sort of a current goal, which we are currently putting the dots together to really kind of see through everything that's been said today, really would not be achievable at all. It would help in putting pressure on the Iranian government, but I do not believe that the Kurds are going to be making any sort of significant ground offensives to where they're going to be in Tehran within the next few weeks. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure if the Kurds would ever make it to Tehran because it's just not going to be in their favor. The Kurds are not that strong of a force. There's not that many of them, and they don't have that kind of firepower.
You know what the Kurds are being used like? The United States is essentially using the Kurds as a mercenary force at this point. If this invasion is pulled off, the Kurds are almost analogous to the Wagner force that Russia used to go into Ukraine. It's very similar to that, the way the U.S. is currently trying to use it, which it can be of assistance. And once again, I'm not sure how the Kurds stack up to the Wagner. We'll have to see over time how that works out. But I think it will be enough to at least thin the IRGC out, because if we can get them to thin their forces out across the entire country, and of course, Iran's massive, by the way. So when you start thinning out forces near the border, things start getting hairy really quick, because now the population centers are not as well protected by the Iranian military, and now it's a lot easier to pick them off one by one for the U.S. military, that is. So we'll just see how the Kurds stack up. I think they will be of a major assistance to the United States, but it's not going to be like a revolutionary or something like that. Probably not.
Yeah, I would have to say it's not really looking to be, in my honest opinion, the kind of objective that the U.S. would want to achieve, which is basically where the Kurds win the day on the ground for us without having to dedicate our own forces. That's going to be highly unlikely, in my honest opinion, and it looks like that's going to shape up to be the case here on in the future. But moving on out of that situation, we have been able to hear that the Iranians have continued to pose such a significant threat, not only to our allies within the Middle East, but also our allies in NATO, as they are still considering a possible attack to be likely, that Colonel Martin L. O'Donnell today, of the Supreme Headquarters of Allied Powers of Europe spokesperson, stated the following today: "I can confirm that yesterday, in addition to NATO's successful interception of a ballistic missile from Iran that targeted Turkey, which that nation was the first to announce, NATO increased its alliance-wide ballistic missile defense posture. The immediate action was taken by the commander of NATO's Air Command, who further recommended NATO's ballistic missile defense posture remain at this heightened level until the threat from Iran's continued indiscriminate attacks across the region subsides. The Supreme Allied Commander Europe concurred with this recommendation, and the matter was discussed today during a meeting of the North Atlantic Council, where allies expressed their strong and unanimous support for the sensible measure. In addition, allies expressed their thanks for the immediate and potentially life-saving response for the Supreme Allied Command Europe and Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, and again condemned Iran's targeting of Turkey. While I cannot go into details about this posture change for operational security reasons, the adjustment gives the Supreme Allied Commander Europe exactly what he needs to defend the alliance based upon the current threat, and defend it he will. As the world witnessed yesterday, NATO perfectly executed its ballistic missile defense procedures. In less than 10 minutes, NATO service members identified a threat to allies, a ballistic missile, confirmed its trajectory, alerted land and sea-based missile defense systems, and launched an interceptor to defeat the threat and protect our territory and its people. That is real strength." So that is currently the order that has been, or more so the public statement that has been issued today by NATO NATO defenses or NATO force defenses, and it also does appear that at the moment NATO is once again putting themselves on an even higher air alert, not only within the Republic of Turkey but over a wider area, as it is understood that Iranian missiles like the Karam-Shahar-4 not only apparently possess some form of a cluster round, which is incredibly hard to intercept and shoot down once it deploys in almost exo-atmospheric orbit, or not an exo-atmospheric orbit, but in an exo-atmospheric trajectory, but it also could target deep within Europe, actually including cities like Berlin, Dresden, and Leipzig, being about at the absolute maximum of its distance and range that it would be able to strike inside of Europe. We've also been able to hear in further developments today that the Turks have, or at least Erdogan at least, has stated that the Middle East war has taken regional tensions to a terrifying level, which it does seem as though the Turkish president is once again trying to play the cards a little bit carefully, not get directly involved in one side or the other, so that way Turkey can come out on top no matter who comes out on top, because he'll play both sides fairly well by really not doing much of anything, even when they're under attack, which is pretty shocking. But moving on out of that, it is time for us to move on out of the Turkish news and really the NATO air defense news, and also the news of the Kurds within the northern area of Iraq and the semi-autonomous region of Kurdistan. And it's time for us to move on down and into the area of the open sea. We've actually been able to see that both of the U.S. carrier strike groups of the Gerald R. Ford and also the Abraham Lincoln have been hard at work. These pictures were actually provided by the photographers on board the USS Gerald R. Ford that are currently operating just to the east of the island of Crete right now at the moment. We could see VFA 37 right here on deck with an FA 18 Super Hornet preparing to take off for further air operations over the Middle East. We also were able to see a couple of other pictures of the Super Hornets as well, largely all appearing to be from the same air wing or air squadron on board the carrier, and we also were able to see the superstructure or the conning tower of the USS Gerald R. Ford as well. It does appear that the carrier operations are going quite well at the moment, and also outside of that, we have to circle back before we get on into the Indian Ocean and the major naval developments to the situation that has currently evolved with NATO's air defense. We have been able to hear that there does seem to be a significant amount of people who are talking about this heightened state of alert that NATO is under right now. Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so technically, NATO has already been attacked. We want to make that clear up front. Turkey had a missile fired at it from Iran, and they shot it down within 20 minutes of detecting it. So it's already happened at this point. So NATO has declared a high alert across the alliance and Europe as well, as Iran is threatening to strike Europe with more missiles. And what is going to happen next? 40% said there will be isolated attacks, but nothing too crazy, while 33% said Iran will not attack NATO much at all, if anything, and 22% said Iran will start big strikes on NATO probably very soon. And this one is iffy. First of all, Iran's missiles don't really have enough range to hit all the way into Europe, so they are limited somewhat. So that's good news. But I would say their willingness to hit Turkey or try to hit it, that's already concerning. And it sounds like the further that Iran starts self-imploding in on itself, it will get more extreme. So if they can pull something off, they will pull it off. I think there will be more attacks. I don't think there will be big strikes necessarily, but I think there will be more isolated attacks as the regime continues to fall. So I'm with the 40%. We should probably be very wary about that situation. It sounds like NATO is taking it seriously. But Enforcer, what say you?
I ought to say that, in my honest opinion, I believe that there is most likely going to be some isolated attacks at some point in the future. It's highly likely due to the fact that the Islamic Republic of Iran just went out of its way to also attack Azerbaijan today, which has done quite literally nothing to them, and we haven't even seen any military operations conducted from Azerbaijan. It seems very likely that they will start to conduct larger amounts of attacks on Turkey and also even possibly the larger part of the NATO alliance. For example, if we see any countries largely supporting U.S. operations, they could try and attack countries like Poland or Ukraine, which is highly likely here soon, considering that the Ukrainians are now willing to provide direct military support to the United States in the ongoing war in the Middle East. The Iranians might attack them soon, although they're not a NATO ally. At least technically, they are a semi-official NATO ally. Or they could attack Germany as well, depending on if there is any more significant involvement by the Germans. But the high likelihood is that there's going to be further limited attacks that are conducted against the Republic of Turkey. They really don't have the ability, at least at the moment, to conduct major missile attacks. If we were to take the assumption as correct conflict that around 90% of their TELs have been destroyed, and generally from what we're seeing, that largely does appear to be true. The rate of fire has significantly decreased, at least in terms of missile fire, to the point that it's hardly a fraction of what it was about 6 days ago at the start of the conflict. They still could try and conduct drone and missile attacks on Turkey whenever there is a missile launcher that's available, or whenever they have any drones to launch that are also available as well. So I would say that that's more so the high likelihood out of everything that could happen currently with NATO and its air defense, is that Turkey will most likely find itself coming under attack a couple of more times, because it does base U.S. forces and NATO forces within its sovereign borders, and it is the closest to Iran to be attacked. But moving us on.
Also, real quick, pull up that Iran missile range chart real quick. It is showing the maximum range of their longest range missile, and to show people how far they can actually hit into Europe, because there is a limit to it. By the way, they can't go all the way into Europe even if they wanted to. And we do have a chart that we generally pull up most of the time to show people that, to give everybody a real idea. And there it is right there, actually. And we're being told that their longest range missile here, which, what is the name of it? Because I really can't see it right off the bat.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see. The longest range missiles that they actually have are at the 2,000 kilometer range, which would be like the Karam Shahers, the Sejuls, the Emads, the Godders, and such things like that.
Yeah, so we're being told that they don't have too many of those, because of course the longer range a missile is, the more expensive it is to create it, and also they don't have a whole bunch of them because they don't need to strike that far that often. So it's not like they have thousands of them or something. That's not the case. It's probably, maybe, I would assume, a handful possibly of the really long range missiles. So, you know, even if they wanted to hit that far at their maximum range, they only have like a handful of attempts. So it's not the end of the world if they start trying to hit NATO. We could deal with that threat, and NATO could definitely handle it. But the fact that they're even trying to do that at all is concerning.
And it certainly does appear that it is fairly concerning to see this. And once again, they do pose a significant threat, particularly to Poland and also Ukraine, primarily, along with Romania and Bulgaria, along with the larger part of Greece and the entirety of Turkey. And there are some significant basings that they could try and target and attack, specifically within the area of Greece and also Romania. There are larger amounts of U.S. Air Forces that are currently based at the Chania airfield within Chania and Crete. And there also are some U.S. Air Forces that are based out of the mainland of Greece as well in multiple different locations. Not only that, but within Romania is the Cogolasanu Air Force Base, which not only serves as a heavy operational facility for the United States and its air forces, it also serves as a fairly significant base of operations for the entirety of the NATO alliance. And there's actually a large amount of forces that are currently being based out of this facility, and the facility and also its accommodations are also being expanded to an even larger degree as of recently to help with building up U.S. and generally Western forces within this area, at least of Eastern Europe, as we are seeing that a war with Russia could be somewhat likely. So with all that in mind and putting that into consideration, there's a decent larger amount of U.S. forces, and for that matter, sovereign countries within NATO, including Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey, and then NATO's closest ally, Ukraine, which could come under attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran at some point within the future. So with that in mind, this is a fairly significant threat for NATO, and that's why we're seeing that their air defenses are being put on a larger alert at the moment.
Yeah, also, by the way, someone asked a question. They said, can Iran reach the Diego Garcia base? Can they do that, by the way? Because I think the answer is no, but can you confirm that?
No, it's no.
Okay, so I think the only way they could have hit it is if they sent out that drone carrier, which unfortunately has sunk to the bottom of the ocean, by the way. So they don't have that. So they could have technically sent that thing out to sea and then launched drone attacks on Diego Garcia. They could have done that in theory, but thankfully that's no longer a threat because it's a submarine.
And it is a submarine. We're about to be getting to that here in a moment, actually. And that's going to move us on into the naval news that we've been hearing from around the area of the Middle East. We were able to hear that today there was confirmed damage, by the way, folks, near Cyprus on the RAF airbase at Akrotiri. And we also were able to see that there was about a 30-foot hole in the side of one of the hangars. This hangar actually is used in some instances to operate U.S. U-2 spy planes, which conduct reconnaissance within this area and also against Russia and some other locations. It appears that the Spanish will now be sending one of their Aegis-equipped frigates, the Cristobal Colon, to assist in the defense of Cyprus from Iranian drone attacks. So they are willing to defend Cyprus, but they're not willing to help us to be able to fight the Iranians which attack Cyprus. Very odd. The Spanish are quite confused, at least at the governmental level right now. But still, they are sending this frigate, so that's interesting to note. Moving us on out of the area of Cyprus and a little bit further on over and into the Persian Gulf, we did get to confirm physical damage that was caused calls today to a Bahrainian-flagged oil tanker in the north of the Persian Gulf. That is currently the damage that we saw. We're not exactly sure what caused this. We heard that there was a boat that departed the area right after the explosion, leading us to believe it might have been a planted explosive on the side of the vessel planted by that boat, or it may have been an Iranian anti-ship missile that hit directly along the waterline of this vessel. Nevertheless, the damage was pretty significant, and we can even see right here as well in this video, if it actually plays properly. And it looks like there's a bit of an issue at the moment.
We really can't play that video much anyway, sadly, so it kind of worked out for the better.
Yeah, it kind of worked out for the better right there, I suppose. So unfortunately, we'll have to move on from that clip, but it does appear that the damage was fairly significant. But moving us on down and towards the area of the Strait of Hormuz, which is always the more important point of all locations right now, at least navally within the area, we did get to hear of a fairly interesting little development. A really interesting one. Do y'all remember this? Holy moly! That's the Shahid Bagheri.
Hey, it's the drone carrier, the one that becomes a submarine.
Look at that. You know, folks, the Shahid Bagheri had a very short and very uneventful service life. It was once a bulk aggregate carrier, meaning that it carried things like taconite pellets, sand, and stuff like that, bauxite or all that, from one place to another. Then the Iranians bought it, and they gave it a brand new coat of gray. And then they put this stupid little deck on top that's made out of plywood and tar, and then they put a little jump ramp on the front of it. And the Iranians claimed that this thing would pose a real threat to those wicked infidels that go against the Islamic Republic of Iran, because they would be able to use it to launch off stealth drones and a whole bunch of wide variety of drones to be able to conduct attacks against U.S. carrier groups and destroy them. Well, it appears that the Shahid Bagheri never got to live out those dreams. I heard that apparently the Shahid Bagheri was in such a bad state before this war started that the Make-A-Wish Foundation came by and asked it what its wish was. Sadly, it never even got to get its final wish. The U.S. hit the thing and turned it into what we would describe as a glowing fireball of hell and destruction.
Look at that. Look at that right there. That's crazy. Also, why is it sagging at the back?
It's sagging at the back because it has a Carolina squad. And actually, they helped it out with that. They hit it again at the stern.
Hit them again. There you go. Look at that. That's the way to do it.
I tell you something. It really is a shame.
You know, what's funny about this right here is the namesake, Bagheri. That guy was taken out, I think, during the 12-Day War, if I have that correct.
I think so. I think you're right, actually. I don't think he's around anymore.
He didn't stick around for round two, and then his namesake ship didn't stick around for round three. It's gone.
What a tough turn of events. What a tough turn of events. They lost their only tactical aircraft carrier pretty much at the beginning of the war, by the way, but the footage finally came out today of the strikes on that vessel, and that's why we're showing that today. That did not, by the way, I have to make that incredibly clear, that incident did not happen today. The Shahid Bagheri had actually already been under the sea for about 4 days at this point by the time we got to see this video. We did get a video from today, though, out of Bandar Abbas, and take a look at this little clip. That's the port of Bandar Abbas where the whole Iranian Navy is.
And it looks like a lot of smoke plumes right there. The whole port is smoking.
Wow. You know, I've actually heard, man, that the general surgeon has put out a warning that exposure to Bandar Abbas can lead to cancer.
Man, can you also, by the way, can you imagine being on one of these commercial vessels sitting around right here? Like, can you imagine like the fear? Like, you have the Iranians blowing all kinds of crap up in the Strait of Hormuz whenever they can spot something. You have the U.S. decimating the hell out of the Iranian port. It's like these guys are like right in the middle of a hell of a movie show right here, I tell you.
I tell you, I mean, that is for sure. I mean, I guess you could say, Matthew, if the attacks on the port happen again anytime soon, and it happens at least local time over there around the time everyone's having dinner, I guess all of these sailors are getting dinner and a show.
Dinner and a show, and also possibly maybe a new change of pants, possibly maybe.
Maybe, or maybe bleeding eardrums. It depends on how close the explosions are and how big they are. But moving us on out of Bandar Abbas and on towards the area of the Indian Ocean. I'm about to get you all to I'm actually building us up, by the way, to the big news, folks, that's coming out of Sri Lanka here in a minute. But I got to get us to it. I kind of got to work y'all and ease y'all into it because it is the craziest news to hear. But we were able to hear that the U.S. guided missile destroyer, the USS Mahan, actually launched 9 Tomahawk cruise missiles today at the Islamic Republic of Iran. Let's take a look. Oh, there goes one, and a second, and a third. Look at that. You know what's actually neat? I have to share this with y'all, folks. This is wildly interesting about this sort of a system, is that this thing is what is called a vertical launch system, which is made up of multiple vertical launch cells, or VLS cells. These are on basically every single warship that is in the U.S. Navy, except for the carriers and the LHDs and other sorts of vessels that more so revolve around carrier or more so aircraft operations. These are incredibly unique because it's a whole bunch of individual slots, basically, that they build into the ship, and you can reload them as many times as you want. One thing that's really cool about this, and you'll see this right here, is that every single one of these at the bottom of the vertical launch cell actually has this little tiny opening to allow for the venting of the exhaust. And that means that at the end, or more so in the middle of every 2 rows of cells, there's this little exhaust port or manifold that opens up that allows for all of that force of the missile's rocket motor to actually be vented harmlessly out of that exhaust vent instead of directly upwards where the missile is about to exit out of its own silo. You can actually see that right there.
Very impressive. Also, by the way, every single missile that fires off, there went. My tax check only accounted for like a fraction of the cost of that missile. My tax check just went away. It is vaporized.
You know, it really does put it into perspective. It really does put it all into perspective. But there goes the next one. And there they go, all 9 of them. I hope that they have a fun and safe flight into Iran. We also were able to see the operations of the USS Abraham Lincoln. And they got good with the filming on this one. I mean, let's take a look. This is actually provided, by the way, folks, I have to make this incredibly clear, that this was provided by the United States Central Command. So without further ado, here's the footage. We see them launching a couple of their Super Hornets right here.
They better watch out for the Kuwaiti jets.
Ooh, what's that right there?
What is that?
Let me pull it up. I think I know what that is.
It's got a very nice guided system at the front of it, looks like.
Well, I'll tell y'all something, folks. I just typed in what I thought it was, and sadly I got the designation wrong. I wouldn't be able to tell y'all exactly what kind of weapon system that is, but it is an air-to-ground ordnance. There it goes.
TLAM?
The what?
TLAM, perhaps?
No, that's the Tomahawk. That's a big boy. This thing is a little bit smaller. Oh, a big shout out to the viewer who got this correct. I thank you so much for it. It is actually the Slam ER. A big shout out to Hoppy HF because he actually did get the weapon system correct.
The Slammer?
Yeah, the Slammer.
The Slam ER? Yeah, I love that.
There it is.
Are you sure that doesn't look like the front of it?
Yeah, that's the front of it. See, like, look, you see how it has that one little like line through the middle, and then it's got these interestingly shaped sort of windows for the sensor at the front to be able to look through. If we go back to that aircraft, right here, it is the very same.
Interesting. It looks spherical to me, but maybe I'm just misseeing it.
I think you may not be seeing it well because I'm sharing my screen, but it is definitely a slammer. But we also were able to see a couple of more of them being launched here. This appears to be getting filmed from a helicopter nearby. We can also see a Growler being launched from the deck as well, an EA-18G.
It's being filmed from the orb.
The orb. And there goes another. Oh, an F-35. Nice. There it goes. So, in this particular
Wait
case,
a second. I gotta say something real quick. Hey, what aircraft carrier is this? Like, what's the name?
this is the Abraham Lincoln.
Okay, so I'm just making sure that this is the Abraham Lincoln because I was just remembering something. This aircraft carrier shouldn't exist according to Iran, because I remember Iran said they were going to sink them all in the opening hours of the war. But it's funny though. I think this video right here shows us the carrier intact. Not only that, but I think the Iranian Navy might have completely sunk at this point, but our carrier still stands. I just wanted to point that out.
Wait a minute, didn't we hear that some guy here in America said that a friend of his told him that the Iranians had the ability to destroy all of our carriers, not only around Iran, but basically around the world within minutes of the war starting? What happened to that?
You should always be careful about picking your friends. Pick them carefully.
You know, you should always make sure that your friends aren't, you know, possibly on the payroll of, say, you know, a company that might be based out of Russia. Because generally they're always going to say something like that. You know, I've always noticed that. Whenever I have a friend, like, out of the blue, I'll be like, man, you know, America's doing pretty good. I'll be like, the Islamic Republic of Iran has the capability to destroy every American aircraft carrier, even the ones that are currently in the area of Norfolk, Virginia, and also the area of Bremerton, Washington. I was going, oh, that's weird. You picked up this Russian accent. Who pays you? Russia Today. Oh, there we go. Like, it's like, oh, that's what happened. But anyways, we see them launching this little F-35 right here. Look at the little fella go. And another FA-18 Super Hornet. The carrier operations here are being conducted at an almost 24/7 basis right now. There goes a couple of more slammers on board that Super Hornet. And we see that F-35 getting ready for takeoff right there as well. Now see them getting this one set up onto the catapult. And sending it off.
What about Iran, by the way? What about them? I mean, they have a couple of fighter jets. Like, what about that yak?
Man, the yakety yacked and didn't come back. like it never did.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, you gotta watch out for those guys with those yaks. I tell you what.
Man, I gotta tell you, you really do. It's really, I gotta say, folks, I really love watching this footage. I know it's kind of a little bit wash, rinse, and repeat, but it really is impressive to see the speed at which these carriers can operate and how many sorties they're able to conduct over such a short amount of time. And also how synchronized the carrier crews are at being able to get these aircraft off of the deck as well. That takes a lot of precision, a great deal of training, and a significant amount of coordination. It's basically a choreographed performance every single time one of these aircraft take off on the deck. We can also see them now taking in those who are landing.
Rumor has it that these pilots right here, obviously they're highly trained, as you can tell, but rumor has it that when they laugh there you go, yeah.
We're seeing a couple of more of these coming on in.
You know, not that a yak's that much challenge, like a U.S. pilot.
Also, by the way, folks, this is actually a part of naval landing procedures, if I'm not mistaken right here. Generally, whenever they're about to land, they actually overshoot the carrier on its, if I'm not mistaken, starboard side, making sure to visually identify the carrier. And once they do that, they pass in front of the carrier, and then they make a gradual left turn, and then conduct a straight line back on the port side, heading in reverse past the carrier, and then they come back around, and then they line themselves up towards the flight deck, and then they actually land. And I believe that that's the case, because we can see that both of the arresting hooks on the back of these Super Hornets were actually down and deployed at the time that this flyover was conducted by both of these FA-18 Super Hornets. Here comes another one. Man, I gotta say, it's really something. I mean, they're even buttering the landing on a carrier. I mean, that's really something else right there.
You should have seen the way they buttered the Iranians. These guys just casually coming back from wiping out like a pretty decent fraction of the IRGC.
Man, in the Iranian Navy, and they're just coming back to go to the break room on the carrier. Man, I heard they're having pizza rolls tonight. Don't tell anyone I said that, but I heard that they're going to have pizza rolls and maybe a couple of other goodies in the break room tonight.
And thankfully, they made it back without a Kuwaiti jet taking them down, so that's a blessing.
You know, the Kuwaiti F-18 recognized real. Real recognizes real. It's a no F-15 zone over Kuwait. It's only F-18s. Only the cool dudes are allowed. But anyways, that's generally the end of the clip for the most part. We did get to see some nighttime launches like this one as well. Always impressive to see. But it does show us that a large amount of carrier operations are still being conducted by the Lincoln to a great deal of success. It appears that another vessel has also had a great deal of success to the point it is actually stricken fear in the sailors of the Iranian Navy from there all the way down into the Indian Ocean. Many of y'all will remember that the IRIS Dena, a frigate of the Islamic Republic of Iran, was actually destroyed yesterday and went to the bottom of the sea. We can actually show y'all this vessel right here. And I believe that Wikipedia actually updated showing the hit right here. I'll remind you all of that with that clip.
I
This
love that
is
they added that, by the way. That's a nice record.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, look, it's actually OSINT Technicals. Look at that. That's pretty cool. It was actually sourced from there. But the IRIS Dena went down to the bottom of the sea largely with most of their hands on board when the vessel sank. This has stricken fear in the entire Iranian Navy, and we've actually been able to hear today, folks, the exact submarine that did it. And we have to give a huge shout out to the submarine that did it. They're the first submarine in the entirety of the U.S. Navy since 1945 that has claimed a ship kill at sea with a torpedo. It is the USS Charlotte, a Los Angeles-class nuclear-powered attack submarine. This is the one that actually did that to the IRIS Dena. This picture is not from, say, just recently. This is actually from a little while ago. And you can actually see another picture of the Charlotte right here when it was also underway with a autonomous submersible vehicle attached to it for the SEALs to operate from in a prior exercise that was conducted. But nevertheless, it was the USS Charlotte that conducted the successful launch of that torpedo, and we have to give a huge shout out to the crew on board the USS Charlotte that were able to do that. It was an absolutely amazing and flawless sort of an operation, and truly one of a historical era. But moving on from that, it has put a lot of fear into the Iranian Navy. We got to hear today that an entire Iranian ship surrendered today to the Sri Lankans. The IRINS Bushehr, that vessel right there, hull number 422, has chosen to intern itself at a neutral port and will remain docked at Sri Lanka's Trincomalee Harbor until the end of the war. We also were able to hear a little bit of additional information about this vessel today and I gotta say that is absolutely abysmal looking right there. It looks like it's already sinking, honestly.
Oh man, looks like they're about to go like fishing for cod or shrimping or something like that. this thing does not look like it's a naval vessel.
I gotta say, Matthew, did you hear anything about a guy called Forrest Gump wanting to own this thing for shrimp fishing? Because I heard that he's going to try and open up Bubba Gump Shrimp Company, I think, with this thing in tow. But outside of that, the entire crew of the Iranian auxiliary ship Bushehr surrendered to Sri Lankan authorities today. In total, 208 crew members did surrender to the Sri Lankan government, and the Sri Lankan authorities have been in constant contact with the crew, the captain of the ship, and the Iranian embassy, which has kept Tehran informed of developments throughout the process. Following consultations, the government has offered to take the crew and ship under its custody in accordance with agreed procedures and international conventions, meaning that the United States indirectly knocked this auxiliary out of action today due to how scared they were of what would happen to them if they tried to make it back to Iran like the Dena.
Man, could you imagine being this desperate to basically save a shrimping trawler? Like this is basically what this thing is. They are so desperate not to get this thing torpedoed that they're like, please, Sri Lanka, please, we'll surrender to you and literally let you hold the thing. We can't risk it being lost. That's how badly their navy has been taken apart and destroyed for the most part. They are desperate not to even lose their shrimping trawler. They at least have to have the trawler left in the navy, or otherwise they won't have anything.
Man, I heard, that, by the way, that Gordon Lightfoot, the one of fame for creating the song Edmund Fitzgerald, will now be creating a new song with very much the same sort of a melody called the IRIS Dena. Has anyone heard down of the triple one on down of the big ocean they call the Indian Ocean? I mean, it's like, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I heard, folks, that the IRIS Dena was only about 10 miles from Whitefish Harbor, and it appears they didn't make it, but it does appear that the Bushehr decided to make it to Whitefish Harbor before it ended up getting obliterated by the USS Charlotte. So it appears that the submarine force of the U.S. Navy has stricken fear, absolute unparamount fear, into the Iranian Navy to the point that ships that are still out at sea right now are actually willing to surrender themselves to completely just foreign nations wherever they're at, so that way they don't end up getting torpedoed in the middle of the open sea and end up meeting a watery grave like 150 of the sailors on board the Dena did just yesterday. So quite an interesting development, I have to say. But moving on from that, and out of the little bit of news that we were able to hear out of Sri Lanka today, it appears that the United States Navy is truly a force to be feared, at least by the Iranians. And a lot of people are wondering, really more so at this point, about some further developments that we have been able to hear. We did get to hear today that the Islamic Republic of Iran has continued to hit refineries within the Gulf states, including a larger refinery, and really the only one that was within Bahrain, which we were able to see on fire in this clip right here after Iranian drones were successful in being able to hit the refinery, which we largely understand knocked it out. We also were able to see an additional clip here of the hit that was seen near to the refinery. We see the incoming missile right there, as a matter of fact, making it through the air defenses and slamming right down into the refinery. It does appear that the Iranians are continuing a campaign against most Gulf state refineries that are near to the area of the Persian Gulf, and this is leading a lot of people to wonder how much damage is going to be caused to the refining capabilities of these Middle Eastern countries, and not only that, in extension, the global crude oil markets as well, which, while aren't directly connected at least to the refineries and their operations within the Gulf states, still are greatly affected by the Iranian attacks and hostilities that are being seen in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. And Matthew, what are people currently thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so it does appear that largely speaking, the Iranians are trying to go after the oil refineries, which is actually, not to give credit here, but it's actually a decent strategy for Iran to go after those refineries because that is what's actually hurting Russia. Russia is going down the toilet because Ukraine keeps hitting refineries. So it's striking at the money. And when you start striking at the money, that starts causing problems if it keeps up. And right now, Iran appears to be keeping that up for the most part. We're seeing, like we mentioned before, a major oil field in Iraq has been shut down. We've also seen several refineries hit in various different Gulf states, including the one we just watched as well. So how bad is the effect going to be? It looks like 40% said devastating only if the war lasts a very long time, while 30% said it will be devastating pretty soon, pretty much right now, and 21% said it will be minimal to the West. So, unfortunately, if the West can't prevent these strikes, which right now it appears to be we are struggling to stop the oil refineries from getting hit, this is going to be devastating. I'm not going to mince any words about that. That will put the hurt on the West financially, and that will cause a major effect. Of course, they'll have to keep this up in order for it to cause a major effect, but I think they are. And also, by the way, we're hearing concerning reports that apparently there's not enough missile interceptors to keep shooting this stuff down. So that means coming up the next few days, if not the next few weeks, then the U.S. forces are going to get very selective about what they're shooting down, which means they might have to sacrifice refineries in order to save the troops at the bases. So that's not a good position to be in. So I think we're in kind of some trouble, at least for right now. Hopefully we can get that fixed soon. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that we're generally going to be seeing that the damage is going to start becoming pretty significant at the moment because there has been what I can only describe as a significant oversight on U.S. strategy and planning, which is keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. The refineries really don't have a lot of impact, at least right now, on us here in America. To explain a little bit about how the world's oil industry largely works, oil is refined on into a usable fuel basically at the site of consumption. So no country in the world is buying gasoline or diesel from the Middle East. Saudi Arabia is refining some of its oil and some of the imported oil that they do ship in from time to time to be able to keep their economy and their nation running, meaning that this will start to directly affect the usable amount of fuel reserves within the Middle East as this continues to occur, where more refineries are being knocked out. The general larger problem here, however, at least for the global situation on the global economy, is the fact that the crude oil that would be shipped normally to countries like, say, China or the United Kingdom or even the United States aren't going to be able to get access to Middle Eastern crude oil to then bring to their refineries and then offload there to then be refined into a usable fuel product that could then be introduced to the U.S. market, either for a transportation company to use or for y'all to fill up your cars at the gas pump, or maybe even your trucks with diesel if you have a truck that runs on diesel. And that is really where the problem lies at the moment. And still, according to Marine Tracker, just to show you this right here, I want to show you this really quickly. Currently, we are seeing a fairly limited number of ships within the strait. There is one right here. This is a LPG tanker that successfully did make it through the strait today, from what we understand. And we also see that there is a general cargo vessel, a tug, and also a couple, from what we can tell. I'm trying to see if we can get information on this. Smaller tankers that are trying to pass through right now in a general cargo vessel and also another general cargo vessel as well. But right now we understand that tanker traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has plummeted to 92% of what it was before the war started. Crude oil prices are already rising quite rapidly. Since just the 2nd of March, when the markets reopened for trading, we've seen that the price per barrel of oil has jumped up by about $14, from $66 a barrel to $80 a barrel. That is a significant increase over a short period of time. And as a matter of fact, it's up about 25% of what it was just 5 days ago. That is a significant issue because that means that every single country in the world right now, when they're buying oil, they're buying it at $80 a barrel, which is 25% more than what they were having to buy it for before. That means, and also, if I said 92% more, I didn't mean 92% less, by the way. I just saw someone say in the chat. But that means if they're buying it at $80 a barrel, that means that that is now being factored in, that 25% increase of cost per barrel of oil, into the final cost of the fuel, the gasoline and the diesel, that they're going to be selling to all of y'all. And that means that for all the companies that are involved in transportation prices are going to increase due to the cost of fuel. And that also means for y'all are going to see increasing prices at the pump, which we're already hearing about right now, as we've seen some of the largest price hikes for U.S. gasoline since 2005 happening over the past few days. This has been a significant and absolutely horrendous strategic oversight, to be entirely honest with y'all, that the United States went into, because just to let y'all know, the President of the United States directly stated when asked, do you think the Strait of Hormuz and the blockage of possible oil shipments would be an issue? He stated right before the war began, I don't think that's going to be an issue at all, and who really even cares? The price of oil will not be affected. And it's already been affected by a 25% increase in just the first 5 days of the war. If the U.S. does not find a way to open the Strait of Hormuz soon, within the next 2 weeks, the price per barrel of oil is easily going to start to surpass about $100 per barrel of oil. That's a guarantee at this point. It's already going to probably make it to 90 or the high 90s at a minimum, even if we start acting heavily right now to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But the fact that there has been absolutely no consideration made to global supply chains or logistics is quite literally an amateur failing and an amateur error. I mean, we literally were talking about that endlessly when we're saying a war will need to be started with Iran. We'll have to see it happen, but at the same time, we can't also do nothing about the Strait of Hormuz. That needs to be our top priority, because if the global oil supply chain starts to collapse, that's going to end up being pretty disastrous. And we're already starting to see that at the moment, if things remain unchanged, this is going to end up being rather disastrous for the global economy. But with that in mind, I hope that does address that the best I can, in my opinion, at least in that sort of a situation. But we've also been able to hear of another little bit of a development at the moment as well, as we have been able to hear that according to some U.S. officials, the White House is currently scrambling to support the escalating conflict with Iran, and a lot of people have been putting in their opinions at this point on what the U.S. is really doing, because there's also been general rumors surrounding, due to the fact that, one, the Pentagon has now confirmed to the Congress that it was unprepared for drone warfare and didn't expect it to be a significant threat. Two, we're also seeing that the Strait of Hormuz and the possible closure of the Strait of Hormuz wasn't even considered to be a major issue, although that is probably the largest issue that we would see on our end that would come out of the entire conflict, is the stoppage of about 40% of the globe's oil from making it out into the global markets. And three, we're now also hearing that apparently the U.S. didn't really expect the Iranian government to survive possibly this long or put up this much resistance, and so now they're trying to figure out how to try and bomb them maybe a little bit more into submission to see that they then might agree to U.S. demands. So Matthew, what are people thinking about that at the moment in the overall picture, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so there are reports out there claiming right now that allegedly the U.S. is scrambling to support the escalating war in Iran because it's apparently getting more out of control than they anticipated. So what is your take? 44% said I agree. The planning seems to have fallen a bit short, while 28% said I disagree. The U.S. is doing good enough, and 22% said somewhat, but that's slightly exaggerated about the whole scrambling description. So I would say generally, I will admit, we're actually doing pretty decent. Like when it comes to the offensive operations against Iran, the U.S. is doing pretty good. We are taking out a lot of sites. We're hitting a lot of different places. And also, in the first 30 seconds of the war, the entire top Iranian government was pretty much decapitated. So it's largely gone well offensively, but there's one major crux where the U.S. was really not well prepared for, and it's a big issue. They were not prepared to deal with the cheap drone threat. They were still not ready for that. They went into the situation expecting to be able to handle it, and we've been personally warning for a long time that we need to be much more prepared about that situation. And I thought that maybe they would be, considering that they just launched a war on Iran, but it looks like we were not prepared for it. So there's a lot of implications from that. Number one, it's going to have a financial effect because they're hitting the oil refineries and also oil depots in the region, and that's going to hurt the Gulf states and the partners in the region. That's a big one. Also, number two, it's putting our service members at risk, because if we can't shoot these things down reliably, then that means higher casualties. So that's a huge huge problem as well. And also, apparently, we're now having to pick and choose which targets we're shooting down because we're running out of interceptors. So on the defensive side of things, we have failed on the defensive side of things. It's not going good defensively. Offensively, it's going fine. Defensively, there's a huge oversight. So overall, I would say I'm with the 22%. They're somewhat scrambling, but that's only half the story. They're kind of exaggerating that to a certain degree. But remember, though, before the war started, there was a leak out of the Pentagon. There was somebody who was anonymous that came out and leaked to the mainstream media and said that the U.S. wasn't fully ready to defend itself against the Iranian threat. It turns out, in hindsight, whoever that was apparently had pretty good foresight. That appears to be the case. So, we'll win the war, but unfortunately, due to this issue with defense, we might have higher casualties than we could have otherwise, which is going to be very unfortunate because that could result in service members getting hurt or even worse. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would generally be with a 22% as well. It's somewhat been unsupported, but I have to say that there has been some absolutely critical oversights at the moment. As far as the operations are going right now, they are going incredibly well. If we were to speak about, say, damage that has been caused, the Iranians have caused far less damage to us and the coalition than we have caused to them. We have caused an insurmountable amount of damage to Iran's military and governmental capabilities already inside the country. So if we're talking about the amount of damage inflicted par to par, we're far outbeating them at the moment, and the amount of damage that they can inflict on us. So clearly, things are going, at least on the strategic side of things, fairly well, all things considered, at least for right now. But there have been a couple of failings, at least at the moment, that we have seen that should have been understood or addressed, because we were even talking about it here on the channel. We're not involved in having all of the information and intelligence available to the Department of Defense and the Office of the President. Like, for one, I had stated multiple times on the channel, and many people who have been around since then would be able to attest to this, that the Strait of Hormuz has to be opened. The number one priority for us at the beginning of that conflict should have been to conduct a decapitation strike, which we talked about before, and then to immediately go after Iran's air defense across the entirety of the country. And once the air defense has largely been mitigated, then to destroy the transport-erector launchers that fire off the missiles and drones, and then to also ensure that this passage through the Strait of Hormuz and the complete destruction of the Iranian Navy and any other threat that they posed would also be eliminated as well, so that way safe passage could then begin. That wasn't really taken into consideration, because we have seen that the Iranians have largely been able to effect a blockade at this point on the Strait of Hormuz, and while we were successful in step one, ensuring that they were not able to create a minefield, we have not been able to stop them from still posing a significant threat to shipping in the area from land-based anti-ship missile launchers, which are still operational at this moment in that area. So even if the Iranians don't have a navy, they don't need a navy, at least for the Strait of Hormuz. They can still operate anti-ship missiles within the area to great effect, and we've already seen that they have in prior days. Vessels have already been hit, and their power has been knocked out within that area, leaving them adrift and leaving the vessels abandoned by their crews, leading to a total loss. For that reason, the United States Air Force and Navy needs to prioritize slamming and destroying Iranian anti-ship missile defenses around the area of the Strait of Hormuz and anything that's left of the Iranian Navy. We then need to immediately take several of our Arleigh Burke-class destroyers and attach them to escort duties. We need to rally up a whole bunch of tankers that we can, tankers only, into a convoy, and then send them through the Strait of Hormuz with the protection of the Burks into the Persian Gulf. And once those Arleigh Burks make it into the Persian Gulf, they will then take a whole bunch of other tankers from the Persian Gulf, and then they will ferry them under the protection of U.S. arms out of the Strait of Hormuz and then back into the open sea. Right now, that is the best case scenario to see that at least some semblance of normal global oil trading is still ongoing within this area. If that does not happen anytime soon, this is going to become an unmitigated disaster. And I don't really care what people say in the chat, because I see some people disagreeing and you don't know how the logistics of this works. Oil prices are dictated by the cost and availability of a barrel of oil per the demand. So if there is about 14 million less barrels of oil available per day, and the whole world needs still 40 million barrels of oil, the price rises. And yeah, America would make money, but you're not making that money. I don't think that any of y'all are Exxon executives. The Exxon company would be making a lot more money from selling American oil to other countries, but none of y'all would be making any extra money. Do not be mistaken. They are also having to factor in the fact that even in the United States of America, that barrel of oil now costs a whole lot more. And that is going to be factored into the cost when they sell that diesel, aviation-grade jet fuel, or gasoline to a company that needs it or to y'all at the gas pumps. That means that you're going to be spending a lot more money for consumer goods, for groceries, for food, for transportation, for quite literally everything. If you don't believe me, you can just talk to people who are a little bit older than you, maybe your parents possibly, who lived through the 1970s oil crisis, because that happened exactly the same way it's happening right now back then, and it was an unmitigated economic and logistical disaster.
You know, the interesting thing is about this, now that Venezuela is like in this weird quasi state of being allies with the United States, only because they're forced to be, by the way, because they still hate us. And obviously, Delcy, who's currently in charge of Venezuela, she's reluctantly working with the U.S. because her alternative is she's going to get ousted. So it's like a forced alliance, basically. It's not really something of volition. Let's just put it that way. But the weird part is Venezuela and the United States are going to be where these countries turn to for oil. Like, for example, China. If they can't get oil out of the Middle East, they're going to be turning to Venezuela, which is now aligned with the United States. And also, I would assume the U.S. is going to ramp up their refining capacities as well to try to offset that. So it's weird that, also, by the way, not to mention that, one more thing before I forget it. Apparently, the U.S. is letting Russia buy oil from India again. Apparently, they've issued a 30-day waiver to let Russia buy oil from India, which is weird because we had previously told Russia, you're not buying anything else from India. We're putting sanctions on you, and that's the end of it. But now all of a sudden we're letting them buy oil from India again. So it's going to cause the oil prices to go up, like no doubt about it. But our enemies are going to be looking to us at this time instead of the other way around.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and it's a situation that should be getting addressed because it is one that is going to end up causing significant problems around the entirety of the globe. It's not only going to affect us, it's going to affect everyone else. It's going to affect the Chinese. I mean, this actually does have the groundwork, folks, to create a global economic recession, much like it did in the 70s, when there was also another oil crisis that happened very similar to this one for basically the very same reasons as well. But moving on from, it wasn't the U.S. going to war with Iran, by the way, folks. It was actually the Iran-Iraq war that happened during that time, and that's when the oil crisis happened, and it was a whole deal with that. But anyways, moving on from that.
Also, real quick, it's the other way around with India and Russia, by the way. I misspoke with that. I said it the opposite way around, just to make that perfectly clear.
And so with that, we are going to be moving on after that clarification there, on into the rest of the news that we have for the night, and also from the Middle East. We have also been able to hear, and this is one that I got to say is not really a great one to hear either today, that apparently the Houthis are now going to be getting involved in conducting military operations around the area of the southern Red Sea. The Houthi leader Abdul Malik al-Houthi, which has somehow survived multiple largely decapitation strikes by both us and also the Israelis, has stated that the group stands with Iran and is ready to act at any moment. If the Houthis now conduct that action, that then also means that intermodal traffic that is passing through the Red Sea, and more importantly through the Suez Canal, would also be impassable at that point, and then they would have to take the incredibly long venture that is a lot longer and a lot costlier around the entirety of Africa to be able to make it between the European and American intermodal ports and then the Chinese intermodal ports and those within Southeast Asia. So it also appears that we may be seeing that not only is the Islamic Republic of Iran going to be able to try and cut off and create a significant oil issue at the moment, it also appears that the Houthis, which are a proxy of Iran and their ally, will also be trying to conduct an attempt to be able to completely shut off the Suez Canal as well, which will be a significant issue really for most operations within the area. Meaning that we would also have to conduct a military operation again, or a war more so, against the Yemeni Houthis within western Yemen, and largely either bury them under a large amount of firepower, or see that their anti-ship missile batteries and drone launchers are also continuously knocked out as well, and that there are ships within this area of the southern Red Sea to be able to defend vessels from incoming attacks by Houthi forces. But moving us on out of that, we've also been able to hear within the United Arab Emirates that the United Arab Emirates has reported that they are running dangerously low on interceptors used to shoot down Iranian projectiles. That was according to officials within the UAE and Qatar today. And we also were able to see that, however, at the same time, the UAE is still operational with air defense interceptors, and they are shooting down a larger number of the incoming Iranian missiles and drones as of today. We can see the UAE's missile interceptors going up.
Man, poor old UAE, they're getting hit hard for some reason.
Yeah, they really are, honestly.
You know, the report came out today saying that they've been hit the most out of everybody. In fact, they've been hit more than Israel, oddly enough.
Yeah, it's really crazy, honestly. And they've also been trying to intercept as many of them as they can, and they've intercepted a humongous amount. But they're pretty much down there almost on their own. The French are providing a little bit of limited air defense to the UAE right now, but the U.S. has provided very little air defense for the UAE, so they've been generally been fighting a war with Iran almost on their own at this point, and they're getting close to running out of air defense interceptors themselves. However, in Qatar, we were able to get a little bit better news. We were able to hear that the U.S. has only lost, in terms of air power losses that have been confirmed, 3 Reapers, and one of them was lost to Qatari friendly fire. So we can now confirm that 3 F-15Es and 1 MQ-9 Reaper have been taken down from friendly fire. The 3 F-15s from Kuwait, the 1 Reaper from Qatar. We understand that the other 2 were directly shot down over Iran, which we did have video evidence of, but to be entirely honest with y'all, the loss of a Reaper is not that big of a deal. They are fairly expensive aircraft, but there are no manned operators on board, and not only that, hell, Reapers are a lot more limited in their firepower capacity than, say, a larger conventional manned aircraft like an F-15 or an F-16, so it's not the largest losses that we've ever heard of, and generally these would be considered quite acceptable at the moment. But moving on from that and out of that area of the Persian Gulf, it's now time for us to move on into the Islamic Republic of Iran and all of the significant news that has been coming out of Iran today that is showing that the United States and Israeli armed forces are still conducting significant and pretty damaging actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran and are causing major damage. But before we get on into all of that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to 170,000 people who have been here tonight so far, and I hope that y'all been enjoying the stream. If y'all have been, please make sure to subscribe. We run these streams every single day and every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, making sure to cover as much news of the ongoing war that we can. And of course, trying to give most accurate analysis as we can of the conflict as well. But before we move on into the rest of the news, and particularly everything that happened inside of Iran today, and everything that also happened against Azerbaijan, which was attacked by the Iranians today, I do want to make sure that we get at least 3 questions from the chat here before we move on. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first 3 super chats of the night. The first one is going to go to none other than Campbell's Soup, who put in a $100 support. A very massive support, by the way, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And we, of course, appreciate you helping to keep the channel running as well. I was just making sure they didn't leave a comment, and it appears that is the case. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you for the massive support, Campbell Soup. You didn't throw in a comment, but we are massively appreciative of your support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this possible and keep it rolling. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed it incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $100 support from Fred Vreeman. And thank you, Fred, as well, for that very generous support, just like Campbell Soup threw in. And Fred said, any news on how Israel's Iron Beam is doing against drones? And it's supposed to protect out to 5 to 6 miles. Now, you know, there was a claim out there that there was a video allegedly showing the Iron Beam firing at a drone. We couldn't confirm it, by the way, and also it didn't appear to be the Iron Beam. I think people were getting mixed up about what system it was. I think there was a bit of a mix-up with that, but we're also hearing that not only is the Iron Beam allegedly being used, we just don't have footage of it. We're hearing that the Helios, which is a naval-based laser system that's on U.S. naval vessels, is also being used for the first time as well. But for whatever reason, they're not publishing a lot of video of that being used. I'm not sure why that is, but we're not really getting a visual evidence of it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that we haven't really seen the Iron Beam operational all too much, and there was one clip that looked like it might have been the Iron Beam, but we were never able to actually confirm it. But so far, from what we know, directed energy weapons are in fairly low supply for really every armed force around the world, and we've hardly seen any of them that are operational or have been put to effective service. At the moment, most directed energy weapons like the Iron Beam, also the Thor here in the United States, the Dragonfire in the UK, they have generally gotten past the proof of concept phase to where a working prototype is functional, but there isn't a large amount of them that have been deployed out there on the field, which is actually something that we've talked about before, because usually in the mind of the public, if a weapon system is ever announced, it's automatically just imagine that there's like 800 of those that are already ready to go and usable. But the reality of it is that in the defense industry, whenever something is announced, it usually has just been proven to just finally work. And there is really just that one, maybe a second one that came before it. And then they're going to get on into serial production of that vehicle or that system and then produce them in the hundreds, which would then take years to see that hundreds of them had finally been produced. So From what we generally would tell at the moment, there hasn't been a large amount of use of the iron beams within Israel, and also the heavily touted laser-based air defenses that many people claim the United States just had in the thousands also don't exist anywhere in the Middle East either. We have not seen a single laser-based air defense system used by the U.S. military within the Middle East right now, which once again has made it a lot more pressingly clear that prior warnings that some sort of a stopgap air defense measure should have been taken against drones should have been heeded and listened to, because it was quite obvious, by all accounts, the U.S. has not been able to mass produce laser-based air defenses. And so for that reason, we generally are seeing right now, like a lot of people are talking about, that the U.S. and our allies in the region are running out of missile-based interceptors, because missile-based interceptors are made generally to shoot down enemy aircraft and enemy ballistic missiles, or cruise missiles for that matter. They were never made or designed to have to deal with massive swarms of hundreds of incredibly cheap and inexpensive one-way drones, and that's something that we've seen has generally started to overwhelm them at this point, requiring a new form of air defense. But with that, I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And there is a little bit of a silver lining that we're about to get to today. We've actually heard that a great ally of the U.S. has actually offered some assistance in defending against drones, and we'll be getting to that here in just a little bit. But before we get to that, I do want to make sure that we address one last question from the chat here before we move on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, so our last one of this segment goes to Chris Feilbach. He puts in a $50 support. And thank you, Chris, as well, for that generous support.
Hey!
He said that today's orb word is orbit. An orbit is the image, math term, of the trajectory function, describing the motion of the body around a central mass. The orbit shows the body's path over time, and the mass is often a body or star, an LLT LSA.
And thank you so much for the orb word of the day, Chris Feilbach, and supporting this channel and helping it keep running, because it is folks like you who make this thing possible and help it to keep running. So humongous thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And moving on from this question segment and on into the rest of our news, while the United States has had a significant issue dealing with drone warfare, we did get to hear of something that was wildly interesting today, an unlikely sort of a proposition of a sort. Many people in the United States of America have opinions on Ukraine. Some people say that Ukraine is a great ally of the United States, which is currently fighting a war for its own survival against the imperialist Russian Federation, which intends on Ukraine's destruction and also the destruction of most of the eastern frontier of the NATO alliance. Others say that Ukraine is a terrible country and Zelensky, the coke fiend, is only working to deprive America and run their pockets to be able to enrich himself wrongfully. Well, while some people may be saying absolutely dubious stuff like that about the Ukrainians, it appears that the Ukrainians have come around to help us out today. Zelensky has actually offered today, and we were able to hear that this was openly stated by the Ukrainians, that the United States has requested specific support in protection against Shaheds in the Middle East, something that the Ukrainians are wildly experienced in. And Zelensky gave instructions to provide the necessary means and ensure the presence of Ukrainian specialists in the Middle East, alongside the United States, who can guarantee the required security. Ukraine helps partners who help ensure our security and protect the lives of our people. And glory to Ukraine, or Slava Ukraini, as it's usually called. So it does appear that at the moment, the Ukrainians are actually helping us out a little bit. I gotta say, it's something else right there. Have y'all seen that? Can y'all believe that? The Ukrainians, after all this time of running our pockets and just screwing over Americans and wanting Americans dead, they're coming around to try and save American soldiers' lives in the Middle East. Now, what do you imagine of that?
Honestly, that's a good move right there. And of course, some people are going to say, well, Ukraine owes it to us. I would agree. I think Ukraine does owe it to us at this point. We provided Ukraine a ton of help, especially during the last administration. They got a whole bunch of help. But at the same time, though, Ukraine could have screwed us over. They could have said, well, we're not going to do that. They could have said that, but they didn't say that. Zelensky, he took the high road. Right now, the U.S. is taking a very hardline stance with Ukraine right now. In fact, I just saw a post yesterday that Zelensky got bashed again by the United States. So in the midst of all that trouble, Zelensky did the right thing. He gave the interceptors. And I have a feeling that one day we'll be very glad that Ukraine is on our side, because they are experts at drone warfare. And I think that will come in handy in the near future. I think that'll be critical to U.S. security very soon.
And it certainly does appear that it will be a fairly beneficial thing to U.S. security. The Ukrainians are basically the masters of drone warfare in the offense and the defense so far. Over the course of really the past 4 years, they've ended up making what we would consider to be the most advanced drone warfare doctrine on the planet. The only people who come close to the Ukrainians' competence in drone warfare is the Russians, and that's only because the Russians have had to try and find a way to not get obliterated by Ukrainian drone forces over the past 4 years. And that means that the Ukrainians are now actually proving to be an indispensable ally of the United States of America, because due to their provisions of drone defenses, or more so drone offensive and defensive forces, they will actually be helping us to be, largely ensuring that U.S. forces take less losses within the Middle East, and that more of our soldiers will be able to return home alive rather than dead. So pretty good to hear, and I gotta say a huge shout out and thanks to the Ukrainians for being willing to offer this sort of support to the United States of America in our time of need. And I think that's a fairly important thing to remember, folks, that people who are that selfless, even in the midst of a war for their very survival, that they'd be willing to help us out, that's the kind of ally that money really cannot buy right there. And I think that it's largely important for us to consider that we should be providing ordnance and munitions to Ukraine that aren't necessary for our current war effort in the Middle East, so that way they can continue to fight the Russians to great effect and see that they will eventually be able to come out on top and victorious as well in their own conflict against another enemy of the United States, the Russian Federation.
So also, by the way, I think Zelensky might have gotten something out of it. By the way, there was rumors that Zelensky negotiated for PAC-2 interceptor missiles for the Patriot, which, that's fair enough. Like, he's trying to get defense missiles, that way he protects the civilians. So that's the allegation. They're alleging that in exchange for the interceptors that Ukraine's going to be giving to the United States to use in the Middle East, that the U.S. is going to also pass them a couple of PAC-2 Patriot interceptors as well, which seems like a pretty fair trade to me, I would say.
I would say that that'd be a pretty fair trade, but I mean, still outside of that, they could have just not offered the support. And the fact that they went out of their way to offer it, basically, largely for free. I mean, we'll take those packs off of your hands. Like, it's like, that's not too bad of a deal. Generally, that's a good ally to have. They provide us with a great deal of technology and expertise of their own regard, and then we give them a little bit of bombs to slam the Russians with again. So, it's a mutual sort of an exchange here. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the news that actually came out of the Islamic Republic of Iran today. And we have gotten some absolutely interesting news out of Iran. The U.S. and Israel have been slamming the Iranians once more today, and to great effect. Down near Bushehr, we were able to see that a airfield within the Bushehr city area was directly hit by U.S. attacks today in this clip. That's the end of that clip right there, but really interesting to see. Moving on from that and on north of Bushehr, we also were able to see that up in the area of Kazvin, there was also a little bit of an anti-government action that was taken today. A billboard with Ali Khamenei on it actually was burned down. Oh, terrible.
Amen.
Man, how sad. Also, while that was getting burned down, we also saw that the entire Parchin military facility was also getting burned down, apparently by U.S. airstrikes. Let's take a gander. Oh. Oh my God.
Oh.
I think Parchin's gone.
I think it's parched.
Man, they need some water. Oh, wait. But anyways, moving us on and into the city of Tehran itself, we also were able to hear a couple of interesting, larger statements pertaining to the situation. According to some U.S. intelligence, they're stating that they see no signs of uprisings or internal splits in Iran at the moment, which is showing that the protesters generally aren't enthused to go out into the streets just yet, or maybe even at all. We're not really, it's hard to say, but there isn't really any sorts of splits, rifts, or uprisings that are happening in Iran currently. We also were able to hear that the foreign minister of Iran, Arachi, did state that Iran is ready for a U.S. ground invasion, which, it's not going to be a U.S. one yet. It's a Kurdish one.
Look at that eagle right there with the guns, man.
Oh, yeah, it's got a mech.
Look at that. That thing's swole. Look at that thing.
Dang, man, it's got glasses and everything.
That's crazy work.
Man, I'm not going to lie. That's actually pretty baller right there. I've never seen that before in my life. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Man,
Yeah, I like that.
Patriotism, really. I mean, it's something else. But we also were able to see as well that the United States has been able to confirm, or the Israelis have actually been able to confirm, that 3,000 Iranian soldiers and personnel have been killed in the current conflict, according to Israeli estimates. So, as far as the casualty reports are going, the United States has lost about 6 killed, and I believe at this point it's about 20 wounded, if I'm not mistaken. And the Iranians have taken 3,000 dead, and we do not know how many have been wounded at this point. But generally, if we were to take a proper assumption that casualties in terms of fatalities to wounded are usually about a 4-to-1 ratio. If there was about 3,000 or so Iranians that have been killed, or IRGC members that have been killed, there's about an additional 12,000 wounded. So far, the United States and the coalition is doing incredibly well compared to the Iranians in terms of the amount of losses that we've taken, and also in the terms of the amount of damage that we've been able to inflict on them versus the amount of damage that they've been able to inflict on us. Moving on from that, we also have been able to see that Tehran has been hammered significantly over the course of the past 24 hours. Major explosions were seen within western Tehran here, as we were able to see. The birds, they chirp.
This guy was sniffling in the background because he was so moved by this moment.
Man, the air is so fresh, and this guy was on a jog. He was so fit.
He said, "What am I smelling?" He said, "I'm smelling gunpowder."
Man, nothing good. Like, at least for the Iranian government, it wasn't anything good. We also got to see some footage that was published today, folks, of the USS strikes on what appeared to be, and I'm going to show you where this looked to be, at the Mehrabad International Airport. Now, that was something interesting, because if you look down here, if you take a look down here, folks, if you just take a little gander down, look down here, damn it. This is where the Iranian Air Force is based out of, and also some spare aircraft that they just keep around as well, like transports and stuff, like the 747s. But you can see a larger number of C-130s and other smaller transport aircraft like these right here as well that are here at the Mehrabad International Airport. And just about every single clip that I saw in this unclassified footage here generally looked as though they were targeting and striking the Iranian Air Force's strategic airlift capabilities at the Mehrabad International Airport in Tehran. So here's the clip. There goes one. Here goes a couple of others.
You know what's crazy about this right here is they have hardened shelters, or at least shelters in some form or another for their aircraft, but Russia still really doesn't have those in big numbers.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you see that? Oh my God, it's a second Yak 130. Oh my God, it's another one. They blew up another one on the ground.
Man, those Yaks just can't catch a break.
Man, you know, it is kind of interesting, though, how Iran is, like, technically a lot poorer than the Russians and has a far smaller military budget, but they have hardened shelters and the Russians don't.
Yeah, it seems like Iran invested in more of the right stuff, which is crazy because, Iran's not what you'd call, it's not a superpower by any means, but they had enough sense to actually invest in these. But unfortunately, though, it didn't work out. It turns out that they could get hit anyway, and the U.S. took care of it.
Man, I like how they're like, yes, concrete shelter. And then the U.S. is like, open door. Like, they just send the hellfire straight in through the open door. And it's like, I don't know who in the world thought that was a good design idea. Let's make the top hardened, but let's leave the front and the back wide open, where a precision guided munition could literally just fly right into it. A little bit goofy on that end.
They didn't opt for that feature. It was out of their price range.
Man, they said, too expensive of an upgrade kit. We'll just keep it with no doors. And they're like, oh, okay. And then, like, now they're paying dearly for it. But we also were able to see air defense that was active over Tehran earlier in the day, but we didn't really see it active all the time. It just kind of like sporadically turned on, like it was on a timer, and then it would turn off. So here's the clip of the air defense.
دیدی نور پشت ساختمون رو می‌بینی؟ آره. ابرا داره روشن میشه.
I don't think the air defense did much.
That's that Chinese and Russian air defense. Works great every time.
Man, that stuff is high quality, like high quality, at least in the way that it turns into a small amount of glitter or debris after it explodes. It's really impressive, honestly. We also got to see the entire city in flames as well in this clip.
That's a duplicate, isn't it?
No, this is actually fresh.
Oh, that's fresh.
Yeah, this. You see the other one, Matthew. The explosions were happening in what appeared to be a singular hillside. This is actually a saddle, a different geological feature.
Interesting. Very fascinating.
Very fascinating indeed. And we also were able to see that apparently a fifth intelligence base within the capital of Tehran was destroyed today in the strike. So it does appear that as far as things are going, there is some things that were, of course, woefully overlooked, like the threat of drones and also the closure of the Strait of Hormuz that weren't really considered in the grander strategy. But at the same time, as far as our military operations are going against Iran, I mean, they're going wildly well, and we generally are coming out on top on most, if not all, confrontations. Actually, as a matter of fact, all confrontations directly with the Iranian military, we have come out on top at this point. We did get to see within the area of Azerbaijan that there was an Iranian drone attack within the area of Nakhchivan within Azerbaijan. Apparently, from what we were able to hear, there was two people who were injured as a result of this explosion, which we can see in this clip right here. And, ooh, dang, that's unfortunate to see. And also as a result of that, we also were able to see that the Azerbaijanis had to shut down their airspace for around a total of 12 hours as a result of this. We were able to hear that the Baku FIR according Sector South closed due to operational reasons, or operational security reasons. So it does appear that at the moment they did have to shut down their airspace, and that was a little bit of an issue. It kind of still is an issue right now, because I'll actually show you this. Azerbaijan is a fairly significant air corridor at the moment for international flights that are trying to pass in between Asia and also towards Europe. And so if Azerbaijan's airspace continues to get threatened, that means there will only be one air corridor left open, which would be the commercial air corridor that is still passing through Saudi Arabia at the moment. So hopefully we'll be able to see that that air corridor can remain open. And also, if y'all, as y'all can notice, there is absolutely no flights in the southern area of Azerbaijan at the moment because that airspace is still closed down as of this moment right now. Moving us out of Azerbaijan and on into the rest of the news that we've been able to get out of the general area, we also were able to see that the Israelis are still conducting significant air operations against Hezbollah within Lebanon, which we were able to see in this clip here, published by the Israeli Air Force, that they were still conducting larger strikes on Hezbollah forces within the area. And we can also see that building imploding. Normal sort of Israeli operation right there. We also were able to see some evacuations are being conducted in Lebanon, generally by the citizens, as they're trying to flee the city in the midst of the massive strikes.
Chaos as usual.
Generally, Lebanon always seems to be in that sort of a configuration. Moving us on out of that, we've also been able to hear that a lot of people right now are talking about a poll. A lot of people are talking about the fact that the Azerbaijanis were attacked today and are largely speaking about what they think is going to be happening with the wider war. And Matthew, what are people thinking right now about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so jumping into this poll right here, the question is this war going to spread quickly beyond the Gulf states, beyond Israel, and beyond Iran? Because right now, as of today, we saw Azerbaijan get attacked. We saw the drones hit near an airport, and it was an international airport. There were 2 injuries in Azerbaijan as a result of that attack. So will it spread quickly? And 38% said some others will join, others won't. So only half and half. 38% said yes, the entire region will end up joining the war. The Gulf states will end up counterattacking Iran. Azerbaijan might attack. You might see everybody jump in this thing. It might turn into a bit of a cluster, as they say. 18% said no, it will remain mostly contained to what it is right now. And I think it all depends on how long this is going to go. And right now, the estimates are it'll go at least until September 2026, which is several months into the future. So I have a feeling over that amount of time, as Iran gets more desperate, I have a feeling they're probably going to launch more attacks on other states in the area that they can reach with their missiles. So I would imagine that the whole region will likely end up getting frustrated. They'll probably be forced to respond eventually because they can't just sit there and keep taking these attacks without doing something about it. So unfortunately, I'm with the 39%. I think the entire region will be dragged into it. And generally, even though I don't always agree with Turkey on everything, I would agree with the Turkish president's statement that this is a pretty high level of escalations that we're seeing right now, to the point where it is extremely concerning to see. It looks like a full-scale regional war is definitely a strong possibility. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with the 37%. I think some will join and others won't, because some countries just really do not want to get involved in conducting a war against Iran. Others, I would believe at this point, probably are going to be getting involved, possibly Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and others, or maybe even Kuwait as well. because they have a bit of a bone to pick with the Iranians, at least ideologically and foreign policy-wise, even before this war started. And also they're saying that right now they really don't want to see this war end, because if it ends, now the Iranians are incensed, angry, and they're probably just going to start attacking everyone in the Middle East continuously now. So now this thing has to be pushed on to completion. We already heard that earlier today, and generally that would largely need to be the case. So I have a feeling that some of them will probably be joining on in to see that that happens, and that this war concludes before the United States tries to leave the area after starting a larger war. But moving on from that, I hope that does address that poll well. We did actually get to hear that news, as Gulf leaders have been apparently urging continuation. According to what we've been able to hear, Gulf leaders are urging the president to continue the war with Iran, warning that ending it now could leave them facing a wounded and hostile regime on their borders, according to The Economist. They fear Tehran would learn that striking Gulf states can pressure Washington to change course. So at the moment, we are seeing that there is significant pressure being put on the U.S. to continue the conflict that the U.S. generally just started, because it wouldn't make sense to walk away at this point and just leave the Iranians like this, because they're clearly going to be incredibly infuriated. And also, to be entirely honest with y'all, if we just walked away at this point, they are going to make a nuclear weapon. I mean, we've literally shown them the reason why they would want a nuclear weapon, is so that way they could threaten to nuke someone in the region and stop themselves from getting attacked again. So if they had never done that yet up until now, like if anyone was saying that they hadn't, well, they're certainly going to if we leave them alone now. So largely have to keep it pressing on and keep going forward with this until we reach a successful conclusion. Moving on from that, though, and on into some other news that we were able to get, we've also been able to hear that out of the U.S. government today, there's been some fairly interesting statements and developments. For one, we were able to hear that General Brad Cooper of CENTCOM Command did state that the Lucas drone is a reverse-engineered Shahed, which we generally all knew, but still, it was largely stated by the United States that they actually got their hands on a Shahed that had been used on Ukraine, that the Ukrainians handed it over, and then they just ripped the whole thing apart and then reversed-engineered it.
That's pretty smart, actually. It's like we're turning into China on that respect. You know how China like takes all that that information, that proprietary information, they'll like turn it into their own weapons, basically theft to a large degree. But I mean, in this situation, it's not theft; it's just sharing, and sharing is caring, of course. But I saw today that apparently the Lucas, or at least one of the images, appeared to show a wooden prop on the back of it. Have you seen that image? It appears to show like a wooden prop on it.
On the Lucas drone?
Yeah. Let me see if I can go grab that picture real quick, because I was surprised to see that. I was like, is that just like a prop, like a prop for it so they can show it off, or is that actually what they have on the back? Yeah, here it is right here. Let me repost it. That is, it's like a really nice wood grain. I'm not sure what wood that is, but it's a very nice wood that they use. Look at, isn't that a wood propeller?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, look at that thing. It's like a nice yacht. Like it's really nice wood.
I mean, that's actually kind of high quality. Like, man, I bet you that propeller costs $10,000.
Oh, no, that would defeat the whole point of the Lucas. The Lucas is very inexpensive compared to all of our other weapons, which is highly unusual, because every weapon that the U.S. has is pretty much expensive as hell. This thing is the opposite. So it, like they said, it's basically a reverse engineered Shahed. It's largely pretty cheap. I don't think we know the exact number that it cost. Hopefully it's cheap. I would imagine it is, because I mean, there's not much to it. And if Iran can do it for 30K, then how come we can't? So I would imagine it's probably very close to 30K.
I would have a feeling it probably might be, but we generally have to see at some point if we can ever get an actual price on the batch number currently being produced at the moment. It'll be interesting to hear what exactly it is, but still really interesting to see the Lucas drones that are made in America, but literally look just like a Shahed, because they are. We also were able to hear that, unfortunately, today, it appears that, according to some, a source familiar with the investigation told CNN the cybersecurity incident is related to a digital system the Bureau uses to manage wiretapping and foreign intelligence surveillance warrants as part of investigations. From what we're hearing right now, the FBI identified and addressed suspicious activities on FBI networks, and we have leveraged all technical capabilities to respond, according to a statement that was issued by the FBI. So it appears that some sort of a significant cyber attack did succeed against the FBI, and they're trying to currently figure out how much of an impact there was at the moment.
Yeah, I sure hope they keep all that stuff private, by the way. I don't know what they was looking at, but I hope they keep it private. I hope we don't find all of our data out there on the internet soon because someone hacked into it. That would suck.
Man, that would be terrible, really. We also were able to hear as well that apparently the U.S. did oppose nuclear proliferation, and the U.S. has opposed Poland, Germany, or Nordic countries developing their own nuclear weapons, according to the Deputy Pentagon Chief Elbridge Colby. Washington instead supports stronger European participation in NATO's nuclear deterrence, but not independent nuclear programs outside the alliance's framework. So generally a fairly reasonable response. We don't want nuclear proliferation, but at the same time, we have to be willing to give security guarantees to our allies to where they all don't start going rogue and then just do whatever they want and develop a nuclear weapon anyway. So kind of the reason why we need to make sure to reel NATO in and be like, hey guys, let's all calm down. America's going to be here for you. We'll help you out, and actually mean it, because if not, we could see that the whole of NATO just loses its mind and everyone starts developing a nuclear weapon in NATO that isn't France or Britain, which already have them. But moving on from that, and out of that little bit of news, we've also been able to hear that there's been some more interesting developments down there in the Caribbean. And Matthew, please do get this poll ready to run, because we've got to talk about this. I know this is going to be an interesting point for many people. We have been able to hear that as all of this is going on in the Middle East right now, and we are in a major war at this moment with the Islamic Republic of Iran, there has been an ongoing smaller development within the Caribbean, generally against the nation of Cuba, or Communist Cuba as we call it. Communist Cuba has seen that a general U.S. blockade has largely been conducted against it, and its energy and transportation infrastructure has mostly collapsed as a result of that. Currently, Cuba is still trying to hold itself together as best it can, although generally from what we know, there isn't really any real reality of doing that. I mean, Cuba basically hardly holds itself together anyways, and that's just what we know. But according to the President of the United States, he stated today that Cuba is going to fall too, which appears to be suggesting that we're about to be trying to conduct a war against Cuba. At the same time, we're conducting a war against Iran. And a lot of people have been really interested in this one, because as far as we were really concerned on the channel, Cuba is basically a non-existent threat. And while the communist Cubans in the government, at least, aren't really anything that I'm happy with, at the same time, it's not really like Cuba is a significant threat. I mean, they can hardly even keep the lights on in the country most of the time, even when things were going normal, much less now. And not only that, they don't really have a military, they don't really have an air force, they don't have a navy, they really don't have anything. And hardly anyone's down there and doing anything. China, I think, opened up a listening post just west of Havana about 2 years ago. But, I mean, it's like, who cares? I mean, there's a lot of farmland that's owned by China here in the United States of America next to military bases. So if we're scared of listening posts, don't you think there could be a listening post in the barn on one of these properties right next to a military base, picking up the transmissions in Ultra 4K HD? I mean, wouldn't that be a little bit more of a significant security risk than Cuba?
I thought that they were divesting those properties that were close to military bases like that.
I think they are in the process of doing that, but I don't think most of them have been divested yet. I think they're still in the process of that right now.
Well, they should. Definitely. That was really stupid to let them do that in the first place. So hopefully they are.
Yeah, I'd have to say so. I mean, it's really something interesting there, but nevertheless, as we're seeing right now, and I don't really know why in the world we would try and start a war with Cuba while we're at war in the Middle East against the Islamic Republic of Iran, but, I guess that is what it is at the moment. But moving on out of that, we are going to start moving on and into Europe, and also a little bit of news inside of the Indian subcontinent. But before we get on into those two independent pieces of news, I do understand that a lot of people right now are talking about the poll that we just put up on the Cuban situation and what is going on with that. And Matthew, what are people saying about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
So, oh boy, it looks like here we have a poll that's almost evenly split, actually. So, to reread the question, the U.S. is currently threatening that Cuba will fall next. We don't know what that entails, but obviously it involves something of a drastic nature, because Cuba, in order for it to fall, something drastic must take place. Even though they're on the fringe pretty much all the time, they have to take it right over the edge. So, we don't know what that's going to entail. But we are seeing this is in the midst of the U.S.-Iran war heating up. So is this going overboard by the United States, or are you on board with Cuba being added to the mix? 37% said yes, the U.S. should abandon the Cuba situation and simply focus on Iran, while 35% said no, the U.S. should continue with the Cuba situation, and 22% said it really depends on the details. And the Iran situation is not going as smooth as glass. Let's put it that way. We will end up winning. I want to make that perfectly clear. So I see some people in the chat saying that earlier I said we were going to lose the war. I've never said that. Now, we will win the Iran war, but my question is, at what cost? Because it seems like there was a lack of planning to a certain degree, which, it happens, but hopefully we can pull through and actually not have many casualties in the Middle East because of that lack of planning. So I would say on Cuba, as long as we're not doing anything militarily, like intervening inside of Cuba, like, for example, sending troops down there or starting naval actions against Cuba, If we're just continuing the blockade of oil, then it should be fine. That's not too much. That's not too much of a dedication of resources. So the U.S. can still have Cuba as a pet project. We still need to be careful, though. We don't want to start wars all over the place. If we start doing that, we're going to easily get overwhelmed. There's too much stuff going on at once. We don't need to be starting all that at once. It should be done sensibly and also with control behind it, not just wildly starting events all over the world. So as long as it's just an embargo or some type of naval blockade, I say it's fine. Anything more than that is going overboard. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, generally, in my opinion, folks, the U.S. should just abandon Cuba. It doesn't even make any sense at all to try and pursue something against Cuba, because a lot like with the Venezuelan situation, there isn't really a lot to get out of that. And generally, we're making the world look a lot less stable, which more so increases the possibility of conflict with our adversaries around the rest of the world, because they're going to start using the justification that we went to war with Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran basically all within 3 months of each other to justify their own actions of conflict against each other or against possible allies that we would then have to get involved in to try and defend. And we kind of want to try and keep the world as stable as we possibly can while also putting the position in our favor. So we generally want to use diplomacy as much as possible to put all of the chips in our favor, but we don't want to go around the world conducting an endless war of conquest and really just destruction against everyone. Because, I mean, if you look at Cuba, what in the world are we going to get out of Cuba if we go into that war? We're going to spend a ton of money bombing the Cuban government and invading the island, and then at the end of it all, what in the world is there? There's nothing. The people down there are so poor. I mean, they literally pluck seaweed off the beach to eat. I mean, if they're that poor, what in the world benefit do we get out of saying that Cuba is now American aligned? We don't even allow their sugar to come into the country. That's been a standing law before Cuba even turned communist, is that we said Cuban sugar can't come into this country because it heavily undercuts U.S. sugar producers in places like Florida. And for that reason, we're not allowing it because they're going to completely obliterate the domestic sugar market. So then the only other thing is tobacco. And generally, we don't really like the idea of just flooding the U.S. market with tons of tobacco products because we're generally, as far as the government is concerned, on an anti-smoking campaign because it's not beneficial for people's health. So out of the two raw products that they produce, sugar, which we will not import because it will undercut all of our domestic sugar producers, and tobacco, which we generally would be against at a governmental level, furthering people's tobacco addictions because generally we like to see that the U.S. citizenry lives as long as possible. The one in the world benefit would Cuba provide. And then on top of that, if we try and turn them into something worthwhile, the U.S. then has to spend tons of money out of pocket, either in government grants, investments, or trying to see about encouraging U.S. companies to go down there to ever turn Cuba into anything. And that'll be like 20 years from now. And even still, it might just look like the Dominican Republic at that point.
I'll let the people have their tobacco. I mean, what the hell? I mean, all the stuff going around the world, let the people have their tobacco. Like, I'm not, I think, right, I think at this point, I think the people having a little smoke or having a little tobacco, what is it, like snuff or something like that? What do they call it? Dip? Is that what it's called? What is the stuff?
Um, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I like the names of the stuff, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, let the people have their stuff. I mean, come on, it's a lot of stress going around, and let them have their stuff. It just seems like, being serious though, it seems like it is a bad idea to get too much going on because if we don't want to deplete our stocks too much, by the way, because we have to keep in mind we have to be prepared for a contingency. If China acts against Taiwan, we don't want to be caught lacking when they do that. We have to be able to respond to it. We also have to, on top of that, be prepared for Russia to attack NATO because we are still in the NATO alliance. So if the partners decide to call Article 5 and the partners agree that they're going to activate Article 5, we have to be there to support it unless we plan on just abandoning NATO completely if they try to do something like that. So we don't want to deplete everything because unlike what people are saying, there is no such thing as unlimited stocks of ammunition and bombs. That's not unlimited. So, we have to prepare for stuff like that. So we want to be very careful about what we go into. But I will admit, though, so far there is no signs that the United States plans to start a military campaign on Cuba. I've not heard that. I've just heard people saying that they might continue the financial embargoes against Cuba, and that's going to be pretty much the extent of it, at least for right now.
I mean, like that should remain to be the case. If a war is started against Cuba, this is just getting out of hand because many people will know that I've always been on the channel saying I support American and Western interests. But American Western interest also means that we can't go around the world creating war with literally everybody that we have a bone to pick with, because then we're going to end up seeing that things don't really turn out exactly in our favor. And also on top of that, we're destabilizing the world by taking these actions, because it only makes other countries go, well, I mean, hell, the US just went into 3 individual wars in less than 3 months. I mean, literally a war a month. So I mean, hell, we could invade Taiwan, or we could start invading NATO, or we could start doing this and that and whatnot, or the Iranians could say, I mean, hell, we could try and blow up a dirty bomb in Riyadh. You know, you don't know what could come out of this sort of stuff. Or the Indians and the Pakistanis could go, let's just go at it, and then that might end up nuclear down there. So, you know, who knows what could happen as a result of that. Or we could just see wars breaking out everywhere. I mean, you don't want to sit there and see endless wars going on. War is a tool to be used in diplomacy, and it's not one that is inherently bad or good. It is just a necessity sometimes, and an action to be taken. And that is something that I generally have to say would largely be the case. Also, by the way, Matthew, really quickly, I'm going to go take a look around for something really quickly. So if you could hold the fort down really quickly and talk to the folks about some stuff, I'd be greatly appreciative of you. So give me just a second, and I will be right back.
All right. So I think I heard something clicking in the background. So, you know, hopefully everything's good and stuff like that. But, well, in the meantime, though, I was doing a quick scan for breaking news while the enforcer was talking there, and we are looking for more breaking news. The enforcer will be right back in just a second, by the way, and we'll continue with the news segment. But we are apparently getting some slight breaking news here that apparently Iran has just announced that it plans on expanding its strikes as of tonight, but we don't know what that's going to look like. Of course, we have seen a reduction in the TEL missile launchers inside of Iran, and the only thing that Iran can really generally use at this point is their drone warfare. That's pretty much what they can use, and that seems to be the weak spot of the Western defenses right now in the Gulf states. So that appears to be what they're saying right now. Also, by the way, apparently we have just heard as well, this is a big report right here, apparently 3 of the 4 major Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Kuwait, are considering the withdrawal of capital from the United States and other foreign investments as the impact of the conflict with Iran continues to escalate. So we're being told that shift could place more than $2 trillion in U.S. investments at risk. Not entirely sure why those Gulf countries are trying to pull that off. It seems a bit strange because why would they start pulling out U.S. investments at a time like this? Because we are basically defending their countries. We're the ones giving them the interceptors that they need, granted in smaller portions, but they have to have those to stay afloat and also protect their people. So sort of a strange thing. But Enforcer, are you back and is everything good?
I am back, and I had to take a quick moment to look around and also check something in my ear, because like I had this really weird thing happen in my ear right there for a second. So I had to go and see like if for some reason I was like bleeding out my ear or whatnot, because it felt like my eardrum like almost exploded right there for a second.
Dang, have you taken your blood pressure?
Well, that's not something we say on air. So moving on from that, we are going to be moving on into the Republic of India, as we have been able to hear that an Su-30 MKI aircraft has disappeared from radar contact. We have also been able to hear, moving us on into our European news as well, of some fairly significant developments within this area as well, as we were able to hear within the area of the Republic of Hungary that the Hungarians have generally conducted what can only be described as a hostage situation against officials of the Ukrainian armed forces, or more so the Ukrainian government, actually. According to a statement by Andrea Sibia, who is a member, I believe, of the Ukrainian State Duma, he stated that today in Budapest, Hungarian authorities took 7 Ukrainian citizens hostage. The reasons are still unknown, as well as their current well-being. And also, we are understanding that there is no way to contact them at the moment. These 7 Ukrainian employees are of the state-owned Ochip Bank, who were operating 2 bank cars transiting between Austria and Ukraine and carrying cash as a part of regular services between state banks. In fact, they were talking about Hungary taking hostages and stealing money, or more so, in fact, we are talking about Hungary taking hostages and stealing money. If this is the force announced earlier today by Mr. Orban, then this is a force of a criminal gang, and this is state terrorism and racketeering. We have already sent an official note demanding an immediate release of our citizens. We will also address the European Union with a request to provide a clear qualification of Hungary's unlawful actions, hostage-taking, and robbery. This also was happening today in the midst of Viktor Orban actually announcing a threat of military action against the state of Ukraine, as he stated, if Ukraine does not resume oil transit, Hungary will use force to unblock Druzhba. There will be no agreements, no compromises. We will break the Ukrainian oil blockade by force. Hungary's oil will soon flow again through the pipeline, according to the Prime Minister of Hungary. And then Zelensky apparently responded poor Orban, he can't win elections without his Russian oil. So it appears that Zelensky has already made some diplomatic comments in return, at least at the moment, by Viktor Orban, largely at this moment. So it does appear that there is.
Also, by the way, I just got to say, I'm not sure why you got so passive aggressive with me there. I was just checking to make sure you're all right with your blood pressure. By the way, just checking on that. I'm not sure why that response was like that.
Generally, I told you off air like a while ago, like I didn't want to talk about like health issues ever on air with that.
That's not a health issue. Though. I was just saying, check your blood pressure.
Well, anyways, moving on from that, we also were able to hear within the Russian Federation's capital today in Moscow that sanctions apparently have been eased on the Kremlin due to the significant situation that's currently ongoing around the world and also the rising price per barrel of oil. The U.S. Treasury has actually eased oil sanctions on the Kremlin, allowing Indian refineries to buy the millions of barrels of Russian crude on floating storage until early April. We have also been able to hear additionally that both sides, the Russians have actually called for both sides to declare a ceasefire inside of the Iran conflict. And we do have to point out that Lavrov does look a lot like a horse. That's why he's called the old horse face inside of the Russian Federation. And moving us on out of that news inside of Moscow and on into the area of the state of Ukraine, we have also been able to hear of some fairly significant developments on the front lines, as we were able to hear that within the location unknowns, the Russians are still evolving further hedgehogs and tank protections to try and defend them against FPV drones, which we were able to see in this clip right here. We are able to see the T-80 now largely covered in what we can only describe as the most anti-drone protection that we've ever seen so far, being apparently active on the front line inside of Ukraine. This was also shown off by the Russians today as a significant technological advancement. And you see the T-80 right there in this clip moving around. I don't really know how in the world the commander, the gunner, or the driver have any field of visibility at this point, but it does appear that they've been able to protect it at a minimum, at least, possibly against some drones. Moving on from that, we also were able to see the Russian casualty report as well, as we were able to see that according to the casualty report, one Bobcat skid steer was lost. Hey! Very nice to see. And according to Ms. Disa, keeper of the records, 1,950 drones is the new highest daily loss. 210 vehicles ranks as the sixth highest loss, tied with 2 other days. And we've also been able to hear that tanks, APCs, and artillery are about at the 7-day average and higher than past months. According to the casualty report over the past 24 hours, we have been able to hear that 900 Russian troops have been wounded and killed, along with 7 APCs, 210 supply trucks, 4 main battle tanks, 41 artillery pieces, 1,950 drones, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. Overall, a pretty decent day for the Ukrainian armed forces, and it does appear that they have been able to hold down the lines fairly well. Moving on from that and on down into the area of the Seversk front, we have also been able to see that Russian forces were also hit quite heavily today by the Ukrainian Special Operations Forces. And we see them here targeting and hitting the Russian forces. And we can see them doing that with great effect at the moment. The Ukrainian armed forces have generally been conducting a significant operation against the Russian Federation on the front lines in the moment, and have been able to see that the Russian Federation has not gained any ground, but has in fact been slowly losing ground over the past several weeks. From what you understand, the Ukrainian armed forces are continuing to keep the initiative after the Russian Federation banned Telegram and WhatsApp, key communication apps within the Russian Federation, and also they lost critically the Starlink internet connections that they have been using heavily for about the past year and a year and a half due to smuggled Starlink intercoms and telecommunication systems being able to make their way into the Russian Federation. With that, that's the end of the clip right there, but still showing significant strikes. Moving us on down and into the Konstantinivka area, we also were able to see the 36th Marine Brigade hitting Russian vehicles within this area as well, and once again stalling or stopping most, if not all, Russian offensives at this moment. And we see them here targeting the Russian forces as well in these clips to great effect. That's the end of the clip, and with that, we are now going to be moving us on down into the area of the Zaporizhzhia front, as we also were able to see the Ronin unit targeting and hitting Russian forces to great effect in this area as well. And we see them hitting those Russian forces here, including a UAZ-469, and also a couple of smaller vehicles as well.
Also, by the way, folks, real quick, since this isn't really breaking news right this second, I do want to bring y'all's attention to something else because we can come back to this footage in just a second. We are apparently seeing that Israel has just launched its 14th wave of massive airstrikes against Iran, apparently right this minute. And I can't tell what city is currently being hit by these strikes right here. It looks like it could be Tehran, but once again, it's kind of hard to tell. It's very dark in this video right here. I'm trying to see if I can find out real quick which city this is. I'm not totally sure. I would imagine it's Tehran, but I can't say that for a fact right now. But we are seeing that Israel this time is striking. Not hearing about U.S. strikes. They did, of course, strike with the heavy bombers earlier, but apparently Israel has gone in with their F-35s and hit some stuff in a city here, it looks like.
And we will take a look at this clip really quickly. And we see them hitting the city right here in this clip.
I think I'm hearing a fighter jet in the background in this one, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
یا علی چیز زدن پایگاه موشکی زدن ها این صدای جنگنده ها رو یه اسکادران کاملن ها
یه دونه هواپیما ندارن بزن اینها دور تا دارمون هستن
الان میرن جای دیگر رو میزنن
داره میچرخه اونجا
Those are massive, by the way. They're hitting one spot right there, right in the center, over and over and over. I don't know what that is, but they're slamming it over and over.
And it does appear that they are hitting some sort of a significant target within the city.
So apparently, we have just learned right now, real quick here, if we can get that turned down a bit. Apparently, intense attacks by Israeli jets have occurred on Isfahan, Iran, in the past few minutes. So this is apparently, I would assume, this video right here is also showing Isfahan. Well, actually, hold on a second. I'm not so sure if they're accurate about that. Let's see here. I don't recognize that as Isfahan. I don't know Isfahan skyline like verbatim, but I'm not so sure about that. So let's hold off before saying for certain that's Isfahan, but this is either Isfahan or Tehran. Let's just put it that way. So we'll have to wait and see if we get more confirmation on which city this is, but I think it might be Isfahan, possibly.
And getting us back on into the clip, this might be Isfahan or Tehran, but it does appear that there are significant Israeli strikes currently ongoing at the moment.
نه دیگه رفتن دارن دور میشن
ناله کن خامنه ایشالله روحت آتیش بگیره ایشالله جوونای با اون دنیا بگیرم بکنن
دارن میان بشین بشین
That's crazy, that many strikes in one area for that long. That's a very, also, by the way, good on this person filming this, by the way, too, because they literally kept filming the entire time this was going on. Very good cameraman right there. Also, by the way, I want to make a note real quick. I see people like making a huge deal about this in the chat, by the way. Well, me and Andrew are brothers, by the way. So occasionally we get in little spats like here and there and stuff like that. It's not a big deal, by the way. Just in case people aren't aware, because apparently people don't know this. We have been lifelong brothers. Of course you're a lifelong brother. It's not like it's any other way. It's not like you're like a halftime brother or something like that. It doesn't work like that. So people are making a huge deal about that. It's nothing.
And so we're going to be moving on from that clip of the news that was currently coming out of the situation within Isfahan or Tehran at the moment. And we're now going to be moving on up to Kyiv to cover the speech from the president of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1471 of the war. And so if we can see that this website loads here, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Preach.
Здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні детально говорили з урядом по наших завданнях на весну-літо, той час, за який треба максимально підготуватись до наступної зими. Викликів може бути так само немало, як і цієї зими. Звісно, наш пріоритет – робити все для закінчення війни. Ми будемо продовжувати дипломатичний процес, коли американські партнери будуть готові працювати так, як ми погоджували. Двосторонні формати з ними, тристоронні формати з Росією. Також робота з європейцями. Зараз практично вся увага світу іде ситуація навколо Ірану. І скільки б зараз не тривали бойові дії, там ми маємо бути готові до відновлення дипломатів в будь-який момент. Українська команда саме так і працює, всі у нашій делегації. Є черговий позитивний крок в обмінах. Ще 200 наших людей повернулись додому з російського полону. Ми розраховуємо, що цими днями буде продовження обмінів. Тим не менше, російська активність на фронті зберігається. Удари тривають. Ми захищаємо життя. Частина гарантування безпеки для України за будь-яких обставин, за будь-яких сценаріїв – це модернізація захисту ключової інфраструктури. Також треба відновити зруйноване ударами за цю зиму. Детальні плани розроблені, будуть затверджені для всіх регіонів. Відповідальність місцевої влади, обласної влади – не втратити часу. Я хочу подякувати усім очільникам громад, які підходять до цього сумлінно. Ми говорили сьогодні з урядовцями про надзвичайні виклики з дорогами. Багато треба відновити після зими. Стан доріг дуже поганий, особливе завдання на прифронтовій території. В усіх громадах, де кожна хвилина має значення для евакуації поранених та загалом для фронтової логістики. Уряд разом з обласною владою, з громадами повинні забезпечити відповідні ремонти. Окремі завдання для Міністерства енергетики, окремі завдання для Нафтогазу, для Укрнафти, по ціновим викликам через війну на Близькому Сході. Глобальна проблема зростання цін на нафту та нафтопродукти. Мають бути наші українські відповіді на такі виклики. І це стосується, зокрема, забезпечення нафтопродуктами ринку в Україні. Урядовці повинні бути в детальній комунікації щодо цього з людьми, з суспільством. Ми постійно працюємо з партнерами щодо нашої можливості додати захисту тим країнам, які зараз під ударами з Ірану. Рустем Умєров координує контакти з нашими партнерами на Близькому Сході, в регіоні Затоки. І також ми говоримо зі Сполученими Штатами Америки. Безпекова підтримка від України буде. Головне, що це дозволить нам розширити наше безпекове співробітництво з партнерами, захищаючи країни від іранського режиму. Ми додаємо собі можливостей захисту. Ще кілька важливих речей. Говорив сьогодні з главою італійського уряду. Ми з Джорджією Мелоні дуже змістовно координуємось. Я вдячний за поради, за принципову підтримку для України і українців. Ми обговорили ситуацію на Близькому Сході, а також нашу двосторонню роботу і відносини з Європейським Союзом. Ми готуємо і інші дипломатичні контакти на цей та наступні тижні. Європі потрібно більше координації, більше взаємопідтримки і більше власної сили. Європі варто бути активніше. Я хочу подякувати кожному, хто на захисті життя. Я дякую усім, хто з нами, хто з Україною. Слава Україні!
And Rom Slav.
Rum Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and that's going to be moving us on into the second segment of the stream, to where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I hope that y'all have enjoyed our news segment so far. We've been running it for about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and we've seen that about 211,000 people have watched the show so far. We're always entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all have been here and watching the show tonight, and we hope that you'll have enjoyed it. Please make sure to subscribe. We run streams like these every single day of the week, 6 days a week, usually around 10 p.m. Eastern time, pretty much every single night, except for Monday. And whenever there's any major news in the middle of the day, we usually run either a short war video, or we might even run a breaking news stream. But with all that out of the way, it is time for us to get into the second segment. And we can talk about a little bit of anything and everything over the course of this segment. But to really quickly tell y'all something really quickly, because I think that a lot of people don't really know why the outburst was the case, and I think that's kind of a cat out of the bag. I actually have high blood pressure as a bit of a medical
Yeah,
issue.
to say that.
Well, I mean, it's already kind of out there at this point. I mean, that's why it was kind of a freak out thing for me a little bit earlier, is that I don't really like my medical issues to be public. So when he said that, I immediately knew what he was kind of talking about. I was like, that's why we don't talk about that on air. But
I think you took it like that, because I mean, I just simply said check your blood pressure, because you said you had like the ear problem. Usually that's like indicative of possibly, I'm not saying that you had a stroke or having a stroke, but that could indicate something like that, which usually indicates your blood pressure could be elevated. That doesn't necessarily mean you have high blood pressure. I think you read it too much into it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the thing was that I always tell you, I was like, do not mention that on air. We don't want people knowing about like personal medical issues. So when you said that on air, which is the first time you ever brought up blood pressure, I mean, I was like, damn, he just basically said that I have high blood pressure. I was like, damn, that's why I immediately snapped like that. I was like, we don't talk about that on air, but at this point it's become such an incident, I might as well just say that I have it. But with that in mind, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So moving on from that and moving into our super chat questions here, we have a lot of super chats to get to. And also, by the way, I am checking the breaking news, by the way. We don't really have anything massive happening right this second, but we are, of course, watching for more information. I thought I had a new story there for a second, but I think we already covered the whole situation about the 3 Reaper drones getting taken down, haven't we? We already covered that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so in that case, then we don't have any more breaking news to cover right now, but we will be moving on, though, into our super chat questions. And this one is going to go to none other than Truckin' Chef, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Truckin' Chef, for that 50, and we do appreciate that very, very much. He also said, good job, Enforcers, and thank you for all the hard work.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying the hard work, Truckin' Chef, and thank you so much for the support and helping to keep on running while, of course, you're making that run from Phoenix to Houston on Interstate 10. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does just that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Campbell's Soup, who also threw in a $100 support earlier. And thank you very much, Campbell's Soup, for the second support of the night. And he said, long-time lurker, but first-time contributor. And thank you for all the hard work, fellas. And a shout-out to Soupy would be dope. And also, cheers to the Coffee Fund and LSA forever.
A shout-out to Soupy. Who's Soupy?
I get Campbell's Soup, I guess. Maybe Soupy possibly is the nickname, maybe.
Maybe so, but I do thank you so much for the support, Campbell's Soup, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat here from none other than Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, as well, for that 50. And Hokey said, without Google or chat, which wire is the best of the 4?
Unfortunately, Hokey, I'd have to declare ignorance on that at the moment, because I actually would not know what that's referencing specifically. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I noticed someone said this. They said, someone in the chat said, y'all's voices are so similar, I can't tell like which one is which when you're talking. We've noticed that recently. We've had a lot of new people in here, by the way. The longtime channel viewers will know generally the difference between the two of us, but it seems like a lot of people are getting us mixed up. Like some people are calling me Andrew and some people are calling Andrew Matt. So whenever someone in the chat says Matt's off base or Matt doesn't know what he's talking about, half the time we don't know which person anybody's talking about. We're like, I guess they're talking about maybe the real Matt, maybe they're talking about Enforcer. We really can't tell. So that's very confusing, by the way. Like on the video that I put out today, I had I think 50 people come in there and say, great job, Andrew, great job. I'm like, this is not Andrew, it's Matt. It was me doing the video. But anyways, though, beside the point, though, honestly, we do sound similar. I will say that. But our next one here goes to none other than Truckin' Travels, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Truckin' Travels, for that 20. He said, good evening, Enforcers, and good evening, everyone, from your friendly overnight truck driver, LSA forever, and praying for a free Ukraine and a free Iran, and Phoenix to Grand Junction, Colorado, and take one from the chat.
I just got you confused with Truckin' Chef. Y'all's names have trucking in them, and for some reason I just thought you were Truckin' Chef. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and the kind words, and I hope that you've been out there on the road staying safe tonight. And I also got to say that I hope that things have been going well for you and that we've been able to keep you company by covering all this news so far. So humongous thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Redsa, and thank you, Redsa, for that support. They said, is it safe to say at this point that the U.S. has gained air supremacy?
I would say that at this point we still have air superiority. I don't think we've achieved air supremacy just yet, because there are still some active air defenses on the ground, and there's a possibility that a U.S. aircraft might have been shot down today. But we'll have to largely wait and see. So with that, I hope that has addressed it the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I don't know how to take this. Someone in the chat said Matt sounds like a true Southern boy. I'm not so sure. Like, I'm not sure how to take that. I've heard from a lot of people recently. They say they can't tell where our dialect is from for the most part. I grew up in the South my entire life, and so did Andrew as well. I generally don't feel like I have a Southern accent, but I feel like the most people say I don't, but I'm seeing a couple people tonight saying that it sounds like I sound Southern. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if I've lost that or not. I'm not really sure. Also, not sure if that's a good or a bad thing, actually. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Slim, who put in a 20. And Slim said, thank God for the LSA and leaders reporting world news.
I gotta thank you so much for the support, Slim Tricks. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I am not Matt Morse. Everybody thinks that for some reason. Somebody said, "Is this Matt and Matt Morse the same guy?" No, we're two different people, by the way. So just to make that clear, I'm not moonlighting on a different channel. But our next one here goes to none other than Retsa, once again, who puts in a 20, who said, "Tabriz should be the focus and giving a foothold to the country."
And I would say that generally it kind of could be the focus, but really, it's like making a foothold in Iran will be a little bit difficult, actually. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address it the best I can. But that definitely could be a spot for a foothold. I just think that any foothold will be fairly difficult to pull off at this point. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Crispy, as well, for that $20 support. They did not leave a comment, though, but a huge shout out to you, Crispy, for always supporting the channel, and we do appreciate it. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Crispy, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Kagan, and thank you, Kagan, as well. They said, America is doing good. Iran is just weird, and I've never seen someone get in a bar fight against two people and start punching random people. Unfortunately, the idiot punching people punched the UK, and they are scared. LSA.
I guess that's a pretty good summary of the situation that's going on down there. I'd say that's fairly accurate. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Ruin, and thank you, Ruin, as well. They said, I'm seeing a lot of analysts say that we should invade Karg Island. It refines 90% of Iranian oil, and taking the island might hurt them economically and put China in a tough spot. And whilst I hate the idea, it makes sense. And your ideas?
I haven't heard that Karg Island accounts for, what, with 90% of oil production. There's actually a lot of oil refineries within Iran, and 90% would mean that literally out of every barrel of crude refined in the country, 9 out of 10 of those would be on this island, which isn't the case because they have much larger refineries on the mainland. So I would say that Karg Island really isn't that necessary to take or knock out. It would be beneficial to knock out a refinery, but right now, I don't really know if we would want to do that, because knocking out refineries is more so for in line with a long-term war. So we assume that this thing is going to be lasting for longer than several months, which it appears that some people are saying that's definitely going to be lasting to September at this point. If it looked to last longer than September, then at that point, I would generally say that it would make a lot of sense to start slamming refineries. But right now, we would like to try and see that as much as the economic infrastructure of Iran is intact, because once the war ends in our success, we would then have to rebuild all of that, which would then take a significant amount of funds and money to be able to do such a thing. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from also, by the way, I want to address something real quick because it seems to be getting a lot of steam in the chat. We have had a long line of people like throughout the years. We've been doing this for 4+ years, and through thick and thin, like through a whole bunch of stuff here on the channel. There is always like somebody out there that's trying to like beef with the channel. We learned a long time ago to not fall into that trap. We used to go toe to toe with the worst of them actually, and we learned that is not the best way to handle people like hating on the channel. Everybody's going to have their opinion opinion. Some people are very volatile and hostile with their opinion. So there is, one guy in specific out there that is just going berserk, but we're not going to give any fuel to that. So, for the people bringing that up, he can say whatever he wants. It's a free country. He can, speak his mind or whatever. But anyways, though, moving on from that and moving into our next one, this one goes to Miami Catfish. And thank you for that support. They said, as I recall, there were two oil crises in the 70s, one in 73 that there was an OPEC embargo due to support for Israel in the Yom Kippur War, and the second was triggered by the Iranian Revolution, and love the coverage.
And let me really quickly pull that up because, let me see here. The 1970s energy crisis, let's see here. And that is actually, as a matter of fact, absolutely true. I had to make sure to go back and look just to make sure that I got the details correct. And that is dead on the nail, as a matter of fact. And that is generally why we want to see that oil-producing countries stay about as stable as possible, is because, like, for example, in the 70s, generally it was unrest in Iran then that created the oil crisis of the late 70s, and that was the one that I believe out of the two was the more damaging of them, because we actually had, actually the entire world, as a matter of fact, had significant connections to Iranian oil at that time, because they were American aligned, so a lot of the Western world bought their oils, and once that completely ceased in 1979 during the revolution, the entire world's global oil market got thrown on its head, because a whole bunch of oil that everyone was counting on every day just did not exist anymore. It wasn't up for sale. And that's what led to the massive skyrocketing prices of oil. And not only that, that's what led to complete fuel shortages here in America. As a matter of fact, it got so bad that they actually had to start reducing the speed limits in the United States on literally every single roadway and interstate in America, to be able to see that in the overall bigger picture, the U.S. might be able to save maybe a few 100,000 barrels of usable fuel products per day that wouldn't be consumed because of higher fuel consumption at greater speeds. And that's why we want to see that in this situation right here with the war in Iran, that the Strait of Hormuz has to be reopened, because any sorts of effects to the global oil supply market at that very moment is usually fairly damaging, if not catastrophic. And a lot of people like to say, and like, this is kind of more so living in fantasy than reality, that Venezuela will easily pick up the slack. But I mean, if any oil-producing country can pick up the slack, then I mean, we shouldn't even look at Venezuela. We should look at Norway, because Norway produces twice the amount of oil that Venezuela produces. And I think if you told anyone ever, oh, it's okay that the Middle East can't ship their oil out, Norway will pick up the slack, most people will look at you like you're crazy. Because everyone will be like, Norway isn't an oil-producing country. And that's something that's kind of funny. Like, a lot of people in Europe would know that Norway is a fairly big oil-producing country for the continent. Most people in America would not know that. And that's something to kind of put into an idea there. Or even better, Canada produces about 5 times the amount of oil that Venezuela does. And you don't hear anyone saying, oh, that's okay, we got Canadian oil to work off of, we'll be fine. Because nobody in America really associates Canada with oil production, because it just hasn't been out there in the open world, at least for like discussion purposes, that Canada is a huge oil producer. Everyone's always talked about Venezuela this, Venezuela that, Venezuela's got this oil. And it's like, sure, but it's not a lot of it. And I mean, we're talking about right now with Middle Eastern oil cutoff, out of all of the oil producing countries in that area, there is going to be a deficit right now of about 14 million barrels of oil out there in the world that would have been bought on the day of that it was produced, that can't even make it out there anymore. So the world's trying to find a way to get that 14 million barrels of oil, meaning that people are going to start paying a lot higher prices to get it. And that also means that people who can't pay those higher prices are about to be completely shut out of having any oil. And the people who do get it, they're going to be getting it at a much higher price, meaning that things are going to become a lot more expensive with anything involving transportation. So that's why I would say that the cutoff of Middle Eastern oil is a fairly significant thing. And while a lot of people want to downplay it, either because they don't want to admit that this has largely been a strategic oversight, or admit that the fact that this isn't going to really turn out too well unless we start acting proactively, they generally just don't want to admit that, so then they go with the really convenient and safe sounding thing of that, well, we got Venezuela now. And it's just like, well, Venezuela just doesn't even come close to accounting for the oil over there. And then that's also a complete misunderstanding of the market, because then people act like America stuck a straw into Venezuela and we just suck the oil out of with a straw. And it's like, that's not the case either, because the oil market is global, meaning that the price per barrel of oil is the same everywhere in the world. Like, a barrel of oil in America doesn't go for $60 $80, and then a barrel of oil in Britain goes for $90. It's $60 everywhere in the world at the same time. And that means when the price rises, it's rising internationally. So even domestically produced oil in the United States is now going to be sold domestically at $80 a barrel as of today. And then as the price continues to rise, it'll still be sold at that price even here domestically within the States. Because and here's another thing, this is really interesting as well. American oil companies produce oil in America, but that does not mean that they're going to sell it in America. If they get a purchase order from the United Kingdom, they're going to ship out 5 million barrels of oil on a tanker to Britain. That's not going to be in America. So then we still have to find, like, all of the companies that are selling gas and fuels to all of these different companies and individuals in America in the hundreds of millions, they still have to find fuel. And they still have to get that from a refinery in America, meaning that that refinery still has to fill out purchase orders to possibly even have oil imported from overseas to fill in the gap, and then refine the fuel at that increased cost because of the cost of the crude oil, and then they have to sell that to the fuel companies, which then sell that to y'all, or they sell that to a company, and that all ends up becoming a lot more expensive. Like, there's just no way to split the hair to where this isn't going to end up being an issue. The Strait of Hormuz has to be reopened, and I don't really know what the argument is as to why that shouldn't be reopened, because it's like, wouldn't it be better just to say we have a larger amount of oil available on the global market instead of not? I mean, why in the world would anyone be arguing against that if we could definitely reopen the Strait of Hormuz, if we really focus our efforts in that direction and start getting convoys in and out? Who would be against it?
Yeah, also, by the way, I didn't know this. I just looked it up real quick to find out. It looks like they determined the price of oil. It's set in futures markets like WTI and Brent. Actually did not know that until tonight. So it says key factors include inventory levels, the strength of the US dollar, and refining capacity. And obviously OPEC, which is basically like the oil group, basically in the Middle East. They also have a huge impact on the oil price too, which I did know that. But it is interesting. They base it on futures. That's fascinating. I don't fully understand how that works, to be honest. I still don't really understand it, even hearing it like that. It seems more complicated than that. So the commodities markets is strange to me.
It is really strange. It really is. I'm trying to explain it in the simplest way because, to be entirely honest, I still only understand it at like a more novice level. So this is really my understanding of it. But generally, from what I've seen in history, like during the 1970s oil crises, that's exactly what happened. Like exactly what we're explaining right now. And these sorts of markets, folks, are wildly unstable because before oil there was coal, and I mean there's a humongous amount of historical records on coal and the endless production of it. If production ever stopped in a country due to, say, strikes going on from the miners, it was over. Like things would just completely grind to a halt that day. Well, not that day, usually within days, because there was always a little bit of a coal reserve, but not a lot of it. Usually coal, quite literally, folks, was the oil before oil was a thing. And so back in the day, whenever there was a strike, like, say, in Britain, this is actually something very interesting, folks. When the Titanic was actually setting out to sea in 1912, there was actually an ongoing miners' strike in the United Kingdom for the coal miners, and they were running out of coal rapidly. So the White Star Line actually had to go around and take coal off of all of the other vessels that they had, I believe in, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was in Southampton, and then load that into the coal bunkers on the Titanic, because there was literally just not enough fuel to run the entire White Star Line or any of the other ships in the Cunard Line and all of the other British lines as well. So they had to cancel a whole bunch of their sailings during that period, and then they just sailed the Titanic instead because that was about all the coal that they could muster. Very much like oil in that regard. You know, if there's not enough oil to go around, you're going to start seeing stuff like that happen because of an oil crisis, just like we did in the 70s. Y'all know that the oil crisis in the 70s was actually the big reason why TWA, Pan Am, and a whole bunch of other major legacy airlines in America literally imploded and caved on later in like the late 80s and the 90s, is because they never financially recovered from the hit that they took during the oil crisis of the 70s.
Yeah, that is something else as well. I do see everybody saying that the oil markets are based on speculation, which I believe that's what futures are, is general speculation. I think it's kind of in the name, what they think it's going to be in the future. So you're basically guessing what it's going to be. I might be explaining that poorly, but apparently that's the way it works. So, you know, I remember at the time, I think it was during the virus that this happened, oil actually went negative. Like the oil companies were having to pay people to take the oil off their hands, which is insane. I think, was it during the virus?
Yeah, it was actually. I'm trying to see if I can show it here really quickly. So here was the price of oil back in the 2010s, like the early 2010s, and then it dropped down to about $40 to $50 a barrel. And then during like the beginning of the Rona virus and all that, then it went down to like $20. And I think for a day it like hit a negative figure, but I don't think I could represent that here because the lowest it shows is 20. But we actually heard that people were actually paying for people to take the oil at that point just to offload it. But I think that was only for like a day or so, and then it went back up to like $15 or $20 a barrel.
Yeah, that was wild times there. I remember that happening distinctly. I remember watching the news and watching it go negative, and I was like, "What in the world?" I was like, and then all these people that were supposed experts were saying, "This is such a strange thing. It's going negative. They're gonna have to pay people to take the oil off their hands." And I was like, "You're telling me the oil companies are paying people to give their oil away?" It's like, I'm like, how the hell does that even work? But I guess it did. It happened. So, was that the first time in history that had happened? Because I think they were so shocked by it. I thought I think it might have been the first time in history that ever happened. I didn't even know it was possible for it to go negative.
Yeah, I think it never had done that before. And then it went, I think, to its highest prices at the beginning of the war in Ukraine in 2022 because of the sanctions that had been put on Russian oil, which then led to the price skyrocketing before the global supply lines started to work themselves out again, because a whole bunch of Russian oil had just become unavailable to most countries at least, and then they had to start trying to find some sort of workarounds at that point. So with that, I hope we've addressed that situation well, but once again, getting back around to the crux of the matter, at least for talking about this, the oil has to flow. Like, kind of like in the book Dune, the spice must flow, the oil must flow. If we do not find a way to get the oil flowing again, we're going to see some significant issues. And this is kind of the thing that I think a lot of people are missing, because people say that pointing this out is saying that we hate America. That's not at all the case. The point of pointing this out is that if it is true, and it largely is, that America militarily can really do anything that it puts its mind to, one of the easiest things to do right now, as far as the situation with Iran, would be to see that we reopen the strait and we start putting convoys through the Strait of Hormuz. That is the only way that we can see that the oil prices will begin to stabilize and possibly start to drop back to their more normal levels, is if we ensure that the oil in the Middle East continues to flow out into the rest of the world. It doesn't matter where, it just has to be flowing into the rest of the world at some point.
Yeah, I guess so.
But with that in mind, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. And a huge thanks to you for the support once again, Miami Catfish, and helping this channel to keep on running.
Yes, indeed. And our next one here goes to none other than Bobby, who puts in a massive $100 support. And thank you very much, Bobby, also known as LC39A to all the longtime channel legends. And we appreciate the support very, very much. He said, "I'd rather be late than absent."
Hey, and I gotta say, it's a great thing to have you here, Bobby, and I gotta thank you unbelievably for that massive support and helping this channel to keep running. And as we say, better late than never. That's what we always say. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $60 support from CWG Is. And thank you very much, CWG, for that generous support right there. There was no comment attached to it, but we do appreciate that very much. That's very generous of you. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you incredibly for the support, CWG, and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. So big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Holy Smokes, who said, "Can you confirm any of the reports that the IRGC is now, let's see here. Yeah, okay, this one's good. I was making sure. I'll reread it. Holy Smokes said, "Can you confirm any of the reports that the IRGC is now wearing hijabs to hide from the U.S. and Israeli surveillance drones?" And there's reports out there stating that.
I haven't heard that at the moment. I haven't been able to visually confirm it on video or picture evidence, so I don't think either of us could confirm that. But Matthew, do you have any information on that?
So I haven't heard that, but on the same line of information there, we have heard that the IRGC has started basically using the same tactics that Hamas uses in Gaza. They've started using the basements of hospitals for apparently their bases of operation. So, of course, as terrorists do, essentially, they're using civilian infrastructure to hide their military outposts, and they're moving into those buildings. So, that's going to make it very difficult. The Israelis generally don't have any bones about hitting those places. Like they'll usually hit them anyway, for the most part. They don't really give a damn. But the United States, for the most part, we haven't seen them cross that line yet. I'm not sure if they actually will cross that line. We'll have to see. I'm not sure if they're going to let the Israelis cross that line, considering that the U.S. isn't directly involved in this situation, unlike Gaza. So we'll have to see. But it's going to have to be dealt with, though. Like that, we can't just allow, the IRGC to hide out in hospitals and stuff like that. We'll have to find a way to work around it and obviously protect civilians in the process, because otherwise they've created a catch-22 where we're stuck.
I have to say that is definitely true, and we'll generally have to work around that sort of stuff. But we always have to make sure to try and minimize civilian casualties as much as possible, because I do have to tell you all that today, CENTCOM did confirm, from what I heard, that the girls' school in Manab actually was directly hit by U.S. ordnance, and it was attempted to go after a nearby naval facility, apparently, somewhere within the area, and it apparently landed on the girls' school, and that's what led to the deaths of about 175 people, mostly young girls. So, we want to make sure that while we're trying to knock out the enemy, we're also not causing unnecessary civilian casualties, because that's not really a good sort of a situation to see. I don't really like to say stuff about that sort of stuff on air, because that's an absolute tragedy, and it's incredibly sad to know that that was done at the hands of a U.S. weapon, apparently, according to what we've heard. But that should be a real telltale sign that a great deal of prudence and necessity needs to be put on limiting the amount of collateral, which is what civilian deaths generally are, that are caused from military strikes. We want to mitigate as much of that as we possibly can, and in that case, that is an absolute horrific oversight by the U.S. Armed Forces, or at least the targeting intelligence that they were given, that led to an unforeseeable amount of significant civilian casualties, which is very unfortunate to see. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's awful. By the way, I heard about that. They haven't confirmed it for a fact, but the fact that they're leaning toward it's likely true. That's awful. By the way, that apparently there was a miscommunication or something that happened that caused the school to get hit. So initially everybody was writing it off as propaganda, because it sounds like something that Iran would put out there to use as propaganda. But it's starting to sound like more likely than not that it did happen, which is obviously awful beyond words can even comprehend. So, I'm not even really sure what to say about that. But also, by the way, apparently, I think Holy Smokes or someone else tagged me on Twitter about the whole situation about the hijab in public, apparently, that the IRGC is wearing. I see the pictures, by the way, of this. I can't really tell here. It does appear to be a male wearing it. So it could be possibly IRGC doing this, possibly. I see some people making that allegation on Twitter as well, but we don't have confirmation of that. It would appear so, but we can't say it for a fact.
And so with that, at the moment, we'll be trying to see if we can get some further information on that. And while we try, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from My Trucking Travels once again. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, I don't know why, but my previous super chat was refunded. So here's another one.
Oh, and I thank you so much for the support. And we are always happy that folks enjoy the channel enough that they'd be willing to support it. So a huge thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Just Some Space Cowboy, and thank you very much for that support. They said Cuba and Panama and most of South and Central America are important for the U.S. to have dominance over to prevent China from doing the Belt and Road type projects in the region, and as we are in the second opium war with China, in my opinion.
They're not that, like, Belt and Road initiatives are actually in between China and Europe. It's not actually having really anything to do with America. Like, they use similar strategies, but it's not a part of the larger One Belt, One Road initiative, because that's not really the geographical area. I would say that that's important, but at the same time, waging endless war in the Americas really, isn't the way to go about that. I mean, we just saw the diplomatic maneuvers earlier last year, saw that the Panamanians shed basically all of their Chinese connections in one fell swoop without us ever having to conduct a war against them. So, generally I would say that, I would agree that it is important to see that influence is asserted over the Americas as usual, as it almost always has been. At the same time, that can't be our only priority, because the truth be told, the Americas don't really have a lot of money in them if we're not talking about Canada, the United States, or Mexico, or Brazil. Really, most of the other countries are either economically insignificant or they're fairly small, and we still have to keep our priorities lying with our major allies that actually provide us major benefits, like Europe, the Middle East, and also our allies in East Asia, which are incredibly important for the United States. So I would say that, yes, I would agree with you that the United States needs to ensure that we curb foreign influence like Chinese and Russian influence here in the Americas. That cannot be really our only focus, because there's a lot of people who say that should be our only focus, and that's really kind of like cutting off our nose to spite our face, because like, why would we give up Europe, which has a collective gross domestic product of around 23 trillion, for the entirety of South America, which I believe has a GDP of around like 7 trillion. It's like, why would we give up a far more wealthy ally and a far more powerful ally militarily for ones that are smaller and less significant, generally, even in the strategic aspect? I mean, you're not going to see anyone fighting a war to the death over South America, like, truth be told, because it's not a strategically significant location. You will see people fighting to the death over a location in the Middle East, because the Middle East is a very strategically important location. And you will see people fighting and dying for control of Europe, because Europe is a strategically important and economically significant location. But South America doesn't have that same sort of prominence about it. But I still would say that it does need to be generally under U.S. control without any significant Chinese influence. So I do thank you for the support. I hope that does just that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Kagan. And thank you, Kagan, for that support. He said, love y'all boys, and y'all have got to be brothers. Friendly banter. Indeed. He said, always remember, however, Mr. Matt, it's real and a serious thing. And it is true, by the way. Also, by the way, I did not intend to out that, by the way, earlier. So, like, I just want to make that clear. I did not intend to do that. I was just simply checking. I was just making sure he was all right. Because for me personally, like, in my experience, whenever I hear someone, talking about, oh, there was, like, something that burst in my ear or something like that, or it's, like, a really bad pain in my head or something like that, I've heard that's stroke symptoms. So I was like, we're drinking a lot of coffee. We're also getting very little sleep these days. So I was thinking, uh-oh, hopefully this isn't something of a bad nature like that. So that was not my intention, by the way. But, it happens from time to time. I mean, we literally are on the air for these days, it's like 4 hours a day at least. So, I mean, the fact that we worked smoothly for all these years, for 4+ years with very little spats at all, that's a miracle in itself. Because, brothers fight. We've had our fair share of brawls over the years, like when it comes to arguments and stuff like that. So, it happens. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say he is going to have to be held at the stake. I'm just kidding, by the way. The reason why it freaked me out is because Matthew's known about this for a while. This has been something I've been dealing with for months. I actually didn't know about it, and it hasn't really been an issue my whole life, but since it's something that we've already said on air, I'm fine with telling people that I have scoliosis, because that is quite truly the reason why I couldn't join the military, and that basically killed all my hopes and ambitions of ever joining the military, which then led to this path, which led to here. But beyond that, though, the blood pressure thing is new. And so that happened last year, earlier on. And when it happened, I was like, Matthew, no matter what, we're never mentioning that on air, because I really don't like people knowing everything about my personal business. Like, my personal life is my personal life, and I like to kind of keep it that way and more so focus on the upfront stuff, because then when you tell people, oh, I have medical issues, then it's like a woe is me sort of a thing. And also on top of that, I kind of just like to have my own privacy to an extent. So when he said that, my mind immediately went to, oh shit, he just outed I had high blood pressure. And that's why I immediately just knee-jerked, you're not supposed to say that, and then I just moved on as quickly as I could, because it's like, oh shit. I was like, I think he just outed that I have high blood pressure. He didn't actually say anything like, did you take your medicine or anything like that about it? But as soon as I heard it, it just freaked me out. I was like, oh shit, he just told everyone I had high blood pressure. But he didn't really. But I was sitting there coming back, because I literally had gone to the mirror, and I was like trying to look in my ear. I was like, what the hell just happened? I was like, I have no clue what happened, because I was talking, and in the middle of talking, like my right ear just felt like this huge pressure, and then it just went pop. And I was like, I don't know if that's an ear infection. I don't know if my eardrum just burst for no reason. But I was like, I need to go check on that. And that's why I went and checked on it. And then when I came back, I was thinking about that. And then I was also trying to think, oh, where the hell did I just leave off? And I was like, I need to remember where I was at in like my monologue and get back to it. And then when he said that, I was just, oh shit, he just outed that on air accidentally. And I was like, we're not supposed to talk about that. And then I tried to move on.
I thought you were going to check and see if somebody was trying to break in your place or something. I thought I heard a click of like a 9mm or something. I was like, well, I'm like, is there something
that
going
was my
down?
pen. That was my pen.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a pistol or something. I was like, is something going down over there or something? I was thinking that something was about to go down. That's what I was thinking. That's why I was like, in the back of my head, I was thinking, hopefully nothing's happening over there or something like that, because we're on air. I'm not sure how we're going to deal with that, but
Yeah, like,
maybe some on air action or something.
When I talk, folks, by the way, sometimes I have a pen in my hand. That's why you was hearing clicking, is that I have a pen in my hand. I'm just kind of like spinning it around on my fingers and talking and stuff. And then I kind of like sit there and kind of like push down that little indent that extends the actual pen head. I sometimes press on that, but I don't click it like that, so that way I don't hear it in the microphone. But I do that so that way it can kind of help me focus. And that's what you heard was me clicking that.
Man,
and you must have thought I was racking a pistol or something.
Man, I thought that was the click of something. I thought that was something else. I didn't know that was a pen. Like, you did that little click like at a very odd timing, like when you were getting off. Like, that was a very odd sound right there, I must admit.
Oh man, but yeah, like just to let you all know, this was a bit of a thing. This is actually why one of the shows was canceled a while ago. Is that I've never taken my blood pressure my whole life, folks, and the few times I had it was like a little high, like a little bit over normal, but we had to cancel a show because one night I took my blood pressure and my blood pressure was like, what was it, Matthew? It was like 200.
You don't have to go into all of that. Like, that is getting into a lot of information
but
right there.
it was exceptionally high, and we were like, damn, that is a problem. And so, I had to get on medicine and everything. Nowadays, it sits around a normal level. Like right now, it's probably around normal levels and stuff. But that's something that I have to tend to and pay attention to a little bit in the background. But I kind of wanted to keep that private. But since that whole thing happened tonight, and everyone was like, damn, what an asshole! Like, to me, I was like, damn, I kind of got to explain why I kind of freaked out like that, because otherwise it just looks like it just went off for like, well, no reason, instead of freaking out because it's like, oh my god, he mentioned the thing, because I thought he had just basically straight up said it right then, because I was also thinking, what am I saying? I heard blood pressure. I was like, no, I was like, you're not supposed to say that. Moving on. But anyways, with that, I hope that has addressed it well. Big thanks for the support, by the way, and hope this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support here from Full Bolt-On Racing. And thank you very much, good sir, for that $20 support. They said, as someone who works in the oil and gas industry in West Texas, since the war kicked off, there's been a noticeable increase in traffic and customers kind of freaking out.
Oh, West Texas, the oil sand lands, I believe. That's actually where a lot of the oil in this country is actually produced. And I got to say, a big thanks to you for the support. And I've been hearing a little bit about that as well. We hear stuff in the background about that. And that's also why we're saying, this is an issue. Like, and a lot of people always want to say, and it's usually always very political people. Like, we got this in the last administration as well. We'd be like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why are we slow rolling support to Ukraine? We would say that, and then people would be, oh, Enforcer, you don't know everything. They know everything against you. They're 7 steps ahead. And then it's like they're not. They're kind of, they're doing what anyone else would do. And with the current administration, whenever we talk about anything that they do, there's a crowd of people who don't want to just say, like, I love the guy and he never does anything wrong, but they will say it in a way where it's like, oh, well, he just clearly knows more than you. And it's like, I don't know about that. It's like, well, clearly this wasn't a consideration. He was literally asked about this the day before the war started, and he said, oh, this won't be an issue. The oil prices won't rise. And they're rising. I mean, they've already risen 25% from what they were at on day one. And it's only 6 days later. So it's like, with that in mind, it's like, clearly that's not being considered. And also on top of that, another thing that I find a little bit funny is that people always act like the president knows everything and the government knows everything and that everything's in hand. But it's like, if that was the case, why in the world is it that every single time a political campaign comes around, like an election for a president, how come they can say that the current sitting president has done so much wrong? Like, they all say that. It's like, well, it's like the current president couldn't have said that the last president was wrong in anything when he was running for president in 2024 then, because the last president had all this knowledge and all this information, and he was always right and never wrong. But the reality of it is that everybody can be wrong, because if you look through U.S. history, there's plenty of things that U.S. presidents have done that are great, and there's plenty of things that U.S. presidents have done that didn't turn out too well. And I think that it's a duty, especially when we're talking about U.S. soldiers are over there in the Middle East right now, their lives are on the line, that we don't just dig our heads in the sand and act like everyone's always going to be right. And we point out things that are clearly and obviously critical failings, like the fact that we didn't account for that drone warfare was going to be a major threat, or the fact that the Strait of Hormuz has to be reopened and that now needs to become a high priority of operations in the region. I want y'all to be able to afford your groceries, and I want to be able to have y'all afford your tank of gas while we're in the middle of this war. We're not trying to create hardships overseas and hardships on the home front. We want to make sure that we're trying to make the situation as best as it possibly can. And I mean, if it hurts an administration to hear criticisms, not just criticisms like they're bad and they suck, this is why you need to vote for the other people. We're legitimately giving criticisms like they need to do this because this will turn out much better. If that hurts them, then they're not even representing the people anymore, because if they can't listen to the people and what clearly is an issue and what clearly needs to be fixed, what kind of an administration is that? And that's what we keep dealing with. That's what we've been dealing with over 4 straight years, no matter who's in charge. And our criticisms are always based on the concept of we need to see that things improve for the best interest of the citizenry. And that's always where the approach and the analysis has come from. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, big thanks to you once again for support. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Nefarious Technology. And thank you very much, Nefarious, as well. He said, speaking of crazy things, one day while playing Halo, my best friend had a guy bust through his window and also try to do something to him, apparently. And also, you heard the crash and also the screaming, too. Thankfully, he's on now, and he just has a few scars for that story. Dang, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy right there. Sounds like something that happened like Montgomery or something, where he used to live. That's honestly something that bad.
Yeah, I mean that is really crazy right there. We haven't had anything crazy like that crazy happen to us ever. Like, that is absolutely wild. Good to hear that he's okay. And only has a couple of scars to show for it, but that is rough. I mean, I feel sorry for him. My apologies to him. But yeah, it's crazy stuff like that just happens out of the blue. Like, we haven't had crazy stuff like that happen, but in the middle of some shows back in the day when the hot dog man was like the #1 hater of the show, we got doxxed so many times that some of his people, or people who were like backing up like what he was saying against us, they would show up and fake being pizza delivery men, and then we would say, where are you from? And they'd be like, I'm from like Domino's or Papa John's. And when you call them and be like, was there a pizza order to this place? They'd be like, we don't even have a delivery man in that area. And we'd be like, oh, this guy's faking it, trying to get into the house to do who knows what. So, and there was that whole thing going on. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support. I hope that addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Babul. And thank you for that support. And they put in a 20, by the way. And they said, if Iran considered the United States and Israel its main enemies and called them the Great Satan and Little Satan, why did Iran still receive weapons from Israel during the Iran-Iraq War and the U.S. Contra affair scandal?
That is a great question, Babul Hawaji. Back in 1980, when Ronald Reagan was president, he needed money to go and fund the Contras, because the Contras were our main guys in Nicaragua who were going to fight the communists who were trying to take charge. Problem is that the Congress wouldn't really give the money, and there really wasn't any way to find the money to be able to fund the Contras, which later turned into basically the cartels, or the narcos, basically, if you want to call them that. So what they did is that they came up with this idea that they would sell missiles to the Islamic Republic, so that way they could get the money to then give to the Contras. And so it worked for a little while, but then it was eventually uncovered because the paper trails kind of seemed to not be making sense, and then a whistleblower announced that the whole thing was going on, and then they framed this guy called Colonel Oliver North for the whole thing, and then he went to prison. That's kind of the reason why that happened, as far as the U.S. giving them weapons. As far as Israel giving weapons to Iran during that time, that is actually a really interesting story. At that time, the Israelis hated Saddam Hussein more than they did the Islamic Republic of Iran. And so kind of the whole enemy of the enemy is their friend sort of a thing. They actually did sell weapons to Iran so that way they could try and beat up Saddam Hussein more, because the Israelis at the time strategically actually viewed the Iraqis under Saddam Hussein to be an even more significant threat to the Israelis than the Iranians were, and that's why they gave them the weapons so that way they could try and beat up the Iraqis a little bit harder. And actually, funnily enough, folks, some people don't know this as well, but I believe it was in 1994 the Israelis actually conducted pretty much a 12-day war against Iraq, but it was a lot shorter, and they actually bombed an Iraqi research reactor reactor, I believe in 1994, that was also trying to work towards creating enriched uraniums and nuclear materials for nuclear weaponry. And then that sort of thing stuck around, like in the public's mindset, and that's why it was believed in 2003 they might still be working on nuclear weapons, and that's why we invaded them. Although the Iranians were saying up and down they weren't creating nuclear weapons, they had no way to create nuclear weapons. And it turned out that after the research reactor in 1994 was blown up, they actually did not work on nuclear weapons after that point. So they were actually telling the truth. And then we went in there and then we found that out. But also there was a whole bunch of other stuff that went on with that as well, because the CIA operatives that we sent over to Iraq, they basically hung out in the hotel in Baghdad and then just came back to America and said, yep, we found proof they're making yellow cake uranium, which wasn't true. So then when all that came out, then the U.S. was like, okay, well, we have intelligence that they're creating yellow cake, but they're swearing up and down that they're not. So we're going to invade them anyways because they're trying to create a nuclear weapon. Very different than the Iran situation, to where you can physically see by satellite data, satellite photography, they are working on nuclear weapons. And every single time we've talked to the Iranians, they never refuse the fact that they're working towards nuclear weaponry and also ICBMs. And every time we ask them, can you sign this paper to promise us you won't make a nuclear weapon, they refuse it. And it's like, if they weren't making a nuclear weapon and they never had the intention of doing that, why in the world wouldn't they sign the piece of paper that says that's the case? You know, that generally shows you they are making a nuclear weapon. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you for support, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we'll have to speed up a little bit because we have a lot of super chats to go, and also we are running late. But this one here, the next one, is going to go to none other than DWRB, who put in the 20 and said, do you believe the diminishing Iranian missile and drone attacks are a direct result of them running out of equipment or an attempt to lull the U.S. into a false sense of comfort?
Generally, they're running out of equipment. We're just destroying a large amount of the transport erector launchers, and for that reason, the rate of fire is decreasing. And also, we've seen that sustainment of rates of fire by Iranian missile forces historically is not accomplishable over any longer period of time, like a week. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Sharp, who said, hello there. I've been watching from the shadows for a few months. Do y'all think a ground invasion by another nation into Iran without the U.S. boots on the ground, like by Azerbaijan or a coalition of Gulf states, is possible?
It's possible, but you would have to kind of deal with the situation with Iraq, because Iraq would be the largest front to start with, and so that would generally be the most opportune, because you're not really kind of funneling into a bottleneck, basically. So with that in mind, you kind of have to deal with the fact that Iraq is basically a hotbed of Wild West factions. Like, literally any faction you could imagine is in Iraq, and a lot of them don't really like us or the Gulf states, for that matter. So then you would have to deal with a lot of insurgent attacks on the rear line, and that could be a big issue. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, real quick, I do want to bring us to a piece of breaking news, apparently. So we're hearing that allegedly the U.S. does not have enough money to insure the ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Recall this, by the way, the U.S. president had ordered the U.S. to prepare to provide low-cost insurance to the Strait of Hormuz vessels to facilitate the movement of oil through the strait. That is what we heard, that apparently the president had allegedly ordered that. So now we're being told, according to recent reporting, that the U.S. is about $200 billion short of what they need to underwrite the policies. Apparently, they need about $352 billion to underwrite those policies. So it sounds like it's not really possible, actually, from the sounds of it. So I don't think that's going to be a viable solution to the problem, which it seems like they would have known that before they made that order, but apparently they just ordered it and didn't even know what the real capabilities were. But Enforcer, what say you?
Sounds to me like we'll have to go back to plan A, which is one I came up with, which is that we just have to escort them in and out, and their insurance is the protection provided by the Navy, basically, because there really is no way for us to really make that financially feasible at the moment. That would require probably an entire bill to be passed in Congress authorizing those funds, which is quite a lot, mind you all. That's going to be the cost of 100 days of this war in one fell swoop of a congressional bill to be able to see that that funding would be passed, and that might not be possible.
Yeah, and also, by the way, it's not possible to simply executive order the cap to be raised. By the way, I see some people had mentioned that. They said, how come he doesn't just executive order the raising of the money so that way he can do that? The president does not have that power. That power is delegated to Congress. They have to pass an act or a bill to raise that cap. So that's probably not going to be happening. Also, by the way, I'll be honest. $352 billion to underwrite insurance policies, there's a very high chance that those ships are going to get attacked. So every single time a ship gets attacked, they're going to be paying out billions for these vessels getting hit left and right. I'm not really too wild about that, to be honest, because where's that money coming from? I would assume it's coming from the taxpayer. I would assume. So it's like I'm not too wild about that idea personally.
Yeah, I would say I'm not too wild about it, and I see someone saying that the Supreme Court somehow is weighing into this. The Supreme Court, it didn't screw anyone over. I mean, the Supreme Court ruling is a Supreme Court ruling. I mean, if you're saying that, I mean, are you bringing into question every Supreme Court ruling? I mean, do you want people to, possibly be thrown into jail by the Alien Sedition Act because they deemed that was unconstitutional? They screwed us over. I mean, come on. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next support here goes to Ludus, who puts in a 28. He said, bless you for the impartiality and integrity. We need more of you. LSA from Quebec, Canada.
And a big thank you for the support all the way from Quebec in Canada. And thank you so much for enjoying the channel and helping us keep this thing running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Slinger, who puts in a 10. They say, continue pondering the orb.
And I thank you so much for the support. And long live the orb. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from JMO, who said, what are the odds that we control the Strait of Hormuz when this is all said and done?
The possibility of that right now is kind of iffy because, everybody's treating it like it's a low priority situation or a low priority mission right now in the larger campaign. But I think that they ought to become the number one priority at this point. I mean, it's like, what's going to be more damaging? The Iranians firing a few more missiles that we'll have to shoot down, or the entire global economy coming to a grinding halt because oil has become unavailable or too expensive? I would say that oil becoming unavailable or too expensive is worse than a couple of more missiles flying because the U.S. aircraft went down and dealt with the anti-ship missile launchers instead of a couple of TELs that the Israeli Air Force could deal with instead. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Yenya Tolls, and thank you, Yenya, for that support. They said, I'm going to be so mad if this is a manifest destiny war.
And I got to thank you so much for the support, and I would say that would be really something else. I'd say that it's kind of annoying to me that somehow the Kurds and also the Iranian people are supposed to lay down their lives so that way the president can have the honor of completely throwing all of their opinions out on who should lead Iran or what the government should look like, and then just picking some guy out of the Islamic regime to run the country. It's like if you told me as an Iranian that was the plan, I'd be like, why the hell would I ever go out in the street and put my life on the line for that? I don't even get a say in how things go in the end of it all, and I could end up dying for it. What's the benefit? I haven't gotten that one at all today. That was ridiculous. It's the same thing that we did in Venezuela actually with Delcy Rodriguez. Instead of completely throwing out Hugo Chavez's radical and extremist government, we're instead going to just sit there and appoint an insider to run the government, and they still hate us and they still think what they think about us. It's like, that's not going to work. It's not working in Venezuela. It's not going to work in Iran. Why the hell are we going to put everyone's lives on the line? 6 U.S. soldiers have already been killed, and then at the end of it all, we're just going to pick a milder Khamenei. What's the point? I don't get that. But anyways, with that, I hope that has addressed it the best I can. A big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Hokey Redneck, who puts in a 10 once again. He said, how the flip do you know the song about the Edmund Fitzgerald?
It just popped up at some point, and I heard it, and I was like, oh, look at that. I was like, what interesting. And then a lot of people, for some reason in my generation, know a lot about the Edmund Fitzgerald. I do not know why, but a lot of people do. But a huge thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ian Mitson, and Ian said, LSA forever, and what happened to the drinking water shortage in Tehran?
It's still ongoing. They are still in a water shortage. They're rationing water right now, and it's still a pretty bad situation. It's actually spread to Mashhad as well, which is the second largest city in the country. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Music Uploader, who said, I own a trucking company, and many of us owners are moving the fuel surcharge percentages within a couple of weeks. And diesel's hovering at $6 in California right now. That's kind of surprising, actually, that diesel is only $6 in California, because I've heard that the normal gasoline prices out there in California can go up to $5 and $6 just for normal gas. Usually diesel is much more expensive, at least where we lived. So that's kind of wild. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, you know, when I was in Oregon one time, let's see, my the price per gallon up there was like $5 a gallon. Crazy stuff. I mean, it was crazy. And you know, oddly enough, there was like this guy. He was like in these really dirty clothes. He like poked me with some needle, and weirdly enough, nowadays I get really itchy. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just playing about that part. But the gas is really expensive on the West Coast, like the very West Coast, like Washington, Oregon, and California. But still, that is, you know, once again, the direct impact it'll have on transportation and logistics. And there it is, right there, proof in the pudding. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Leroy, who said, when do you think things like the drone lasers and coyotes are going to be able to be used? And can they get the shot heads? And do you think the reason we were unprepared was a need for an immediate strike?
I think the reason we were unprepared is because we have not evolved any doctrine at all around drone warfare. None. Like, there's basically none. Right now, it's in its absolute infancy, because we are conducting attacks with little Shaheeds, but that is nowhere close to a fully integrated drone warfare doctrine like the Ukrainians have right now, and that's generally why we're unprepared. And I mean, like, you know, and some people go, no, they're not, you're lying. They literally said it to the Congress. I mean, like, that's the best proof we could get. They officially said, you know, the drone thing is proving to be really challenging, and they said that in a closed congressional meeting literally just yesterday. So if we needed any proof for that, there was the proof. And that it was literally just hubris. Like, that's the best way to explain it. And that isn't just the fault of the current administration. That's the fault of the prior administration. The prior administration and the current one have watched the war in Ukraine grind on for 4 years, with drone warfare being the ultimate killer in that war. Drones account for 70% of all casualties in the Ukraine war. Everything else, artillery, rifle fire, tanks, so on, they only make up the remaining 30%. I mean, that shows how revolutionary drone warfare is, and we've watched that for 4 years, and people in America, I guess, in the Department of Defense just went, our doctrine's good. It's good enough. We don't need to evolve. The military always has to evolve. I mean, like, basically every 9 years, it's smart to just write up a whole new doctrine at that point and integrate anything and everything that's new. Because otherwise, you're just completely using an outdated doctrine. And even if you have a huge and impressive military, it can be defeated by a smaller force. Case in point, Russia versus Ukraine. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Nefarious Technology yet again. And thank you very much for that second support of the night. We do appreciate that. And he said, my bet is that the intention behind this is on the oil rigs, is assuming we are going to get rid of the regime and then make up the loss of the insurance claims on the backside from an Iranian backdoor deal. And here in IL, only been 35 cents increase and for 329 today.
And that's interesting to hear in Nefarious Technology, and I thank you for sharing your input and information on that. And I got to thank you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Angel Garcia. And thank you for that support, by the way. We appreciate that. They said, you guys are awesome and keep up the great work.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the kind words and helping this channel to keep on running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Christopher Babb. He said, with everything going on and oil prices are still lower than in 2022, it's been less than a week in operations, and Iran is basically in decentralized pockets, so coordination with Iran is screwed.
And I would say, I thank you for the support, and I would say that that is true. It's still lower than 2022, but the thing is, though, just to say this, we want to keep the costs low. Like, I've seen a lot of people, and this is something that I find really interesting tonight. A lot of people are like, yeah, the oil prices are rising, but they're only going to be as bad as they were under Obama. And it's like, so, the worst case scenario for oil prices is now what we're assuming to be great. It's like, why would we say that? It's like, that's like saying, well, America is falling apart, but it was falling apart under the last administration, so this is honestly great. It's like, no, it's like, that's not great. We don't measure, the success of a current administration off of have they failed as badly as the last one? And if they have, then that's great. That's not how that works. It's like, you have to say, well, it's rising. Like this is how I look at it. It's rising. It's not as bad as it once was, but we don't want it to be as bad as it once was. We want the gas to be cheap. We want the groceries to be cheap. We want everything to be as affordable as it can be. And that means that the oil has to keep flowing. And so I definitely see what you're saying there with it. Like, it isn't as bad as it was in 2022, but we certainly don't want it to get to the point that it is as bad as 2022 or even worse. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. Also, I see some people saying the last president. I was actually using an example from another comment later on the night. Some people were like, well, this isn't as bad as it was under so-and-so, which is Obama. And I was like, yeah, but I mean, like, that's true, sure, but we don't want it to keep getting there. I mean, it's going to get there at this point. It's like we don't want it to keep just going there until it is worse than then, and then be like, oh, look at that, now it's bad. It's like we want to fix it before it gets to that point, But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Hokey Redneck. He said, do you know what even and odd number plates were in the 70s?
I think so. I think it was like, okay, if you have this plate, you get gas today. If you have this plate, you can get gas today. I think that's how they were working it, actually, back then. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Holy Smokes, who said, not sure if you saw this, but the U.S. released some of the sanctions against Russian oil today to relieve the pressure. Not sure what I think about that at all, and grrr. I know what I think about it. That was a stupid idea. We have been working hard. The United States has. Well, when I say hard, they've been at least attempting to try to cut Russia off and stop the sales of their oil and petroleum to other countries. And this was not the right move. Like, there were other ways to provide I guess you could say, a release valve to lessen the situation, to fix it a bit. Letting Russia have an out, that was certainly not the way to do it. They just reversed everything they did by, cutting Russia off. They just reversed all that. So it was all a waste at this point. Now they're letting them have a 30-day waiver, and that could be extended, by the way. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would definitely agree with that as well. It's not only screwing us over in one way, it's screwing us over in two. It's just not a smart move. Like, we're working with a kind of a bad run, a bad lot at this point of straws to pull with what happened in the Strait of Hormuz, but doing that certainly isn't the fix. That's only helping out another sworn enemy of the United States to have a little bit of a better time going up against Ukraine and financially surviving for even longer, which is not something we want. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Truckin' Chef, who said, side note, North Oklahoma and Southwest Oklahoma are under tornado warnings.
And that's very interesting to hear, and I thank you for sharing that, Truckin' Chef, and thank you for the support as well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Laura Rogers, who said, oil is guaranteed to hit 100 plus a barrel. U.S. paper prices are not matching real world oil prices. And Ring Energy stock will explode when this happens because they are drilling more than ever in the United States of America. And also, by the way, that idea about oil hitting 100 plus a barrel, you appear to be correct on that, because I just saw an article that just came out. Several different sources are saying that $100 a barrel is almost guaranteed at this point. So it's going to go there. Not sure how much higher it's going to go than that, though. We'll have to see. But at the rate that Iran's hitting oil refineries, I'm not really sure if that's too far-fetched. But Enforcer, what say you?
I do thank you for the support, and I'd have to say that it probably will rise that high, which is going to be unfortunate. But once again, that is why there needs to be precedence and emergence put on the fact that we need to open the Strait of Hormuz and we need ships passing through. No matter what at this point, it has to go forward. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from AUSBW, who said, love the coverage in here. And also, by the way, we try not to get political, so I can't address that. But thank you very much for your $10 support. We also have a 10 from Andrew, who said, don't you think that NATO and the EU is just doing defensive actions because the way America has been treating them?
I think that the reason why they're doing defensive actions is because a lot of them really don't have a bone to pick yet with Iran, and generally anyone else who's probably going to get involved, like the French, they're getting involved offensively, which generally that's kind of the reason. Also, on top of that, I forgot, I actually have to get back to the more important point. NATO is a defensive alliance, so it's not like they have a choice that they go to war offensively and then they can all agree on that. I mean, they have to get attacked, like they have to get directly attacked, and then whoever is directly attacked in NATO then has to declare Article 4, which then moves on to an Article 5 invocation, which the Turks are the only one who has been directly attacked, along with the British, and neither of them have declared an Article 4 invocation yet. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Daniel. I think it's Daniel Baharvand, I believe. Hopefully I'm saying your name properly, but thank you very much for that $20 support. He said, as an Iranian with Kurdish and Azeri background and living overseas, I've been watching you guys since the 12-day war and cross-checking your war map with family home locations in Iran since we still can't contact them. And thank you very much. And also, by the way, I hope you're able to contact your family members, by the way. There's a very important distinction, by the way, that we try to make from time to time, and it's also kind of implied in our analysis as well, that there's a major difference between a government and the people of a nation. The Iranian people as a whole absolutely despise the Khamenei regime that still runs Iran. They despise it. There's a ton of people in Iran that want to be free again. They want to live in a country that is actually free and not being run by extremist lunatics. And right now, those people are suffering at the hands of these lunatics. So there's a major difference. When we say we want Iran to have regime change and we want Iran to also change, we're speaking of the government and we are not speaking of the people. I feel bad for the people in any type of war. Like, for example, in Iran, I feel bad for the people there that are dealing with the situation. I also feel bad for the Russians, even the Russian people, that is, that are having to live underneath that oppressive regime of Putin's regime. It's unfortunate that people get caught up in stuff like that, and they really don't have a choice. They just have to deal with it, and it's really unfortunate. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. It's wildly unfortunate, and I hope that your family is safe over there. I would hope. It would be unfortunate to hear of any tragedies that happen with the citizen populations, and that's also why, folks, I say that we always have to make sure, as the United States, to put a heavy amount of importance on mitigating and completely minimizing civilian casualties as much as we can. They are going to happen because it is war, and war is a nasty business, but we shouldn't be going out of our way to do what other countries do, like, say, Russia or Israel, to where you wipe out entire city blocks and hundreds of innocent people just because you don't really care. That's not really the way that the United States operates, because a lot of people always say that the United States is the best country in the world, and it's like, why? Well, it's like, because we have the Constitution and our very particular way of laws and rights in this country, which is an amazing thing. And not only that, we are a civilized nation of civilized people. And if you go around, just wiping out civilians left and right, and you make the war not against their government, but against the people themselves, at that point, I think that there's not really a great argument at that point to say that America is any better than any other country, because we're a barbarian like any other. So, it's like, what makes America special and unique at that point? We don't even represent that in war by then. And that's why I say that situation that happened down in Manab is wildly tragic, and we should see that the military double ensures, and even triple ensures that whatever target it's about to hit is definitely a military target and is not something along the lines of a girls' school that is going to get hit and see 175 children get killed or something along those lines. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and help this channel to keep on running, and I wish your family the best of luck, and I hope that they do remain safe in the midst of a fairly perilous time. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ulf Hednar, who said, I really hope that Ukraine and the Kurds got something good for helping the United States. I am worried the U.S. will steal an interceptor drone, reverse engineer it, and then discard Ukraine anyway. And it seems to be what we do now, sadly. But see, though, here's the catch, though. Ukraine has a fallback. Ukraine can't be ditched quite like that, because you have to also have operators for those. Those are not autonomous. You have to have an operator. So Ukraine is sending specialists to help out with that situation, but there's going to be a lot of help needed for that. Like, it's not something you can do overnight. So Ukraine won't get discarded quite like that. They might maybe later on down the road, but at least in the short term, they're good. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say a huge thanks to you for the support, and I also have to say that I hope that they are treated quite well. I mean, the Kurds and the Ukrainians are great allies to the United States, and I think that we need to always remember that when dealing with them, that these are great nations that are friends of ours, and we should treat them mutually with a great deal of respect. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that it's just that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Los Sisi, who puts in a 20 Canadian. And thank you very much for that 20 Canadian support. They said, Iranian here, and I have context with the inside. And also, we have a lot of Iranians in the chat tonight, by the way. They said, people are happy that the regime is getting hit, and we've been oppressed for so long that people see this as the only way. And I'm told they are hitting the IRGC very hard, and prayers for all.
And that's good to hear. We've generally been hearing that a lot of Iranians are actually in support of this, especially those who live in exile from Iran, hoping to return one day. I've heard that a lot of them are very happy with this, and I've heard that a lot of people inside of Iran are very happy with this as well at the moment. And so a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does just that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Johnny Walker. And thank you, Johnny, as well. He said, it seems like Iran may be pulling as many people into this as possible. And if Russia and China timed their attacks right, they could make their moves and meet minimally prepared NATO forces.
Well, China really wouldn't move against NATO because NATO is a geographical confine within the North Atlantic, and China would only conduct actions in East Asia. They don't really have a way to make it to, say, Europe and really fight a war there. Russia definitely could try and catch NATO unprepared, but NATO is very underplayed in America. Once again, due to the absolute hubris and overconfidence that a lot of Americans have that we're the best in the world, that a lot of Americans go out of their way to basically make Europe sound like they're pointless. Europe is the strongest group anywhere in the world that is not the United States. They have the biggest military. They have one of the largest nuclear arsenals in the world. They're third only to Russia and the United States. They have an absolutely massive military. They have a humongous population. Europe will actually be pretty hard to catch off guard. If the drone warfare side of things will be a problem for them, like it is for really us as well. But outside of that, they are about as well equipped as we are in most cases, and well trained on top of that to boot. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that I was addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from A Grain of Salt, who said, with the economy being affected so much and the involvement of so many countries, are we in a world war? And what constitutes a world war? I'm not nearly as knowledgeable as you guys. Thank you very much in LTLSA. And here's the thing. Definitions are very important. That's a good distinction, because today I heard from a specific congressman that he said, the U.S. isn't at war with Iran. It's just a little skirmish. Or he tried to downplay it like we weren't at war and said that we were not at war. So a war is, I mean, it's self-explanatory what a war is. But I mean, technically the definition of it is two nations or states warring and attacking one another. Obviously, Iran, United States, there's obviously a war going on. So it qualifies. A world war, let me pull up the definition of that, because I know the basic definition of a war, but let's see what a world war is defined as. Let's see here. So, world war is defined as a war involving many large nations in all different parts of the world. And the name is commonly given to the wars, obviously the ones that we know about, 1 and 2, although only the second of these was truly global, meaning World War II. So, I mean, that's a pretty vague definition, a war involving many large nations in different parts of the world. Technically, by that definition, we're in a world war, if you take that. But many people, also experts, would not necessarily say we're already knee-deep in one, at least right now. It's up for debate. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, we're not really in a world war. This is a major regional war, because if this meets the definition of a world war, then the Gulf War was the third world war, and this is now the fourth. Hell, you could even say the invasion of Afghanistan was the fourth world war, and this is the fifth, because the entirety of the NATO alliance got involved in going in and invading Afghanistan in 2001. So I would say that this doesn't really meet the definition of the world war. Fairly significant regional war, that is for sure, but a world war, I would generally say not. But I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And I also saw a lot of people having a complaint about what I was saying about Europe, and they were like, you're comparing an entire region to the United States. Okay, but I think many of y'all are missing. What is America as a country, the official name of it? The United States of America. So if we're speaking honestly, the United States is basically the same thing as the European Union for the larger part, because the European Union has its parliament, which generally makes most of the major decisions within Europe at this point, and the national governments of the countries in Europe operate a lot like state governments. Very similar sort of a function in many ways if we're speaking at the most bare bones, like the United States. So, I mean, you could sit there and then break it down with America's like, well, America isn't really strong. It's actually Texas that's strong, because Texas has these forces within their state borders, and they also have these forces within the National Guard and everything. But the reality of it is that Europe generally these days operates like a large block, much like the United States operate as an individual entity instead of 50 separate ones, and then a whole bunch of overseas territories. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to A Grain of, let's see here. Thank you very much, A Grain of Salt, for that support. Let's have a 10 from Eason, who said the Penicians are out in force. Panicans, I think, are out in force this week, and no resume to be new geopolitical expert spit.
I've seen a lot of people who are absolutely panicking, because a lot of people like to do that and it really draws people in. But we try not to, but we do have critiques from time to time. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And I also see a lot of people like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, state governments make their own laws. I don't know if y'all know this here in America, but if you live in like the state of Utah has its own state constitution. It has its own state laws. But then there is in the European Parliament, there's then the federal government, which then can supersede and override the laws of the state, all states on that line if it wants to. And that's very similar to how Europe operates these days with the European Union. I don't know if a lot of y'all know that. Like let me go pull up the definition of a state for y'all. Definition of state. A state is a sovereign, self-governing political entity with a defined territory, permanent population, and government that enforces laws. It represents the highest form of organization, such as a country, France, or a constituent unit of a federation, like California. So, I mean, like the United States of America are united states, just like the states that make up Europe have united to create the European Union. Very similar in a lot of ways. Different in when you get into the minutia, but also quite similar in that regard. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand, is that the United States originally was a confederation, basically of multiple different nations when it originally formed, and the Constitutional Convention of 1787 was what gave primacy to the federal government. And now a lot of people have misconstrued that to be that states are just basically like counties within the country, when in reality, the states of the United States are almost basically independent countries unto themselves. If they weren't, how in the world did they secede in the 1860s to create a completely separate country and then go to war with the United States if they're not their own independent countries for the larger part? But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Kevin Shabahang. And we appreciate that, Kevin, for that 20 Canadian and also that super sticker as well. And we appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a support from none other than Small Minded, who said Act 1, Venezuela, Act 2, Iran, Act 3, China. I don't know about Act 3. Act 3 might be curtains closed on Act 3. I'm not sure about that one there. They said co-starring the situation in Mexico, the Cuban drug lord, and a case of vodka.
And I thank you so much for your support. And I don't know about the third act either, but a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Kagan once again. He said, hey guys, we all have BP problems, man. Either means blood pressure or he's talking about the oil company, one or the other. I'm assuming blood pressure.
British
said,
petroleum
okay,
problems, brother. Like, we're running into problems with the petrol.
Man, we used to have big BP problems back in the day. But also, it's okay, boys. Either family or ourselves, however understandable.
Yeah, but it's just, like medical issues, it's just something I just want to keep under wraps. Like, I don't want everyone in the world kind of knowing that. And so, it's kind of out of the bag today. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from the Polish drunk who said Clayton Bigsby should be the new leader of Iran. And if you don't know him, Google him. He'd bring a lot of great change.
We'll have to take your word on that. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Louis G, who said, when the U.S. President and Pahlavi say Iranians should take their country back at some time, what does that mean in practice, and to what extent is the U.S. coordinating with internal opposition efforts? Well, we do know that there is definitely Mossad operating on the ground inside of Iran. So Israel is very heavily involved inside of Iran internally, and I would assume they probably spark internal unrest as well. That's basic destabilization operations. So the U.S. is probably involved in that as well, but they haven't really made that clear how they're involved. The Israelis love to brag about how deeply embedded they are in the Iranian state. So they always brag about that. The U.S. really doesn't. They stay quiet about it. We do know that the Kurds are being enlisted to help out with that situation. Apparently an invasion is imminent, but we haven't seen it start yet, but apparently it's imminent at some point. So it seemed like Pahlavi, though, is apparently not in great graces with the U.S. president, at least for the moment. So I'm not really sure what that relationship's like right now, but Enforcer, what say you?
It appears that the U.S. isn't really coordinating with internal opposition efforts anymore, because the president actually clearly said that Pahlavi is no longer an option. He's not even considering him, and he's too weak, and so on, to lead Iran. I kind of find it funny that everyone who the U.S. is aligned with as an opposition leader, according to the current president, is just weak. It's like, That's that's kind of critical. I mean, it's like like I got to say, I have my own reservations about Machado and Pahlavi, but I mean, at the same time, the U.S. has been backing those dogs in the fights for literally years. I mean, like literally like over a decade, decades even for Pahlavi. And it's like that's kind of a little stupid that here at the almost at the finish line, we're basically just gonna be like, screw him, and then we're gonna go with a regime insider. Like even like right now, they have to pick the new supreme leader. Bet with me. It's like, why the hell are we picking a new supreme leader? Why the hell are we even involved in that? There shouldn't be a supreme leader. Like, we should see that government is completely changed. There shouldn't be an Islamic regime anymore. Why would we allow that to exist? But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to you, Boycott China, who puts in a 6 and says, sundown, you better take care. If I find that you've been creeping around the back stairs, and Gordon Lightfoot singing about China's government.
Huh, that's interesting. I thank you for the support and sharing that with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from James Hobbs and Mark Dixon. And thank you very much, James and Mark, for that support. And also we have a 5 from Houthi, Texas, who said, I just removed the at least 100-year-old leaf springs of my Ford Model T Racer this past week in order to inspect the drive shaft. Leaf springs rock.
And leaf springs are incredible. And a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Houthi once again. He said, bored with media hysteria about shortages. Iran is losing stuff faster. And have you noticed in the media, the stories, there's always something to bitch about? But the problem is the Gulf states are bitching about it. That's the problem, though. They're reporting what the Gulf states are saying. It's not the media that's making it up. So, I mean, also, by the way, I mean, typically speaking, the media loves to harp on negative stories because that, negative stories sell. That's what sells today. Fear makes people read more articles and it makes people tune in more. So it sells. But we can't write off everything in the media as hysteria because if the Gulf states are saying it, and also, I mean, there's other corroborating sources for that, by the way, it sounds plausible. So I wouldn't write it off. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I wouldn't write it off because, what if that information is true and then everybody just basically beats the hell out of people who are mentioning it, and then 5 U.S. soldiers get killed in Qatar tomorrow because the Iranians actually were able to rocket the base successfully because the Qataris ran out of air defense and we don't really have enough in that area. And then we end up seeing the U.S. soldiers die because everyone wanted to kind of like stand on a hill of pride, when in reality they actually were running out of air defense interceptors. Like, that's kind of the thing. Like, I get that, like, people don't like hearing about negativity, but I mean, at the same time, critiquing is improvement. And, as far as on our end here on the channel, I know that whenever we're talking about stuff, it's not like, oh my God, Trump's so stupid, go vote for Kamala. Like, that's absolutely dumb because it's like he's the president right now. When's that going to change? In like 3 years. So that's completely pointless to say right now. What we need to do, though, is we need to say what's wrong. Like, if something does look wrong, and we need to see that it's changed and addressed so that way we don't see that those, U.S. soldiers die needlessly because we were too overconfident or too prideful to admit that there is some sort of a growing issue or a problem down there. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from It's Connor, who said, asking the Kurds for help and then abandoning them. I feel like I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, I think we saw that like last year in like everything with the Northeast Syria. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I see someone in here that says, located at Hill Air Force Base, come visit. Maybe one day possibly. That would be pretty cool to do a YouTube video up there sometime. Also, by the way, y'all fly those jets like extremely low to the road up there. Like, I've seen those videos of those. I think they're F-35s possibly taking off from Hill. They are like going berserk up there, like flying around that base. I would love to see that. But anyways,
sadly, Matthew, the Trusted Traveler program has been suspended indefinitely.
Damn it.
Yeah, so we can't
indefinitely.
Go to the base. Yeah, indefinitely. Like we don't they don't even have an idea of when it's going to be reopened, and it's been like that for months. But before this even happened.
Well, I could at least stand outside the fence and wave.
Hello, bro. We're gonna be like Forrest Gump out there on this shrimp boat. Like, bro, we're gonna be going off. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 for Michael Leslie. And thank you, Mike, for that support. He said, I'm afraid if the Kurds invade the Persian population, that would turn their support away from the U.S. seeing this more as an insurrection.
And possibly, it might. There's always a possibility of that. That's why you always have to measure these things out and plan them out incredibly well, so that way the optics look good, so that way you end up, winning over people, at least intellectually in operation as well. But a huge thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Shauna, who said, LOC, and great work to you both, and many thanks.
And a big thanks to you, and a big thanks to you for helping this channel to keep running as well. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Pizza Friday Don, who said East Minnesota. I can't address this right here. But anyways, we also have a 5 from Houthi, Texas, once again, who said Cristobal Colon is Christopher Columbus, kind of a traditional Spain warship name like Enterprise, like with Captain Picard. Also, we sank one, so named in 1898 at Santiago, Cuba.
Ah, yes, Santiago. Which I forgot. It's like Saint something. I forgot what it is. But anyways, beyond that though, I do thank you for support and sharing that with us. And that is true. But aren't they sad about what Christopher Columbus did? But anyways, I'm just kidding, by the way. But with that, a big thanks to you for support. And also, it's kind of a little bit weird. I mean, Christopher Columbus is an Italian. It's like, that is a little interesting. But I mean, I guess he's so big in Spanish history because that's literally the only reason Spain became a major empire historically. So I guess he kind of gets the credit of getting a ship named after him, even if he isn't Spanish. So huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Kevin, who said, I look forward to the coverage every day.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for looking forward to the coverage every single day. So a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Houthi, Texas, once again. He said, a lot of you folks are already forgetting that this war is about stopping Iran from getting nukes, not about the oil. Stop whining. But Houthi, you're missing the point, though. You're missing the point. We did say that the nuclear threat had to be tended to. Like that, I still stand by that. That was still something they had to tend to. Also, by the way, the country was literally saying death to America and death to Israel on the daily. So you can't let a country like that. I mean, also they're proving the situation right now. You can't let them get their hands on a weapon of mass destruction. That is something you can never allow to happen. But at the same time, though, there are a lot of legitimate grievances about the planning of this operation because even though we advocated for the operation, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily pulling it off the right way. And right now we're seeing some shortcomings in defense, at least for the moment. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's true, but I mean, at the same time, though, that would be like saying we started the war with Iran, over nuclear weapons, not about vegetables, and then everyone starves to death in America because the crops don't come in, and everyone just doesn't have food to eat and they starve. Like we can't, do one thing to benefit the country and then screw ourselves over in an even larger way trying to fix something. That'd be like saying, my car has the engine in my car is knocking. So what I did is that I went around with a knife and I slashed all my tires, and then I fixed the engine and I fixed the knock. Because it's like, well, now the engine's fixed, but now you can't really drive it anywhere because the tires are gone. They got slashed. They're all deflated. It's kind of that thing. Like, you have to focus on issues that pop up because otherwise we're going to be screwing over the whole country trying to fix something, and then we're only going to make everything far worse in a whole other way. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Aloha Kami. And thank you very much for that support. They said aloha from Waikiki. LSA. All day, every day, and twice on Sunday. LSA. And keep up the great work, guys, in addition to the coffee fund, and aloha.
And a big aloha to you. Aloha Kami. And a big thanks to you for the support for being here. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Flat for Life, who said, I don't think the oil crisis will be at the level of 1979, and U.S. dependency on foreign oil today is nearly half of what it was in 1979. And that actually is true, by the way. The U.S., by the way, is the #1 producer of oil, actually, if we ramp up our oil production, which is honestly wild to me. I didn't know that until probably about 2 years ago, actually. I was like, you're kidding. Like, the U.S. really produces that much oil? But we really do. It's just simply a matter of actually extracting the oil. But Enforcer, what say you?
And that is true. That is actually, as a matter of fact, true. But it still is going to affect us, though, because even though we don't rely on imports of foreign oil, we still have to buy the barrels of oil and then refine them, and then they have to sell those refined fuels to the public. And that is still going to rise in cost because the cost per barrel of oil is set globally. So if it's rising in Europe, it's also rising here as well. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And let me show you something here really quickly since we're talking about that. Let me show you something here. There you go. 2024. Millions of barrels of oil per day. America be producing 23 million barrels of oil per day. It's two Saudi Arabias.
Imagine if you had like like the Saudi Arabian royal family or something like that. Imagine if you had like the United States royal family, which would obviously not work because our country is not functioning like that, or it's not supposed to at least. But if you had that, you'd have some very, very, very wealthy royal family here in the United States. I mean, that's a big difference even between Saudi Arabia.
Man, I heard that some people need a dictator. Some people wanted a dictator. It's like, no,
Some
no.
people are begging for it. Some people want it.
Some people are dying for it, like literally. But I gotta say, that's something right there when you look at that. I mean, it really brings a tear to one's eye. But look at that, folks. Canada is number 4. Like, that's kind of the craziest thing, is that Canada is the 4th largest oil producer. So just in North America, you have the number 1 and the number 4 oil producers in the world. We account for, in total, together, about 29 million barrels of oil, or approximately around 28% or a third of global oil production just in North America, which is pretty crazy. But the Middle East makes up about the rest of it that's not all coming out of Russia. And then, it's little bits and ends here and there in other continents. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Very interesting point. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Craig Jones. And thank you, Craig, for that 50. He said, "You're the best news. I'll wait all day long for you. Stop fighting with each other and buy some coffee filters." Also, by the way, Craig, the full footage will be on Patreon. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, by the way. He said, also buy some coffee filters. Honestly, I stocked up on those coffee filters. I got plenty of them. And also, once I added Andrews to the mix as well, I have definitely plenty.
Hey.
But Enforcer, what about you?
And we are going to be putting the fight footage on Patreon. Make sure to go over. Like, I'm just kidding, by the way. We don't fight like that. We don't do that. But I will tell you something, though. I'm not feeling too great after the whole ear thing. I'm not stroking out, by the way, folks. That ain't happening. But like, not like that. Like not like that.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that.
No, like I'm not gonna be having a stroke and going out. Let me say it in the most clinical wordage that I can. That's not happening. But I'm not really feeling too great tonight. I don't know what it is. Sometimes I get on air these days, and sometimes I just absolutely like wash out, like in terms of like my energy, and this is one of those nights. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I'll be honest with you all, the truth of it is, I know why it's the case. It's too much coffee these days. Like, sometimes we're drinking like 2 and 3 cups these days, and I only usually drink 1. And also this room gets extremely hot from this damn computer that I have. Like, when this thing runs a stream, this room rises like 10 degrees in ambient temperature compared to the rest of the place. I open up the door to this room to the outside hallway when I'm done, and literally it feels like a wash of freezing cold air coming into this room. But anyways, with that, I do thank you incredibly for the support. And we argue from time to time behind the scenes, but generally that one was because I was like, damn, he just said something that I was hoping that he wouldn't say, and it kind of made me think he was saying something about my medical condition. And I was like, I don't want people to know that. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one here goes to John Smith, who puts in a 5. He said, "Besides American forces being there, what's Iran's hang-up with Bahrain historically? Slavile Orb and things."
They just don't really like anyone. I mean, they're Shiite, everyone else is Sunni. Well, Bahrain is actually mostly Shiite as well. They're just lashing out at everyone at this point. There's not even really a rhyme or reason to it. Funnily enough, they haven't attacked Armenia yet. They basically attacked every other Islamic country within the region, and then Armenia is like literally the only Christian one that they directly border. They haven't bombed them yet, which is kind of the weirdest thing to me. But anyways, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Old Slayer TV, who said, "Did you notice that during Hex's recent announcements, he adopted the term fixing targets as a norm right after the enforcers started using it on a stream they were watching?" Honestly, I have a suggestion for Hexeth. He always tries to do this whole, like, he's very focused on making sure that people know that he's a real man. Like, he is like focused like hell. Like, I don't know what he's got to prove, but he actually got something to prove. He ought to smack some gum while he's doing these press conferences and put on a baseball cap backwards.
And we're
that
a New
would
York
complete the
Yankees
look.
outfit.
Hell yeah. Honestly, and like take the fighting stance and all that stuff. That dude, he means he is coming out. He is not going to be mistaken for anything other than a real man. I'll tell you what. But Enforcer, what say you?
Hey, Hexeth here. All right, what questions we got? How long is this war gonna last? I don't know, Squirt. You scared of a long one? Anyways, next one. Like, man, like, that's what he ought to do. But I think it's time, folks, for reading Rainbow. We need to increase weapon lethality, not tepid legality. Oh, but anyways, with that, just all jokes aside, a big thanks to you for support. There's a lot of people who watch this show in reality. It's really honestly weird how many people watch the show, and we always say that we're like we don't know who's watching. I mean, they're probably watching, but I just wish that you know. Like if I was to ever wish for anything, if little Timmy here was ever able to wish for anything for Christmas, I would just wish that everyone would stop focusing so hard on being like political party hardliners and just focus on the business of war. I mean, war is a profession, you know, like it's not like something that's just like political bravado. And I wish that everyone would just focus more so on that than the political bravado side of everything, like everyone does these days. But a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Pinhead, who said 5 hours ago, the U.S. granted a 30-day waiver to allow India to buy stranded Russian crude. And what effect will this have on the U.S. oil situation? And thanks.
Generally, it'll kind of lead to a slowing of the rising prices of oil around the world, at least for now, and that's really about it. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from the B Knight 3, who said someone wants to open the bestest new casino in Cuba.
Oh man, we're back to the Bautista days. We're getting back to it. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Full Bolt-On Racing once again. He said the orb fixes all brotherly feuds.
And I agree. And a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from QL, who said, you guys see this guy? Someone here who created a map system to track all the open source intel info. So he has the whole start of the war mapped out. And also, by the way, there's been a whole bunch of people, by the way, like recently, thanks to the rise of AI, there's a practice known as vibe coding, which is basically using AI to help you code basically whatever app you're trying to create. I actually did that and created a world management app myself, actually. We use it off the air a little bit, and it really never got really worked into our main workflow, really, to be honest. But there's a lot of people doing that, actually. There's some of them that are actually really, really good for the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it is a really neat sort of a system. I've seen a couple of those out there, but I like to keep it to my traditional little Google My Maps thing that we've been doing for years, because we tried the other one, and it kind of was a little, like, jerky to operate, like, as, like, a system. Like, it wouldn't really zoom in smoothly. Like, it would do this weird thing where I kind of had to focus a lot on getting it to zoom into the right spot, which is kind of what got it to where we couldn't use it on air because the system just couldn't run smooth enough. But it was really cool. I mean, it was actually a really cool sort of a system that we had generally almost gotten to completion, and then we scrapped it. But, I mean, there's some really neat ones out there. I do thank you massively for the support and sharing that with us. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Dylan is Chillin', who puts in a 5. He said, I've been watching you guys for almost over a year. I love this show, and I'm in school to be a photojournalist, and you guys have been a huge inspiration. And have you guys been to California?
Yes.
And we have been to California. We rode the Amtrak from Los Angeles to Seattle. Yeah, so we've been to California to Los Angeles. It was pretty interesting, by the way. It just highly expensive, very expensive, actually. But Enforcer, what say you?
California is incredibly expensive, but it is heavily slept on. California is a really nice place. Like, as long as you're not in, like, the bad parts of LA, it's a really nice place. Like, there were some really cool cities on the coast, like Santa Barbara. This was a really cool city. Both me and Matthew were absolutely wowed by that one when we were passing through on the train. But we actually have been through California, and we have seen most of it, all the way from LA, all the way up and to the Oregon border, and then we crossed over and went to Klamath Falls. So we have seen pretty much the entirety of the land of California, and it was really one hell of a train ride. Honestly, a real adventure, looking back at it. A 36-hour train ride, literally all the way from the very southern end of the contiguous United States on its west coast, and all the way to Seattle, which is pretty much near to the Canadian border. Pretty crazy, honestly. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, thank you for the kind words as well. And I hope that you have the best of luck being a photojournalist. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Acute Darkness for that 5, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 5 from QL, who said, sniff, sniff, does Canada need some freedom, LOL?
No. Like, that's like, no. Canada's fine. Like, Canada's cool as they are. I think Canada is unique and should stay that way, and it should be its own country. It's a really cool country. And I don't really think a lot of Canadians would actually like becoming a part of America. And to be entirely honest, I don't really know how we'd work them in. You know, like, how do we work them in? Does every single province become an individual state, an independent state within the United States? How does that work? Will the Congress be happy with that? Will there be a perfect split between Republican senators and Democrat senators at that point? Because if not, a lot of those provinces will remain territories. Does the whole country get accepted as a singular state? How does that skew the House of Representatives? Like, you know, and also, how in the world do the rights, laws, and economic systems of Canada then get integrated to the United States? It's just such a mess. Like, even if you wanted to do that, I would never do it. And also, on top of that, I think that Canada is just a great ally to have as an independent country, not a state or a territory. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Matt Mitchell, who said the problem with Canadian oil is they can't get out of their own way to actually drill and build the pipelines.
Oh, well, you know, people always say that, but you know what I say when I hear that? That's great business for the railroads. There's always someone who has to move it. And back in the day, a lot of people were like, oh, look at, like, I remember this one, folks, and looking back at it now, knowing kind of what I know about railroads, I knew that one company was like just like pumping their fist into the air going, yes! Like, because a lot of people were like, damn, Biden canceled the pipeline. Now Berkshire Hathaway is going to transport it by rail. That's BNSF, by the way. And BNSF had a damn field day. They were like, yes, because they landed themselves huge traffic just basically permanently. And you know, that's a pretty good deal for the railroads, at least, you know, to transporting oil. That's an endless business. I mean, you can run unit trains by the dozens every day, and each one of them is millions in profits. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from George Vancouver. He said, aren't there a video of bombardment of Iran's underground stockpile?
Well, you've seen a few of them, yes. And so there have been some of those ongoing over the course of the past 6 days. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one here goes to, let's see here. This one goes to Silver Saber, who puts no fives. I'm not sure who they're referring to here. Who's Old Tweety? Do you know who that is?
Let's see here.
They're talking about Old Tweety. I'm not sure who Old Tweety is.
I don't know who that is either, really. Like, I have no clue.
But they did say, though, outside of that, I'm not sure who that refers to, but they said one of you sounds like Grand Thumb. And I'm also not moonlighting as Grand Thumb either. I'm not moonlighting as Matt Morse TV, and I'm not moonlighting as Grand Thumb either, for the most part. Actually, not at all. I don't know what I'm talking about the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
Actually, he is Grand Thumb. That's why we moved out. Like, I'm just kidding.
Also, Hickok 45 here.
And I got to tell y'all today about this nice gun. Let's smoke some pot. Like, there we go. We got. But beyond that, I do have to say, I'm assuming, man, you assumed that they were talking about you?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Oh, okay. I guess I sound like Pipsqueak. But beyond that, I was just playing around. They are talking about Matthew because I have the slightly higher pitch voice. Certainly not high enough pitch for most people to catch on, but it is slightly higher, and I know that too.
Also, sorry to interrupt, but they told me who they were talking about. They just told me that the guy, you know, that one I told you about yesterday, the one who was in the chat the other day. We're not giving nobody. We're not giving haters publicity, by the way. We used to do that back in the day, mainly out of ignorance. We've learned, and we are not repeating that mistake again. There's people out there, by the way. Here's how it works on YouTube. There are some people that just want to do their content, and they want to move on with what they're doing and not bother with all the drama. That's where we are now, generally for the most part. There's also a huge portion of YouTubers out there that make careers off of creating fights with other people. They go around creating fights on purpose. That way they can try to get notoriety and publicity off of it and try to ride that wave. That's what some people do. And that's what one specific guy that's currently apparently targeting our channel right now, who is pretty notorious himself, is trying to do. But we don't get into all that.
Honestly, I gotta say, like, not speaking about it because I like honestly, like we've been around the block with that. We're not neither of us are dealing with that again. But I gotta say that it's absolutely hilarious. Like I'll actually say that I'm kind of honored that this is the case. That apparently we are significant enough these days that people are now going to go out of their way to try and pick a bone or a fight with the channel. I mean, I honestly, that's kind of like pretty funny and also kind of interesting because I mean, basically what they're saying, like they're basically giving us an unknowing endorsement in saying we are significant enough and our words mean enough that it's even worthwhile to just basically make an entire hit piece show on us at this point about what we're saying. I mean, I find that kind of like, I don't know, like back in the day, like with the whole hot dog man, that actually got dangerous to where our lives were legitimately being threatened. That was kind of a different one. But this one is kind of like, it's like, if you consider our words to be important enough to fight them, apparently they mean something and they're powerful enough for you to want to talk about it. So, I mean, thanks for thinking that about the show and taking it that seriously. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Tommy Clay Jr., who said, thoughts on the idea that Israel is trying to rebuild the Mount Temple and their soldiers are wearing the temple patches during this operation?
I don't know about any of that stuff. Like everyone always like. Apparently, this is supposed to bring about the end times, according to some commanders. Turns out, like 200 soldiers reported that thing from some commander or some commanders out there. Got to say that shouldn't be something said in the U.S. military because the First Amendment and all, freedom of religion, don't elevate one or the other. But no, I don't think that's the case. Like this has other things to do than that. And really the religious, like I got to say, the religious stuff. It's great that people believe in their own faiths, and we're Christians ourselves. But that should have no place in anyone's government. And if that is the case in the Israeli government, that's a little bit odd, but then again, they're not the United States, and I think they are actually something along the lines of theology or a theocratic state. So I guess that is what it is for them. But the United States shouldn't be working off of that in any degree if they are. But with that, a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Kuel, who put in a 5 once again, who said, it sounds like when my wife was having micro strokes from stress. Stay safe, man. Honestly, like I worry about that stuff myself. I'm not, I try not to be like, here's the problem with me though. Like whenever I ever have like medical symptoms of any sort whatsoever, I immediately go to Google and I type in the symptoms. And it seems like, I don't know why it is, but you type in a symptom or something like that, and it immediately gives you like the worst possible result. It's like, you'll be like, I had a slight pain in the back of my head. You'll go and type that in on Google, and all of a sudden it's like, this could be an aneurysm. Check with your doctor immediately. And immediately you're like, oh, it's like the Google search is what's going to actually give me the aneurysm. That like having to freak out about the information it's giving. It's like, that's what's actually freaking me out, not the actual symptom itself. But anyways, Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of worrying, like, but at the same time, though, stuff like that happens from time to time, like where you just don't feel great or something happens. Like, I've had plenty of ear infections in my life, and that's why I wanted to get up really quickly and go take a look at my ear a little bit and see if it kind of looked like it was an ear infection, because I haven't had one in years, but I was like, maybe it's one of those. Or, maybe it was just some sort of a weird pressure thing, because there is some pressure changes going around here. A snowstorm came through today, and I was like, maybe that's it. I mean, honestly, I feel fine now. I mean, it's just kind of weird. Like, I can't move one side of my mouth, but beyond that, I feel fine. I'm just kidding, by the way. I've been checking that the whole show. I've been like, smile. I'll be like, okay, both sides of my face are moving. None of it's paralyzed. That's also a significant sign of a stroke, is if like one side of your face just like stops responding to input. That's another sign. And I looked at my eyes. My pupils aren't like dilated in different degrees. So I was like, okay, I'm good. Like whatever that was, it was weird and it was very uncomfortable. And it was honestly like, it almost like made me feel like I got tinnitus in my right ear for a couple of minutes, but whatever it wasn't anything too big. So a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cohodes, who said that first night of the Enforcer Live of the War will go down in history as the great marathon and fantastic coverage. And did you see the new Israel laser weapon that they deployed? It was pretty awesome.
We might have seen it, like we saw a clip, and a lot of people were saying that is the Iron Beam, and we saw it, and if it was pretty neat, actually. And I would have to say, a lot of what we've been doing apparently is watched by a lot of people. Like, like crazily enough, like just to name a couple of the folks who have dropped by or said something really good about the show, we had Dennis Davidov in here a couple of days ago. Sivdiv was here last night. And Preston Stewart and Cappy Army. Preston Stewart actually talks with us a lot on Twitter, and he likes our stuff, and we like his stuff. So we've known about Preston for a while, but Cappy Army said some very nice stuff. I mean, a lot of people are really watching the show lately, and I got to say that we're just really honored to see that a lot of people respect what we do, because we respect a lot of their shows as well. They make very good content, and it's really just interesting to see how significant of a show this is becoming these days, and how much credit and faith a lot of people are putting in it, which we hold to high honor and high regard. And we always make sure to keep that in mind when we cover this news, is that a lot of y'all are find the show to be of high honor and high quality, and we always want to make sure to honor y'all by making sure that our coverage is high quality. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Gnostic Man, who said, thanks for the update and the accurate information. I hear you're in Utah and from Bama. I grew up in Tennessee and went to BYU. It looks like we intersect a little bit in Peace Brothers.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. You went to Brigham Young. I don't know where Brigham Young is around here. There's actually a lot of universities.
Provo.
Provo?
Yeah, it's down in Provo. It's like Provo is basically like Utah's version of like Tuscaloosa, like the Alabama University campus. It's basically like a college town, the way I can gather it. Provo is basically like that for the Mormon church for the most part, the BYU campus.
It's really interesting because there's a lot of universities down here. There's Brigham Young, and then up the street, up here, where is it? Is it here? Oh yeah, here's Utah Valley University, which is of infamy fame now because it was this spot right here that the political commentator Charlie Kirk was, taken out last year. So that's also another one. Funnily enough, I accidentally drove. I was actually to tell you something a little crazy. I was actually in Utah, and I was about, I think, like 19 miles away when that happened. And then what's even crazier about that is that when we were driving around here in, like, I think the first month and a half, I drove down this way, and I unknowingly literally drove, I think it was on through this parking lot right here, trying to figure out where to go, and I looked to the right and I was like, oh dang, I was like, that's where that happened. That's crazy. And then there's another one, I think, up here, further on up here towards like American Fork and stuff like that. And then there's more up here in Salt Lake City itself, which this is the Salt Lake metro area. Well, actually, this is the whole of the Wasatch Front, but this is the Salt Lake metro area. And there's a load of universities around here, but that's really interesting. Yeah, you kind of like have basically passed paths with us at some point, basically in the places we've been. But a huge thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $5 support from a Grain of Salt official who said, I'm sorry if you guys have explained this 1,000 times, but who is that hater out there? Sadly, we don't really like get into it a whole bunch because, like I said, we've moved on. Like back in the day, we were going toe to toe with one specific hater, and I think he came out on the short end of that stick. But we don't even want to bother with that again. Like, to be honest, we don't even want to revisit that. But they said smash the like button and subscribe, and the best non-biased news.
Yeah, thank you so much for the support and the kind words. And we don't really touch on that stuff anymore. Like, honestly, like, we do our work. If people like it, they like it. If they want to disagree, they'll disagree. I mean, like, it's like, honestly, it's kind of a little interesting like these days when you think about it. It's like, wow, we've gotten significant enough that literally people want to make a huge point to agree with what we say or disagree with it. It's like, either way, it is what it is. We're going to be here tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern time again covering the news. So what's it matter? And also it kind of shows how serious they take us and how little we really care about what they're saying. It's like, who cares? It's like at this point. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Arar983, and thank you very much, Arar, as well, for that support. And they said, I had a random conversation with someone today that ended up covering current events. It gave me hope. They also seem to be not brainwashed by mainstream media and encourage independent research. Independent OSINT style is the way in LSA.
And I got to say, it definitely is the way. And I like to hear when folks do a lot of research of their own and do a lot of reading. Reading really is something that's important. And not just any reading on real practical things. Like, how does the global oil market work? How does the supply chains work? Stuff like that is really important to know because it gives you a much more realistic grounding in reality to what's going to be a problem, what could be an issue, what needs to be addressed, what needs to be a focus point. And it's really important for analysis and stuff. I would definitely have to say that till the end of my days, that doing a lot of independent reading and research and analysis, it's a lot harder and it takes a lot more time, but it gives you way better of an understanding of what you're looking at and what you're talking about. And I would also have to say, there are a lot of people on YouTube who do that excessively. Like most people on YouTube, that their channels aren't really exciting, but they're kind of a little bit more mundane. But they're very information packed, and to me, they're the most exciting channels because they're wildly interesting. Like, you know, Ocean Liner Designs and other channels like that. Like, I watch Ocean Liner Designs a good bit, by the way. I have to mention that. Like, they're not wildly exciting looking channels, but they're so information packed, and that's what makes them exciting and informational, is that they're not sensationalist. They just dig into the facts, and they're very professional and thorough with it, and that's what gives a very good understanding about all different kinds of topics. I have to say that those people are the people who make a well-informed public that makes a better nation. Those are the people who make that happen. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, for the people asking, I don't really see anything about anything happening in Miami. By the way, any type of threats, I don't really see anything corroborating that. So I personally don't see anything on it. If it is happening, then it hasn't reached any of my sources yet. But moving into our next one here, this one is going to go to Nathaniel, who put in a 5, and thank you, Nathaniel, for that support. He said, "Do you believe the U.S. military is watching your YouTube channel and taking notes about certain things you're saying, like out of the blue?"
I mean, not really. Like, I know, well, I'll actually say, like, straight up, like, there's a lot of people in the military who watch the show, but do they watch our show and then learn anything from it? Probably not. Because we say a lot of stuff here, and I mean, you know, if the military was really taking notes on what we were saying, I mean, they would have been taking drone warfare a lot more seriously about 3 years ago, along with a lot of other channels here that were saying the same thing here on YouTube, and they haven't. And we're seeing that definitely now. So I would say there's a lot of people who either are currently involved in the military or were involved in the military that watch. But as far as them taking like notes from our show, highly unlikely in my opinion. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Order 5505, who said, "My 2 cents. It's about overwhelming the ISF David Sling and Arrow 3, not nukes. Their ability to build missile and TELs would have achieved deterrence from ISF offensive, and ops achieves some level of parity."
And that is true to a degree. And I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. With that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from Yossi Santana, as well as a 3 from Greg. And thank you both very much for the support. And also a big shout out to Drum Street, who said, "Thanks, guys." And we do appreciate that. We also have a 3 from Little Sneaky Snake, who said, "Much chatter about the war getting wider. And are there no cool heads here?"
I haven't heard about the war actually getting any wider. I mean, like, as far as, like, people who have been attacked, they might hop in, but I haven't heard about Russia or China joining in. As a matter of fact, they appear to have no willpower to do such a thing. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Bink, who said, "Victor Orban." Emphasis on the ORB.
Orb. Victor Orban. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Hoodoo, Texas, who said, "The Kurds will get screwed at the end no matter what."
I really hate that for them. Like, I really do. Because I'm not a Kurd or anything, but I mean, like, that's a shame. They always get just the rawest deals, usually from the U.S., and then everybody else ever. Like, the Kurds...
They're getting paid, though. They're getting paid. You know they're geting paid.
The Kurds get smeared like toilet paper down there by everybody, us included. I feel so sorry for them about that. And someone's about to come in, and I got to say this. I just got to say this really quickly. Some people are being like, "Oh, it's the British's fault. It's the French's fault for drawing up the borders wrong." I mean, come on, y'all. I mean, that's like, yeah, I mean, sure. But I mean, like, the borders are drawn up poorly everywhere. I mean, like, look at it. Like, look at Europe. I mean, like, you know, I don't even have to go further into Europe to even explain how bad it is. I mean, like, most of modern-day Poland is former Germany. This is Germany, but now it's Russian. You know, and then, you know, there's all, like, I mean, the gore, if you really talk about, like, the cultural and ethnic groups in Europe, is unreal. It was so bad that the Greeks and the Turks had to agree back in, I think it was like the 60s, that the Turks would uproot about 2 million Greeks and forcibly remove them from their homes and expel them to Greece, and the Greeks would uproot like 1.4 million Turks from their homes and forcibly expel them to Turkey. I mean, like the stuff in Europe is the same as it is in the Middle East, the same as it has been in most every corner of the world. I mean, borders are just kind of like poorly drawn up in general. Like, it's not just a Middle Eastern thing, it's really a global thing when you look at it. And when you really pay attention, you're like, dang, there's a lot of cultural groups out there, like ethnic groups, that have just been given raw deals, like in every continent. And, you know, and then you kind of get sympathy for those groups a little bit, because it's like, man, that's sad to see they got such a raw deal. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, it looks like possibly for one of the first times ever, it looks like a YouTuber has won a congressional race, actually. I'm not going to go into who it is because, of course, it's political and I don't want to act
Even in
like
the
I'm
recount?
endorsing something like that. Yeah, he's a
Wow.
YouTuber has won a congressional race. So it looks, I don't know if that's the first YouTuber in history that's won a political seat like that, but it's got to be one of the few. So that's interesting. That apparently is a viable path, at least possibly for some, it looks like. So that is interesting.
Wait a minute,
But we also have a
are
two.
you saying that I could actually run for president in 2040 from this?
I mean, yes, yeah.
So there's hope?
Possibly so. You just have to probably become Mormon.
Follow the prophet. I mean, anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Workman, who puts in it too. He said the Kurds should coordinate with Azerbaijan.
You know, they should consider it. They should. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Sneaky Snake once again. He said, I meant, is number 1 actively working towards peace?
Is no one. I think that's what that is. Is no one actively working towards peace?
Oh.
I think I might be wrong, but not really at the moment. So you know, it's kind of like the war in Ukraine. Like, we're adamant on winning, the Iranians are adamant on not collapsing. So it'll go on for a little bit until one of us gives. It's either going to be us or them, and sure as hell isn't going to be us. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Craig Jones. He said, I have to say it. Today, the United States asked Zelensky for help with drone defense. Didn't you kick him out of the White House for not having the right clothing?
Are you not wearing your suit? Oh man. Oh man, how the tables turn, how the tables turn. But beyond that, I would have to say that, yeah, that's true. And you know, now we're having to get help from the Ukrainians. I mean, maybe they ought to make sure that everyone in America is wearing a suit and that they show up and they have the proper table manners. You know, I'm just kidding around, by the way. It's nice to know they're great allies and they're willing to help anyways. So you know, it's quite a turn of events, really. But a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Blazat, who put in a 2, and thank you very much, Blazat, as well. We also have a 2 from Craig Jones, who said, less mess with NATO. And I would agree with that. We also have a 2 from 535 Medic, who said Spanish are trying to not anger certain elements of their population.
But I thought that let me go look at that. Let me, I got to go
I'll
look at
make
that.
this very quick, by the way, as we were running very, very late.
Let's see here. And that's true. We are running late. Let's see. Huh, so I mean, it's not really that big of a group, but maybe not. I don't know. I'd like, I was going to say, didn't they like expel all the Moors back in like the 1400s? But apparently there was still a decent population there. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I just got a little piece of news here. Apparently, something has happened in Florida. I don't think it's Miami, though. It's Apopka. I've never heard of this area in Florida, but it's Apopka, Florida. It looks like some people have been shot from the looks of it. There's a huge police presence somewhere in that location. So something has happened, but I don't have much details about it. We also have a 2 from Ethan, who said, war was never the answer to resolve any conflicts.
I mean, sometimes it actually is. I mean, you know, are we saying that, you know, the Civil War wasn't the answer to reunite the Union and liberate the slaves? You know, and so on and so forth. You know, it's like there is actually wars that are worthwhile. You know, like all wars aren't pointless. It's a very two-dimensional sort of look. It's like saying war is the only answer. That's like war is never the answer. Is basically the same thing but opposite. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have two from 535 Medic who said, "What's on fire and screaming? The IRGC." And I would agree with that. We also have a two from 535 Medic once again. He said, "Yak, that got smoked and didn't know the F-35 was even there."
And I would agree. And a big thanks, Steve, for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a five from Kyle Padell. He said, "Hello from Norman, Oklahoma, and you guys are the only news I'll watch."
And thank you for the kind words all the way from Norman, Oklahoma. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a two from Chickadee who said, "Bravo Zulu, a USS Charlotte, SSN 766."
And I'd have to agree. And a big thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a two from Hoodoo, Texas, who said, "Will Russia benefit from the price of oil increase?" And yes, they will, because now they've been given their oil market back, at least temporarily, for 30 days with India. So there's going to be some situations with that that's not so great. That was a really stupid move on the part of the United States. Absolutely stupid. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would definitely agree. But a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a two from Bruce Lee, who said, "Quack, Iran's Air Force gets no respect." Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a two from Jack, who said the missing there's some files missing in Cuba. Maybe, possibly. But also we have a two from Robert Planting, who said, "Yeah, German apparently." He said, "Broadcast the program on shortwave radio."
That'd probably be a lot of work. Probably not. But a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a two from Robert Planting. He said, "There is no water in Tehran."
There isn't. You're right. Big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ryan H. on Orbs, who puts in a two. He said, "What is the Marmot's take on the war? LSA."
I wish we could do that, but we are so hard pressed for time. Sadly, I don't think that'll be possible right now. But I do thank you so much for the support, Ryan H. on Orbs. And with that, we're on to the last super chat before we get into the live chats.
Okay, so this one goes to Craig Jones, who put in a one, and thank you very much, Craig, for that support. It's now time to get into our live chat questions. Starting off with our first one, this one goes to Miss Destiny, who said, "Why do we want Cuba?"
Just cause. Pax Americana.
Don Road Doctrine.
Blame domain on Spain. I'm sorry, that's 1898. Blame
There's
the
just
pain
one problem, though. If the Monroe Doctrine was about being in our hemisphere, what are we doing in Iran? I'm not sure if that is consistent with the Monroe Doctrine.
I'm afraid you don't know geography. Iran clearly has the same letters in it as North America, so clearly in our sphere. Fake news. But anyway, so that I hope that does address that well. We're on to the second to last question of the night.
We also have a question from Hokey Redneck. He said, "Can you name the torpedo launchers that are in the back of that ship?"
Sadly, I wouldn't be able to off the top of my head at the moment right now. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last question who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And we have one from Martin, who said, "Do you think we have A-10s in northern Iraq to back up the Kurds?"
Yeah, probably, I would assume. But they're probably in, like, Jordan somewhere, probably. But they could be sent to northern Iraq. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And a big shout-out to Daniel Kerber, who threw in a 5, who said Spain has an enclave in Africa, which is bordering Morocco, which is why they're reluctant to take part in anything more than passive defensive matters. Maybe. That's a very interesting consideration there. I'll have to look into the reasons why the Spanish did what they did. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much for watching on behalf of both of us. We were able to see that 32.2 thousand people were here at the peak tonight, and 270,000 people have watched this show before it ended. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to all of y'all for watching and enjoying the show, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is any short war news to cover, I will be the one making that video. So with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraine, Ram Slava, long live the East Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And a big shout out to the 270,000 plus people that joined us by the end of the stream. And we will see you all tomorrow on the next Nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, and also on the Short War video as well midday, which will almost certainly be coming out tomorrow because, of course, there's a lot of news to cover. And we almost have to have a video to cover all that news. So thank you all once again for the support tonight as well. And we will see you all tomorrow. And, of course, Slava Ukraine, Hero Slava, get some rest, and good night.